Many members moving in so quickly. Listen to the absolute symphony of footsteps. Now you have to move away and move into Leonard. The Lions strike with his Frey, and Frey continues to play. Could it be the pistol ace?
Because if they rush back into him and he doesn't find those strikes, that could be painful, but he finds every single one of them. Are you kidding me, Forsaken?
Hello everybody and welcome to VCT Challenges of Malaysia and Singapore. It's day 3 of playoffs and myself, Xroria and Crema will be providing you all the action that is to come for today and tomorrow. It's an honor to be here. It's the first time I'll be casting in this region, but for Crema, it's not your first rodeo, is it?
No, it's not. It's good to be back. It's really good to be back. I've missed this region, and I take one look at the bracket and I think, what the hell have I missed? Because we've seen the likes of Galaxy Esports able to upset Bleed in the first round of playoffs. After that, we saw Lays able to knock out Bearclaw, who then ended up losing to Bleeds. The fact we're seeing games like this, and we're only kind of 1-2 phases into the playoff stage, is just incredible, and it excites me as to what's to come next.
It is really crazy to see all these teams developing, but first of all, before we get things started, I'd like to tell you that this is the gaming company providing you this tournament, supported, of course, by Riot Games, but we've also got our official game sponsor, Secret Lab, and they're here for you all the time. So don't worry about that. But before we get into the nitty-gritty details of today and what teams we'll be facing, let's have a look at the top 6 teams in playoffs that have made it so far.
Well, he has to hold though, because if they rush back into him and he doesn't find those strikes, that could be painful, but he finds every single one of them. Are you kidding me, Forsaken?
Screen, they only can play with poison clouds here, and a good pickup on Frey. Falls over the transition.
Immediately kills the front diffuser. It's on the first one, but I don't think he's got any more M. But as long as he swing up, can he get the fork?
Times out, not dependent on the success screen. And look at one, a nice right click coming in from Jaws as well. But Sumi constantly keeping them on their feet. But let's see for how long. And it's 1v1.
The opening shot, Piff comes out though, and then take advantage of the Boombot distraction and gets one for himself as well. Right now for a Lays.
Oh no, but they haven't checked it fully, and Sky catches all for the swing.
He's in a great position.
Oh,
They check it, they don't check it.
one. Hold on, still get.
It really doesn't take long looking at this region and realizing that it is stacked to the brim with talent. Teams making it the farthest you can imagine in the international stages, and the close competition within is what makes this also beautiful. Crema, my goodness, are we in for a treat? We're seeing the top 6 teams from that video there sort of competing, but now we'll have to look at today in general, right? Let's see where this is leaving us, right? Because so far, I think we've already gotten rid of 2 teams.
We have, of course. Let's take a moment to talk about our opening game. You know, Paper Rex versus Lays. Now, for me, Paper Rex, they're the team to beat, right? You know, they're the team that make it the international stage. Let's take a little look at them.
Well, first of all, I mean, it's a bracket we kind of need to take a look at, right? Because, I mean, we need to realize how we've gotten to the point that we are, right? We've got 2 matches today, as you mentioned. We've got Paper Rex versus Lays, and they're on the upper bracket. And for many, that is a big surprise seeing Lays up there. It's crazy to imagine. And afterwards, I mean, obviously, we'll be heading down to the lower bracket, looking at Bleed and No-Namers. But how does this bracket sort of feel for you, Crema?
The fact Bleed are in the lower bracket at all is just insane to me. It feels like no-namers are like Bleed's kryptonite. It's like the only team Bleed have really struggled to beat outside of Paper Rex. So the fact we're seeing that matchup in the lower bracket particularly is going to be really interesting. I'll defer this by saying Bearclaw going out much earlier than expected. I know they were sort of gunning for kind of top 4 at least. So it's very interesting to see him go out of the kind of first round here. You know, we'll look further. You know, Paper X versus Lays. As you mentioned earlier, no one expects Lays to be here. They've come out of nowhere, and they, don't get me wrong, they've been playing some bloody good Valorant. But is it enough to beat Paper Rex?
The thing is also that we kind of lost teams that we never really expected to see going out so early. Bearclaw Gaming, for example, they were second in groups. They went 5-2 and lose both of their first matches, which means they're out. And to consider that here in VCT of Malaysia and Singapore, they're handing out 3 spots for VCT APAC. That is a lot to miss out on. Bearclaw Gaming could definitely be considered into the top 3, and now they're out. As you said, Bleed is in danger of being in the same sort of spot. So, yeah, it's real rough for these teams. And now that we've got that lower bracket sort of very hotly contested, you realize you don't want to drop to that lower level. And I feel like Lays is sort of facing that up right now.
Long Amazing Zebra is what's a name to behold, what's a team, because these guys, as we've mentioned, you know, before this, the main Lays roster, I think a lot of people may not know Lays, but they will know Hertzai, which was the team this kind of core of 4 played for a good couple of months. They even did the first stage 1 of MYSG playing as Hertzai. Now they're over on Lays, and let's be honest, they've just got better and better. We did see some sort of flashes of brilliance from them over in stage 1 when they were on Hertzai, but it was the overall team play that ended up letting them down, and it's why they were able to fall a little bit short. I think they were knocked out by Bleed. But now we come to stage 2. This is their chance for vengeance, and they're doing it under a new name, and it may be a slightly different team, but my God, have they improved.
They definitely can pack a punch, but I think we can now take a look at team-specific information, right? And I think first off, let's start talking about Paper Rex, right? They are the team that everybody knows, right? They've made it really freaking far on the international stages, right? Winning the entirety of VCT APAC and making Malaysia and Singapore proud, making it to Masters and getting 4th place with victories against NA teams like The Guard, EU teams like G2, and getting close against Zeta Division, for example, getting a map off DRX. They are a super team.
Yeah, and they're the team here to beat, right? And what I quite like about Paper Rex is they know that they're the team to beat, and they go into every single game kind of prepped, ready. They don't take any chances. They still anti-strat, despite the fact that statistically they dwarf. They're like Goliaths in this league, but it doesn't matter for them. They treat every game like it is the game of VCT Masters, and I love that dedication. I love that discipline from this team. Something to highlight is thus far, they've not lost a map. They lost 1 map in the entire tournament, take it back, and that was against Bleed. That's it.
It's crazy.
That's it.
It really is crazy. They haven't lost a match in that way, right? That's what you also mean by that, right? They do lose 1 map, and I'm sure they really want to show that comfort. They really want to show that. Yeah, we're the best of this region. No one can mess with us. We want the next Masters as well. We want champions further along the line. We want to do what Zeta nearly did, right? You know, having these regions sort of coming out from the shadows and saying that we deserve a piece of that grand prize, it really is a testament, and it really does put pressure on the rest of the teams of the rest of the regions as well to kind of step up their game.
I'm going to jump a little bit ahead in time here. Let's take a look at the Lays lineup, because for me, these are the guys who it's their game to win, isn't it? You know, Paper Rex, you expect them to win. This is like a David versus Goliath. Lays, let's sort of jump a little bit into the future here. You know, they've had a bunch of practice. They've been an established roster for a while now. Do they have what it takes to usurp Paper Rex? Something not even Bleed were able to do. If they can, I will be so impressed.
I think they've already shown that they have potential, right? I think they've already shown that they can get upsetting wins. For example, their victory against Berkeley Gaming, right?
Yeah.
So now they've got an opportunity to do that again against the top dogs of the league. And if they're able to do that, then we're talking about a massive, massive upset, and one which we will be seeing a dark horse prevail and see if this region has more things to offer rather than just one team. So everybody right now has their eyes set on Lays with very low expectations, right? Very low expectations, which is also a good thing for them, because when they've got low expectations, they can perform their best. And that is what we're looking forward to.
What I quite like is that it means there's no pressure on them. It means they can go for these sort of random plays, these unorthodox sort of styles, which Paper X would never dream of doing. But for Lays, you know, you're the underdog, you're the unknown. Why not throw a curveball? See how Paper X can handle it. Because if they struggle, keep doing it. Right now, Lays only have to get lucky once. Once they find that crack in the armor of Paper X, then they can just keep abusing it again and again and again. It's just a matter of finding that little chink in the armor.
I think there's also head-to-head that we can actually look at this time. Some very high hitters of each individual team. I think it's good to point this out also. I know this is kind of like really difficult to kind of distinguish. Jing, of course, from the Paper X side, of course, G from Lays, have done quite a lot for their teams, right? There's a reason why Lays is now on the upper bracket. There's a reason they went 5-2 in group stage, but there's also a reason why Paper X were undefeated. What do you reckon these two players can have? How do you reckon these two players can have impact on this particular matchup?
What I think is quite interesting is Dizzy, his agent pool is a little bit more one-dimensional. We're seeing he has a very good jet, and even in some kind of random games, he will drop down to a brimstone. Jing, he can play everything. You know, you've seen him on a Raze, you've seen him on a Chamber, a Sage, a KO, even a Reyna in some positions. Like, Jing has such a vast agent pool that, as we talk about anti-stratting, it can become very hard to anti-strat Paper X purely because they have such a variety of talent at hand that they can just come in with a completely different preset depending on how they're feeling on the day.
I think it's also very important to notice that DZ is one of the players that kind of attributes to Lays' 7-match winning streak. The 2 matches that they did lose in the regular season were the first 2. Ever since, they haven't dropped a single one.
That's
they haven't dropped a single one. Only a couple of maps. Only a couple of maps. So they look unstoppable, man. I mean, if there's anyone to stop them, it is going to be Paper X. But goodness, I want to see more.
You know what? Before we have seen the veto, just knee-jerk reaction, Pavlos. You have a little prediction for me on sort of score. What are you thinking here?
Oh man, don't put me on the spot like that. I mean, obviously, I have to go for the favorites, Paper X here. I think Lays are more than capable of taking a map if they do their prep properly and kind of finding some anti-strats, but winning an entire series against Paper X right now doesn't seem like it's ever so feasible right now.
Okay, I appreciate that. You're leaning to Paper X. I could dream, Pavlos. I could dream. I see Lays taking this 2-1. Of
course you would.
I think that. What I quite like as well, and this is sort of the one weakness of Paper X, is their ascent has been a little bit lackluster. Lays, their ascent has been absolutely incredible. The fact Paper X have left that in the veto now, I'm really expecting to see an ascent hit. If not, I'll be very surprised. But for Lays now, kind of historically, they have struggled a little bit on the newer maps, not really winning fractures. They definitely have had a little bit of problems, particularly over on Split. So those are 2 weaknesses that I'm expecting to see Paper X sort of exploit here.
I'm actually surprised Haven is bind out from Paper X, right? Because they've relatively done well. I think they've also struggled to find a composition that works for them. That could definitely be a reason, right? We've seen them kind of go for these very old school comps, Asher, Cypher, no longer in the equation. No longer needed. So I guess that is the reason why they always manage to scramble some sort of victory. But the Icebox, why'd you like it, Kremer?
Because this is the MYSG map. When we cast in stage 1, we didn't have a series without Icebox. I'm glad that that's staying true to tradition. On top of the fact Paper X they play and that's Icebox. Over on Lays, the 4 times they've played at this tournament, they've won at 3 of them. It's not a bad map for them. Granted, it doesn't have too much experience. I'm also very surprised that Lays have left Fracture in as an option here, because, yeah, they're yet to win it of the 3 times they've played it. And while it does make kind of series recoverable, you don't want your series to be recoverable. You want to be able to win it. The fact we see a split, it's a map which Paper X have played a little bit more. So we see Paper X sort of leaning on their experience a bit here in this veto.
Yeah, so having seen this veto, Kremer, do you think that this leads more into Paper X's favor? Obviously, there are not too many weird ones out there. What are your thoughts?
The longer the series goes on for, the better Paper X are going to get. For me, if you're on Lays, that you're going to have some early momentum. I would argue, I think Lays' Ascent might just be better than Paper X's, but not by a big margin. So if they can start well, if they're able to even win Ascent, forcing it to Icebox with some momentum does make this a very winnable series for you. But that does mean beating Paper X's Icebox, which is definitely easier said than done.
Yeah, that is true. And I think what is very interesting about Paper X is that they haven't shown much on Ascent recently, right? Yeah, okay, they've shown their card against Avian, but what was Avian ever going to do to them, right? That never was a difficult match for them. Ended up being 13-3. So they've got a fairly modern lineup there, I guess half and half. What I do really love about Paper X is that they still hold on to the Astra. I mean, for a map like Ascent, it's quite interesting to see. I think we've seen teams in EU also try and go for that, but it's not very orthodox considering how limited your capabilities are around it. So yeah, I'm very interested to see how this one works out. I'm very also interested to how Paper X anti-strat this, because you've alluded to their preparation earlier. And coming into this one, I think there's also a very big 2-0 potential, given that I don't think Lays will be able to anti-strat something they don't know.
Yeah. And on top of the fact that, you know, this is a very new composition, you know, having that Astra, having that Fade, and then having a double duelist of KO and Raze, that is a really aggressive agent composition from Paper X here. So if I'm Lays, right now, I'm just going to try and keep the momentum back from Paper X as good as humanly possible. Over on Lays, it's a little bit more orthodox. You know, you've got that Omen with the KO. There's a Sova there instead of an Astra. Your Info Gather's going to be a little bit better for your attack, but in terms of actually engaging with your opposition, you have very little utility comparatively, at least.
Yeah, what I like about the Paper X composition, at least what they showed from the previous match, is the versatility of it. I know it kind of on paper looks very aggressive, and I think in essence it is. But I think the versatility lies with you being able to take multiple positions very effectively, right? One of them, and the most important one I'd say, would be that garden control, that short control, right? Because I think we saw special lineups coming in, the KO throwing a fragment from Spawn, able to cover one of those areas, Fade coming in, and then also knocking them in a specific area. It's very, there is a lot of like set pieces that can formulate in specified positions, and the Astra can provide cover from multiple angles, meaning mid control can be theirs, and also explosive pushes, like you already said, from either sides of the map, A and B. So yeah, very difficult task to handle, but I think Lays, given their experience on this map, given what they've been able to do for the past couple of weeks, for the past few weeks, I'll be interested to see what they also bring to the table in that way. But I don't think we'll have to wait for too long, because we're going to be looking at the Asian select right away. Look at that. Look at the comps. Kremer, tell me your thoughts.
Again, I think that for Lays, it's going to be a little bit more info heavy. Paper X, they're going to be wanting to play what I imagine will be a very aggressive defense, purely because you have that double duelist and a chamber. So you really are looking to list your way into your opponents as quick as possible. The more you're actually gunfighting, the better off and the healthier Paper X are going to look. Over on Lays, it's going to be an early start outside of me, looking to try and aggress into main with Paper X aggressing through mid. They're going to be able to rotate in time, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can stop them.
What is to be expected from the Paper X side? Moving on to the B side, but it's Frey opening things up with first blood. Dizzy also wanting to chime in, giving them full B site control. Paper X left behind with 2-player deficit.
Spike's going to go down, and for Pleasance in defender's spawn now, it's going to entirely pivot off of to how Benkai is going to be able to get through, or Forsaken is going to be able to get through mid here.
With another pick, this could be doable, Kramer. Not too bad of an idea, but the mid fight will take place. That will delay Forsaken's rotation, but still, a kill found is a step in the right direction. Jing looking to move from one angle as Mindfreak looks to peek out. Very smart play positioning from the Lace side, picking up the pieces here by crossing their players and dedicating them on each direction at a specific time, and that is Lace getting the first round.
What I really like from Lays here is the fact that they're never alone. They sort of exploit Paper Rex there a little bit. Once they can isolate Jules, they do so, and they make sure that it's not something that could happen back onto them. So keeping the repartee sort of halted for the time being means Paper Rex are going to have to drop down to shorties, to sheriffs. It's not a healthy buy, but it may be good enough to do kind of 1-2 players worth of damage, just so that they can keep Lays' economy relatively low as they set up for their buy rounds. Lays setting their gaze to A site here again, stacking together like a mob, like a gang, and these guys, they've got a hit out on the players outside of A.
Yeah, that pinch was just waiting for the action. But it's also Benkai holding out on his end, ready to throw down the C's, keep them in bay. They need to time these perfectly, and they will. Nice little set piece, but I love how Lays are ready for it. They just drop back, realize that they shouldn't take that position.
But they do really, really strong stuff. And they try and actually zone out Jing here, but he's been able to get very close indeed. The shorty won't do enough damage, though.
I love how Lays are approaching this. Already reading into Paper Rex's play style and how they like to play this map. From one map they've already shown.
Ooh.
This is marvelous. But the Sheriffs seem to do quite a lot here. 2 kills found, and Lays denied entry. With the backstab coming, with Frey being low, things are starting to stack up against them.
30 seconds left.
This is alarm bells are starting to ring a little bit here, Pavlos. Lays, they gave Paper Rex an inch. They've taken a mile. There's 20 seconds left. They can't get back to this B site. They need to take a fight, and they need to take one quickly.
And that's exactly what they'll be doing. Dizzy getting space there. Benkai looking to deny it from his end, but they're running out of time, and they're also running out of players. Sheriffs and Headhunters doing the job. Paper Rex get it done with a pistol buy.
Now they sort of look over to Lays and go, now what? Now what? And as they do bring out the odd sheriff, I doubt it'll matter for much. And it's just that sort of same problem that a lot of teams do run into, is the fact that they stagnated meant Paper Rex could flank, they could use their numbers, and they could just force 2 versus 1s, which Lays were just unable to stop. But Paper Rex now, surprisingly quite economic buy from them, considering that they were set up to go for rifles at every player.
They're very composed in this way. Forsaken, Guardian at hand, gets it done. Lays, I mean, it's good awareness from them. The aggression perfectly timed. And now mid control is theirs, spike control is theirs. It seems they barely took any damage throughout these fights. A completely flawless round.
Incredible. And it's a little bit ballsy to go for such a kind of weak buy, considering that you are, again, it's an unknown investment. In this case, though, Paper Rex sort of straying from the norm, realizing that this is actually a chance to play for a bit of economic gain here. While Jing does a lot of damage without a Vandal, it's actually Forsaken with the Guardian, who's able to get that extra cash, going 5-on-1, 1 away from the Tour de Force. Over on Frey, 1 away from his Tour de Force. 4 Lays now. What can they do with this full buy?
That's the big question, right? And considering the weaponry from Paper Rex isn't too far behind, they may be under pressure. Forsaken will be pushing by, just getting the formation, but of course, the help of the Rendezvous gets away scot-free. Dash in, but Frey is there to retrieve it. Bullet between the eyes, and that is a numbers advantage already from the Lace side. Neff keeps it going. Aggression from Paper Rex not paying dividends. 3 players peeking out, 3 players dead, and Lace have a big advantage.
Pavlos, when it rains, it pours. Paper Rex just continuing to force out these angels, and Neff just punishes it. 1 player at a time. They line them up, and he knocks them all down. 2-2. Lays able to equalize and show Paper Rex that this isn't your home ground. You're not going to be able to run away with this one. This isn't like every other series of the tournament. You're in the upper bracket, baby, and Lays mean business.
I mean, Paper X always have the feeling that, okay, we're going to win these trades. We're the better players. But Lays just say, no, that's not the case anymore, guys. We're here to challenge you. And they do it by just simply taking these fights and winning them.
Let's play.
A lot of attention to mid here as I think Paper X realised the chance to go aggressive. There's the opening. There's the Paper X we've learned to fear.
Forsaken didn't even put one of his rendezvous pieces down yet. He fully went in that with full risk.
So brave.
Oh, he dies anyway, though.
There.
But still,
I
they've
love
got the
that guy's on the
advantage.
normal peak as well. Like, he's not unorthodox, speaks standard stuff, actually gets taken out. And I tell you what, laser turning this around. Down to the 3-on-2. It's all on the flank of the fade here. Benkai is the difference maker here.
How did they do that? Paper X are too greedy, and they may be going in for more. No, Mind Freak, what are you doing? And Art will just deal with it, and they know they're just playing with Benkai. It's only one player, mate. Just kill him. He's just playing with him. This is just evil, man.
Oh boy. Lays, they take the lead. Bablos, I will admit, I'm going to admit something to you. My prediction of Lays winning this was out of optimism, not of any statistical analysis. Optimism might prevail here. It's Paper X. They're going for the best play they can bust. Forsaken's going to be able to bring out that tour de force. Over on Lays, I want to see Styron make use of this Hunter's Fury. Something we see quite a lot is Sobers holding onto their ult for a little bit too long, so it kind of becomes ineffective here. But, you know, the damage is starting to show. You know, Mind Freak and Jing, very low on cash. Jing actually just delegated down to a Bulldog here. As Lays looks to aggress over his way.
A-side taking over. Lays so far playing with their opposition as if they were the favourites to begin with. Paper X, though, can take these fights. Dizzy on the side, creating space, allowing Neft having the side angle. And now they've got a good advantage, taking over space, looking on the back lines. Lays full control, full seizure of the A-site. And that is down to Benkai. Flash drive on point, but still not good enough to retrieve Benkai on that first instance. Second time's the charm, and Lays increase that advantage.
Neff is having such a good game right now. First that 4K, now that 3K, and on top of that, this is accompanied by flash assists, null commands, really some quite serious mileage coming from this KO right now. And Paper X, they might be a little bit shaken. That first punch may have rattled them a little bit. We see the timeout come out now, and while they do go into this next buy with an ult advantage, Jing with that showstopper particularly is one to watch out for. This is with a Nightfall and a null command, so should they choose to retake a site, Lays are going to have a lot of utility to contest with. But by the time we're seeing Lays actually get to these sites, Paper X are kind of 2-3 players down, to the point where no utility is going to be able to equalize that.
As much as I really love Lace's attitude and the way they've been playing so far, I think this also comes down to Paper X over-aggressing, taking angle peaks that they really shouldn't. And this timeout, I think, is aimed towards calming the players down. Chill. Yeah. Lace is good. You know how to play against them. Don't make silly mistakes like that, or it will cost you maps. And it better not cost you the series.
It is going to, yeah, it will cost maps. Bearing in mind this is Laser's home ground. You know, we are on their map pick, so Paper X are the ones sort of treading water right now, but it may just all be in a bid to buy time. You know, we go to a third map, we go to a split. Paper X are going to be pioneering that map, but it's that icebox which is really going to be in question. And for Lays, they're going to try and go into this map with an advantage. We see an early dagger from Neff there just to get a bit of information, but it's all part of an elaborate ruse, a deep fake, as Lays instead set up in mid, waiting outside of A, trying to punish the inevitable aggression of Paper X here.
So far it has been inevitable, hasn't it? But what the timeout did, as we thought it would, is slow the players down a bit. Hold angles, play the rotation game, play the numbers game.
Yeah, and what's really nice from this as well is that they're not necessarily playing passive either. You know, they're still playing for a bit of control. They still have sort of early warning systems set up here. So Lays, by the time the execution comes around to B, they're only going to have about 30 seconds left. And I mean, yes, they have like the odd tour de force. I mean, the odd Blade Storm, the odd Hunter's Fury to sort of help them. Is that enough?
Benkai's holding a deep angle here, ready to throw C's to delay. Okay, jiggle peek. Oh, even has a haunt to use. And now the time
30 seconds
begins to
left.
be greatly problematic. They're going to dash forwards. He's only got a Spectre at hand. Showstopper being thrown at them, but there's a Forsaken looking to chime in, not able to find the kills. Lays got in sight control as quickly as that, but Ching, not only does he getting a kill with a Showstopper, but gets a kill with a Vandal as well. And now we're down to 2-on-3. Styron left behind in logs, has to be dealt with, but Devi is desperately trying to get himself in, but won't be able to do so. Styron holds on. Lays explosively take that round.
They take the orbital bombardment of Paper Rex ultimates there, and they're able to withstand it. They bunker down, they hunker up, and now at 5-2, they're making their attack aside look almost easy compared to how Paper Rex have been playing this defense. You see the op come out fairly, for the first time I think in a while we've actually seen it get invested from Lays here, and it's the same round. Paper Rex have got to drop the pistols. This is where Lays make up that cash for having to invest in this operator. Paper Rex, though, we've seen how deadly they can be with pistols. I'm getting flashbacks to the second round of this map, where Paper Rex are able to win essentially with just classics. Lays may have an advantage, but they can't get too cocky.
Oh, well, the Sheriffs seem to be working out for them. Imagine if this is a round they win again!
Oh, for this very reason!
Not like this! It would be the second time running they'll be winning a Sheriff round if they do get this down, but can they retrieve the weapons in time? It's still a 2-on-3 and they may be pinced in. Frey, Operator, can't really deal with a full-on push towards them, but if Art can get in time behind them, this could be doable. Paranoia, accurate, knowing where the other player is. Forsaken gets the other kill, and now it's down to Frey. One bullet left, but Benkai swings out in time. That is another thrifty round to go to Paper Rex.
I told you, Pavlos, you can't underestimate the pistols of Paper Rex. These guys are nuts when it comes to these Sheriffs. And I mean, for Lays, they take their eye off the ball for but a second. And Paper Rex, they get right in there. Back with an operator out on Forsaken. They make what was a good 5 rounds of economic damage look useless.
What happened the previous round, by the way, the one where Paper Rex played a little bit too passive, they also kind of had the right idea, but didn't have the best execution. They needed to have space over at least of one extremity to place adequate defenders on one side and play for the rotation game if it's the other side.
An attempt to pick there from Styron. Does a bit of damage to Forsaken, but it's fleeting for the time being. Frey now holding for some aggression. Sees the Prowler get deployed. Misses the shot, but Dizzy and Neff are there to respond.
Perfectly done. How do Lays always win these trades? It is really, really difficult for Paper Rex to win them. Fragment, Neff falls into the corner, but thankfully for him, has got space to work with. Flash out, the Vi goes in, and suddenly that is Paper Rex slowly closing that gap.
What I quite like as well is they're slowly tightening the noose of the Lays control. We see the aggression of Benkai right now all the way to the end of B main, making sure that any attack to this site is going to get interrupted here. Arton has read it beautifully, but do they expect the barrel at such a close angle?
Devi is single-handedly holding down mid right now. Benkai! The timing! Trademark didn't quite show his positioning, which means Lays have only got one choice here. Commit to the plot. Dizzy expecting the swing. Spotted. Oh, this is difficult. Oh, this is tough. Both of them are spotted. Cosmic Divide blocking the backside. Styron wins one. He wins two. And it's down to Benkai, but he gets the job done. And Paper Rex are back in it.
21 HP, able to turn that sort of 40-degree angle and finish off the remaining player who knew where he was. Benkai, that is a player we've known and learned to fear. Paper Rex now starting to make a comeback. What initially looked like dominance from Lays now is slowly being pushed back into its sort of corner. We do have a brief technical pause though, and this may kind of work against Paper Rex a little bit here, breaking up a little bit of momentum. That's, as it is unavoidable for Lays now. They get a full buyout and see what they can do.
What do you think was different in this round for Paper Rex to kind of get them this victory this time around, right? Because obviously they were struggling at the start. What was different this time?
For me, it's Benkai. The sort of aggression. What I think they were really worried about was holding these sites. I think they lost a bit of confidence in their retakes. Once we saw Benkai sort of extend through B main, we saw the pushes through kind of defender spawn. It meant that when Lays actually did get to sites, in those retakes, PaperX were able to either go with a player advantage or keep it very close. Early rush to B here, and Forsaken's in trouble.
There was a dagger there, denied the rendezvous, and for that reason, he's a dead man. Out to the cloudburst, but APAC not losing too many players after that. Adequately holding down the site, enough defenders in position, and now Lays with half the amount of forces alive to try and find their way back in. 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock.
One enemy remaining.
And they're being wrapped around. Jing finding a kill onto Neff means that Arts is all by himself. Now knowing exactly where he is, will be able to TP out of there. Oh, the bait! Oh, that's so
smart. Okay. Okay, Artin. That is one of the smartest players I've seen in a tournament, and they're able to get the spike plant. Sure, it doesn't look winnable at 1 versus 4, but this makes it considerably more so.
He's so smart. What the hell? How does he expect them to have left the B site already? This is crazy. I mean, obviously he wasn't going to win that. At 1v4, yeah, okay, maybe they get 1 kill. Didn't even happen, but I love how confident Lays are to make these weird plays.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that, even though it didn't work out. That was awesome. PaperX, they're going to equalize at 5-5. Something else to highlight is the fact that PaperX now are feeling the confidence in going for these aim duels. I want to highlight Forsaken, you know, just pushing solo. Yes, he does have a rendezvous, but you know that Neff has been deploying that very early dagger outside of B main, and he's done that very consistently. So the fact that Forsaken just neglects that, and I imagine through it's kind of willful neglection, he just ignores it, pushes and kills anyway. And then for Lays, they just aren't able to trade. The fact that Devi was able to stay alive as long as he did, for me, is a bit of a red flag here, as Lays fall a bit more into a default now as we enter round 11.
Ooh. That was a double blast pack play, wasn't it, from Jing? He just rushed in and found himself above his opponent. That was excellent. Okay, this is comfort restored for PaperX. Now they feel alive again.
Lays look like they fragmented a little. They went into a default, you know, individually they tried to get kills. You look at the kill locations on the map, you see how they're relatively separated here. And for PaperX, I mean, right now, Lays are just walking to their crosshair. That's a kill Jing won't turn down any day of the week. Leaving it all onto Frey. I mean, sure, there's whenever Frey's live, there's a chance it's won, but against PaperX, really?
There's no money for them either. No credits remaining in their piggy banks. Oh, well, Devi doesn't want to lose his weapon, understandable. Drops back from it. No risk taken, no players lost. PaperX, not only do they get the lead, but are able to carry over every single one of those weapons.
Granted, we are at the last round before the switch, so the money and the sort of economic stance it's not gonna matter for now, Pavlos. However, it's nice to see, and I think the money does really reflect how convincingly PaperX have been able to turn around this first half. You look at the kind of ult management as well. There's tour de forces on both chambers. However, it's on PaperX. You see Jing one away from a showstopper. They already have that null command on Devi. They still have a plethora of extra utility to rely on, whereas over on Lays, you know, it's Styra 2 away, but that's it.
Jing has gone for hyper-aggressive positionings twice in a row so far. Unable to find the kill there. Can only provide with splash damage onto Neff. But Forsaken is given space to push up. Oh, we'll never expect that wide swing. A massive read from Dizzy.
Yeah, Lays, they have some serious spots of game sense on them, don't they? First, that teleport from Arton, and now Dizzy expecting the flank. PaperX, they want to win this game. They have to out-aim Lays, because there's no way in hell they're outsmarting them.
It's definitely not going to be easy. But now they're back to square one, right? No space gathered. Oh, please don't tell me it's a one person peak again from Benkai. Already a mistake made by Mind Freak. Oh, but Benkai doesn't miss.
You underestimated Pavlos. Benkai doesn't miss. And for
30 seconds left.
Lays now, yes, they're a player up, but Neff is wounded here. So did it to encroach on B.
Oh, they've made the wrong decision though. Paper X spending their forces towards the A side. The fake from Styron works out perfectly, but that also provides Lays with space control towards the B site. 3 versus 3 for this retake.
I like how the first thing Paper X check is their flank as well. They expect Lays to aggress. They just need to see from where.
Showstopper. Coming in. Ooh. No kill found. Damage neither. Devi first pick coming through. Frey bouncing back from it. Benkai as well charming in. Frey left behind and Benkai will be picking up the pieces. Resurrection coming forth to give them extra players to survive, but that doesn't even matter. Half ended 7-5 for Paper X.
I am so impressed with sort of Paper X's retake mythology. A lot of it comes down to one player taking a fight, another player holding the expected angle someone's going to trade from. And so it means that even though they go into this a player down on a site that they've left unguarded for a couple of seconds, even though they're against a dug-in opponent, they're able to kind of fight, switch, and they end up winning that round there with 2 players left standing. They traded 1 for 4 on a retake. That is a stat you almost never see. And for Paper X, it's just testament as to how good their teamwork is, how good they are at sort of playing off one another here. They now move to their attack. Their composition favors the attack. What on earth is Lays going to be able to do to stop them? We'll have to see. With Paper X, very heavy stack outside of A. Bit of a lurk from the chamber now over on B.
We'll be able to see distinct differences between the Omen and the Astra, though, in regards to the approach of each team. Nothing peculiar happening towards mid, and that's where Lays stacked up their chips. Very hesitant.
Nice dodge there.
Ooh, Neff picking up a kill and bouncing back from it. Still a trade. But why has this opened up? Dagger thrown towards the A site, indicating it's open. Frey will be getting 1 kill, but the cross is coming forth from Paper X. They'll be getting that A site under lock and key.
Oh, beautiful flash there from Devi. Instant trade now, 3-on-3 retake for Lays, and suddenly things just get harder. Yes, there's a flank, but the Astra's expecting it.
That push from Devi just puts Paper X back in the lead when it comes to standings. Devi's feeling it! Goodness me, stop challenging this man. He'll put you to bed, tuck you up, tell you a bedtime story, and will give you a thrilling end to it to make sure you have nightmares when you go to sleep.
The appropriate way, the appropriate response to a push from Devi is to curl up into the fetal position, cry, and hope he leaves you alone. That genuinely, and that's kind of Caster Handbook 101. You don't duel Devi. Unfortunately, Lays, they duel Devi, and that's what they get. Now left with a bit of an eco here. Paper X is going to bring out a couple of SMGs. I like the fact we're seeing the Hero Vandal on Devi. It means that even on the buy round of Lays, they still have sort of equal firepower on at least one of their players now, as Paper X set up once again outside of A, seeing if Lays are going to aggress, and if not, potentially ready to just bombard the site with utility.
Let's see how Paper X approach this. Should be fairly simple, shouldn't it? We shouldn't see pistols come out. I hope we only see an investment from 1 sheriff, and that is Neff holding it. He is close by to this fight. Spectre up close and personal. Yeah, that's it. Those are the 2 kills you need to guarantee this round, and they've gotten it.
1 enemy remaining.
Onto Arton, and it's just it's like cleanup crew from here on out. Pavlos. Paper X, they go 9-5 up, hardly taking even the kind of a grimace of damage there. Jing, the only player who's going to be tagged at all. As we enter round 16 now, the members of Lays, yes, they have a full buy, but Paper X now is sort of at the stage where they're looking to close out the map. If Lays can't convert this full buy, they're going to be in some serious trouble. But to further that, Paper X, they've already got 3 premium rifles on what is essentially a bonus.
This is actually very strong for Paper X. As you said, 3 rifles on a bonus. They do seize early control of A main, but I don't think they'll very much want to commit to it because they've also gained heavy access towards B. Oh. Ooh. The caveat is that Forsaken falls and no longer have that advantage.
You were saying, Pavlos, PaperX. They're still committing to the rotation here, surprisingly, and Lays haven't really shifted their stance.
This could be perfect for PaperX. Getting a kill onto Frey without losing a player would be the best outcome. But of course, with the Nebulas falling in, oh, Cheng! How did you swing so like that?
He's so good.
B site fully open. Davai looking to peek through. He doesn't care! Everyone is flashed. Point perfect flash drive from him, but still, only one kill found, but now they're getting a little bit too greedy. Now they're losing players without gaining too much out of it. Dizzy down to 2 points of health. That's not too bad. But they are at a deficit. And Mindfreak needs a pick. Can he find it in time? That's an elbow spray down, not so accurate. And PaperX's over-aggression will cause them to lose this all-important bonus round.
What I really like is how when PaperX do aggress, and when they do get too cocky, there is quite a clear turning point at what one too many was. Usually, and particularly with mixes, you find that when you're overextending, you don't realize how far is too far, and you end up sort of 8-0 down before it clicks. For PaperX, you can sort of identify kind of play by play who the kind of what point was too far. That makes it, in their kind of play style, that makes it very, very easy to adapt. And that makes it very easy to sort of change your tactics mid-round almost. PaperX now ready once again to assault this B side. Ready with a null command which goes out instantly. Jing able to get an opening off the back of that.
Yeah, Frey a little bit panicking there. But check out that logs position, still checking. Oh, yeah, one-on-one trades all across the board. PaperX were never going to lose those, were they?
Deployed. Early swing, but it doesn't matter, Pavlos. PaperX, they're dominating.
They really are, man. And I think they also figure out, okay, yeah, we lost a few trades, but it wasn't the fact that we were aggressive. It's the fact that we weren't aggressive together. We weren't on the same page. And now they realize, okay, we're not going to step back here. We're not going to take unfavorable peaks. We're going to take unfavorable peaks together. And that's what works out.
It. One for all for one, and for PaperX, they're able to oblige any peaks very swiftly, fairly violently. While it does leave a bloody mess, they are able to emerge 10-6 up. This is by all means recoverable for Lays. However, with just pistols, are they able to mimic the success that PaperX were able to achieve with just a couple of mere sheriffs?
PaperX comfortable to just scout out the entirety of the map, try and find the weakness, and for everybody watching right now, evidently that is this B site. Yeah, Tour de Force is available, but what can you do with it when you're completely smoked off? B site, they've read it. Mid, everything that was open, PaperX has found. They'll just move in and make it their own, as if never anything happened.
Oh, that's a clean opening by Forsaken there. Holds the perfect angle, the Tour de Force goes, and that's the main bulk of the firepower for Lays there. Down to just mere pistols, and you already see 2 players from PaperX already in mid, ready to flank.
And they're also aggressing together again against pistols. This is not exactly what you want to see, but they're able to make it work nonetheless. Dropping a couple of weapons in the meantime. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Jing expects this right corner. Right-click connecting for Art, but it just isn't good enough. Jing with a Quadra puts PaperX on top.
I like how even in rounds where it's, you know, on paper unwinnable, Lays is still able to make us hold our breath for a moment. Every round looks doable for them, and to be able to do that against the likes of PaperX is by all means something to be impressed by. Remember, both these teams have already qualified for VCT APAC. Right now, they're playing for seeding. Two of the, I believe it's 2 teams go to the main Swiss, and then the one goes into a elimination group stage.
I do believe they are very much close to guaranteeing they get there. Because I do believe the losing team that drops to the lower bracket has to win their match to get through. Because there are 3 spots, right? If you get to the lower bracket, you'll be in the top 4. Therefore, you need to win your match.
Oh, you're right. So they're not safe yet. They're not safe yet. Maybe
at least that's what I think. Yeah.
Feel free to correct us in the chat. We do.
No, I'm pretty sure that's the case because later on it's Bleed versus No Namers, and yeah, the victor of needs to play up against Paper X and Lays.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me.
Wait, actually, no, they've already guaranteed it. I'm super stupid.
Thank you, Fabulous.
Apologies. Well, there you go. Jing gets it done. And yeah, there you go. Quickly access to the site. Paper X finding space. B site is theirs. They are over-aggressing once again, but when Lays have no players, seems the game is already over.
Now your nightmare is over.
12-6 now. Lays with. I mean, anything would help here, right? Just any weaponry they can scramble, the way that they can throw anything at this round, even the kitchen sink, the whole 9 yards. And I tell you what, it's not too bad a buy. You know, Vandals, Phantoms, there is the odd Guardian in the mix to sort of bulk out the lesser economic players, but for Paper X, I mean, they're on easy street, aren't they? They've already got the Nightfall, they've already got a Sword of Force. Yes, over on Lays, they do have an ult advantage, but these are sort of duelist ults. We're going to see the Blaze Storm come out alongside the Nightfall. Early usage from Paper X now as they look to assault this B site. It's all a fake. Deep elaborate ruse.
Oh, but it doesn't matter. They might as well take the site anyway.
So good.
It's crazy to me.
Having a game.
They're just on a different level, these players, man. And I think now they've just realized, okay, the A site's taking over. Divide was taking so much pace for so darn freaking long.
Yeah. That's just perfect. It genuinely is. And you look at Lays now ready for a retake. Yes, they have a man advantage, but do they expect Forsaken on the close angle?
Ooh. Where's the tournament? Well, no, couldn't rendezvous away from that. Okay. A little bit too greedy, given that they didn't have the availability of that ultimate. Of that ability, actually. Well, they're going to be touching the spike. Increased pressure, but they still find the kills. To the smoke.
Oh no! Oh my god!
Blinded! Paper X get it done in a dominating fashion. 13-6 on their opponent's map pick. Look at those smiles. They know they did something great here.
Every round, Pablos, every round that it looks over either Lays or Paper X, they bring out something. And in this case, they brought out Divide and Benkai, 2 players who played out of their minds.
That is just crazy to me, man. That is just crazy to me. Paper X really showing why they are the top of this region, not only of Malaysia and Singapore, but the entirety of APAC as well. This is just crazy. Man, I'm glad I had the honor of getting to cast these guys in person as well. I've watched their games before, obviously in the international stages, and obviously from the VODs of the previous MYSG games, but goodness me, this was a banger.
Yeah, it truly was. It truly was. Let's take a look at the highlights, because let's be honest, there were a lot of them.
There were quite a lot, right? And Lays did start off fairly strong themselves. They had the early advantage, but I think as soon Paper X realized these guys can pack a punch, they started to show some respect. But once they did find comfort, once they did started winning, taking wins, that respect was thrown out of the window. Yeah,
it felt like Paper X, they were a bit slow to start, but once they actually got that momentum, they were unstoppable. Granted, it did take them kind of like 8 rounds or so to adapt. When we move to Icebox, what I really want to see from Paper X is either quicker adaptation to how Lays are playing, or better still, to just come out the gate on top. That way they don't have to have this sort of buffer zone where they figure out what to change.
Man, it's just crazy to me how they were able to just put Divide in one position, take space, just go kill Divide. Just simply as that, and he just does. He just does. And Jing also had some masterful moments. This was one of them, right? The guy was all by himself towards this B site while the rest of them headed towards A. He got a kill. He took space for a long time. And there you go. The scoreboard at the end of the day leaves PRX just showing off right now. They're just showing, okay, we've got KDs for days.
The Benko has a 4 KD right now. I'm actually surprised Jing finished top ranking. And what I quite like with Jing is that Jing, particularly kind of last map, he never had any kind of flashy 1v2 or this kind of flary 3K. He's just consistent. And when you are playing at the top, you want consistency over flashy any day of the week. The fact Jing's able to deliver that for me, this is on top of the fact that Benkai and Devi are doing so well, is really quite fascinating, to be honest. And this is very much Forsaken on that chamber is usually the player who we're talking about all the time. You know, when his 3 teammates are killing everyone, there's not much for Forsaken to actually do.
There really isn't. So now on the Lace side, you start to wonder what are their chances in this particular series. Or if you are a Paper X fan or anybody that has seen the first map, you're probably thinking, okay, prep that coffin, prep that coffin, start, you know, working on that wood because it's going to need some work. Because you got to fit 5 players in there. Well, we look at the further stats coming through them. No surprises with the damages. The frag wins also very, very instrumental for Paper X. A lot of the time, they even if they had the spike down, they would eventually just go for the kills anyway, given the space that they have. So very explosive, very aggressive, and exactly what you want to see from Paper X.
It is, and you know, it shows that Paper X, yeah, they're still the Paper X we know and love. I'm really going to be interested to see if there's going to be any kind of change in pace, because Icebox is kind of historically a little bit more of an aggressive map. We saw that after Paper X took their time out, they started hugging sites a little bit more. They started allowing lanes to sort of play into them. So we'll see if that's going to kind of continue to be their defensive stance as we move to Icebox, or whether or not they're going to sort of set Jing free, you could say.
Yeah, of course, that is going to be an aspect for the next map, something that we'll be analyzing later on. But for now, let's head over to the break. Let's go to the music time, so we kind of enjoy ourselves a little bit of a break, but also replenish ourselves for some water. So we'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere.
Many members moving in so quickly. Listen to the absolute symphony of footsteps. Now you have to move away and move into Leonard. The Lions strike with his Frey, and Frey continues to play. Could it be the pistol ace?
Because if they rush back into him and if he doesn't find those strikes, that could be painful, but he finds every single one of them. Are you kidding me, Forsaken?
We told you it was going to be a short break, and now we're back. We're back for the second map of the series after PaperX showed their utter domination and their will for blood.
We're muted, Pavlos. It's early in the UK. We do apologise. As we were saying, God, it's, you know, when did you think there's going to be no technical issues? We had a relatively smooth first map. The pre-game was great, and then just as you think it's going to be all right, it all goes out the window. We do apologise for that. PaperX looked really dominant towards the latter stages of map 1. However, for me, the main thing to really highlight is the fact that Lays were able to force PaperX into adapting. They didn't allow PaperX to sort of stay comfortable in that first map, which is something I really was quite impressed with from Lays.
That is also very impressive, right? And I think the key of them ever having a chance in Icebox is being able to do that over and over and over again. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting, but I kind of want to dive into what we expect in regards of the compositions the two teams can bring out. We talk about the attitudes that we want to see from the Lay side, but when it comes to Agents, Crema, what way are you leaning?
For me, bear in mind, PaperX, you know, their Icebox has been pretty dominant for quite a while. And what I want to highlight is that they've not really settled for a composition. Sometimes it's Killjoy Sage, sometimes they bring out a KO, sometimes there's a Raze. There's consistently a Chamber, there's consistently a Viper, and those are the two guarantees we have. But at the moment, PaperX, they're in a sort of experimental stage. I don't like Killjoys at the moment. I think that Killjoys are a little bit too static. I think in the current meta of Valorant, it's a very, very movement-based. You're faking, you're outflanking, you're lurking. There's never a place to sort of sit with your utility in position, even on your defense. You know, you are particularly on the likes of Icebox, where you are going to have to split your attention to mid as well. So I'd much rather see a KO, or even, yeah, better still, a KO Sage for me, at least.
Yeah, that is an interesting composition. I don't know if they'll want to run this, though. I think they really enjoy having that race full aggression, the KO being able to bounce you in and out like that. So, yeah, I kind of see where Sage will be implemented, and if we do see Sage, we likely will be seeing a Killjoy as well. So, yeah, they've been playing around with it, and I love that they have also, because it means that they're willing to improvise, keep their opponents guessing on what composition they'll probably be going for next, and also make it unsure for them what kind of set pieces and set plays will they have. And what is great about PaperX and what makes a team very good on a particular map is being able to do the same thing in multiple different ways. So it's impossible to kind of play against it and bring a set piece that is guaranteed to get you a victory out of it.
Yeah, if I'm Lays, I'm looking at this going, like, how do you figure out what PaperX are going to do if maybe not even PaperX know what they're going to do? So we need to see a masterclass in the IGL department from Lays. Of course, we look at the agent selects over on PaperX. We are seeing that KO come out. However, is it just like one player still umming and ahhing? Because right now we're double chamber, which in itself would be pretty cool. But we'll have to see. Killjoy over on Benkai. As mentioned before, I'm not big on the Killjoy. I much prefer pretty much anyone else, to be honest with you, Pavlos. Just anyone else.
Okay, I understand. But I mean, you did ask for the Sage, so they kind of have to take something back
true.
In a way.
That's
right?
true.
You have to take something back.
Also,
but yeah,
the highlight, Pavlos, which is you're new to the region, right? This is your first time by SG. For me, this is my second. I was here with Leg Day for stage 1, and something me and Leg Day noticed was Jing doesn't play Sage like anyone else would. In Jing's mind, this is now a duelist that can heal yourself. So we see we've seen PaperX, they go for double op setups with Jing taking the other one, and then you sort of see anyone else to sort of back off and just let Jing do his thing. You know, if Jing wants to kill, go let him kill. And no one really wants to get between Jing and his objectives. So I would love to see a repeat of that. I really would.
I love it. I mean, we're kind of seeing the double duelist lineup from Lays. I mean, what you did also mention is that what is certain for the Paper X side, or what at least was thought to be certain on the Paper X side, would be a chamber. And we're not seeing that. We really aren't. That is very weird for me.
It's really surprising. I think bearing in mind that Paper X, in terms of aim, they've pretty much won Ascent. It was really into kind of general strategy and anti-strategy where Lei was able to make it a little bit closer. So for me, I understand and sort of list away from Chamber to get a bit more extra utility. It's bold, sure. I think you are still running a risk here, but Paper X, let's be honest, they're good enough to run the risks.
They are. They are. Let's see how this one works out. You can't really expect too much aggression out of this comp, can you? It's crazy. A zero duelist composition played by Paper X. This is a new one. This really is a new one.
Yeah. I like it. It's innovative. We're seeing some early aggression in mid from Paper X as well. They make a bit of noise, but actually they get the hell out of dodge. Instead, this is all a bit of a fake. Make noise in mid, set your sights to B, and now Lays have to split their attention.
Yeah, they kind of have to figure out how this one works out, but due to Frey's position far up in B, it desperately indicates that the push is happening elsewhere. By process of elimination, they know it's going to be the A side. Divide pushing forward, Flash Drive on point. Needs to win out of one of these duels though, but up against two, it isn't an equal fight. Careful of your backline now though. You do get the spike down, but you need to get your teammates out of it, and Benkai has got their back. Now though, Frey will want to join. A couple of players fairly low on that side of things. Could be able to pick it up. Ooh, goes all the way around. Jing might be able to read it. No. Low on health. One bullet does the job. And now knowing where they're hiding out, we'll be able to shoot bullets. Softened up. All down to Mindfreak. Won't be able to hold on for too long. Lays win out the pistol duels and will take the round as well.
They are beaten, battered, and bruised. However, they do actually convert the round. Really nice retake from Lays there. And what I really like as well is Frey's flank. Usually you see players just dive through main to get a kill as quick as possible. Yeah, maybe get that flashy play. But Frey, realizing that they've made noise, has done enough. Realizing that Paper X is going to be on the close angles because they're tagged, takes the wider angle. Yes, it takes more time, but it means you're able to inflict more damage in the long run. So really, really some smart plays coming out from Lays here. Over onto Paper X, pistols are going to come out, and let's be honest, pistols on Paper X are a scary proposition.
They are. You have to be a little bit wary of them, and as we did the last time around, we're seeing Sheriffs. That's scary. That is scary. But it was on the defense that time around, wasn't it? So trying to find and cross these corners by getting equal trays or favorable ones even will be a ever difficult task. Neff. That was accurate. Very accurate. Wanting to go for more. Crossfire has now been set. Spike is in their control. I don't see this going any other way.
There's a feeling which is kind of unanimous with all players who have played Valorant, and that is just what we saw from Neff there. A flick to a headshot. It doesn't feel better than that Padlos, does it? Ooh.
No, with a Guardian as well.
Yeah, God, it's just lethal, isn't he? And, I mean, being able to get the kills afterwards, I mean, just makes it feel even better. Lays, they need 2-0. Paper X move to their full investment. Vandals come out. If Paper X wanted to stop the Lays momentum, and now is where they put their foot down. If not, we may see a repeat of Ascent where Lays gets early dominance. Paper X have to be sort of forced into a timeout, and then we see how Paper X reacts post-timeout.
This is really interesting from Lays. They're actually taking a very default approach. And I actually thought they would have gone for some very early aggression with Forsaken's position, but instead they actually go for the orb and get out of that angle, which is reasonable. I guess they may have heard commotion. Aldro now coming out definitely would have illustrated the positioning, and therefore could have been an easy kill for Paper X. But they've got 3 players defending this. Oh, there's a swing. Oh, but Styron is there to read it, and so is Dizzy. Jing, only player from Paper X getting the kills here. They're really struggling to find anything out of this, and the bonus round from Lays has started to look doable. Not only that, it's 1 kill away from being the end to the round. 3-0 for Lays. A beautiful defense.
I love the bait and switch there on center site. Dizzy particularly kind of working in unison with everyone there, just drawing attention, shutting down attention, and then better still, just trading. That's all you have to do. This is all assisted by a wonderful kind of counter wall from the Viper to mitigate the damage, which Mindfreak's fairly aggressive wall was able to cause. PaperX, they drop to a timeout, pistols come out, and now we see potentially this side get a little bit rattled. My worry though is, we kind of pan out a bit. We look at how the series has been sculpting. Splits was PaperX's strongest map, sort of in these three. And for Lays, Split is one of their weakest. So even if Lays are able to win this map, Lord forbid they actually shut down PaperX, and it's still a possibility. Will they be able to do so again on Splits? Or is this just a matter of mitigating damage? Because despite how convincing they were able to start Ascent, once PaperX took a timeout, as we see here, once they adapted, they plowed on ahead. They won that map 13-6. It looked like it was going to even go to overtime at some point.
But now it feels different, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I think PaperX also had a very difficult start the previous map. They didn't lose a bonus, by all means. They were the ones to actually win the pistol round, the second round.
Yeah.
But they're ones to be known for their comebacks and being able to bring their morale back. I'm sure they're hoping to be able to do that sooner rather than later. Yeah, these long distances shots from Vandals will definitely be favored for the Lace side. As quick as it was to be expected for an O for Lace.
It's just a collapse onto PaperX there. Granted, it's pistols. I quite like how PaperX also fight together there. They get the round over and done with. They tuck it under the rug. They move to the rifles. This is where they want to battle, Pavlos. This is where the war is going to be waged here. And yes, while being able to get a few eco frags, it certainly helps the ego, but it doesn't necessarily help beat PaperX in the long run, because now these rifles are out. No operator in sight, but a null command available for Nephir.
I wonder how their composition is disabling them a bit, right? Because you kind of have to move as a unit, and not having a duelist can't really give you easy space here. Mindfreak falls straight out of the bat. Frey ends up getting the kill. How are we feeling with this comp, Kramer? Because I feel it may be PaperX shooting themselves in the foot.
You're really seeing the lack of duelists hurting them, but this is a comp made for defense, not for attack. So right now, it's just try to get to your second half with just a couple of rounds. For Lays, they're doing an admirable job at stopping that.
Devi though, goes in for more. The moment you need him, he comes alive! Devi will definitely want more. Oh, they might be able to get it as well. They now have the numbers advantage and now can move for Valjoin. Giving away the position. Styron finally puts the light to his grave, but it's quickly bounced back from... We're down to a 1-on-2. Ots needs to do everything here.
Pressure's on.
Alarm bot.
Revealed.
The pressure is on.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Oh, that's perfectly placed. Big trouble now for Arton.
Arton pushing. Doubles back. Audible footsteps, but still, the kill goes to his way. Forsaken swings out in the nick of time. PaperX find their mark and put it on the board.
And it all comes off of just... it literally comes off the Devi, who just wakes up. That kill on Neff, frankly, is naughty. And then being able to double down as well. It's just like... Devi, he gets a moment where he has a flash of God and goes, oh, that's what I need to do. Save me, and goes, just kills everyone.
By the way, those were his first 3 kills of the game.
What a way to start. What a way to start, Pavlos. This is the beginning. As you look at the ult manager for PaperX as well, they've got Hunter Furies, they've got null commands, they've got lockdowns. Over on Lace, yes, that Hunter Fury is going to be ready to counter, but the Sword of Force and Blaze Storm, these are eco ults. They're not ults we're going to be seeing used proactively. Early recall from the chamber, surprisingly, before contact's really been made, but maybe the audio cues were enough. Shock Dart is going to land. It'll tickle Forsaken, but won't do anything too much as PaperX continues to slowly amble and kind of limp over to this ace site.
You can see how Lays are desperate to find information here. Mid push coming their way. Mindfreak may be in trouble. Oh, Can he hear the commotion? Can he hear the movement? Oh, perfect! That could have been 2 kills. Dizzy barely survives that duel. But the lockdown can definitely guarantee the site control. Forsaken too wide of an angle has to fall. Dizzy barely still alive. Hunter Suri, prolonged, missed opportunity there. But at least control on the site for PRX.
Dizzy looking to take this duel with Jing here, and Jing is going to be the true difference maker. Actually able to get away, playing the after plan here for Paper X. I love this discipline.
Oh, if he guarantees a kill onto Neff, that could be the res. But the drop has been heard. No, that could be a kill on both. Still survives, so Devi ends up falling, and that is a big hitter for Paper X. They needed them alive. Jing finds a kill onto Neff. Resurrection walking forth. Nano Swarm delaying. That's perfect. Another one is still there, unable to shoot it despite so much time for Paper X. Jing ends up falling, but Benkai and Forsaken is alive. Hunter Suri, exactly what they needed. And just like that, a Res Hunter Suri combo puts Paper X back on track to nestle 2 rounds in a row.
While the lack of duelist is hurting in the engagement front, once you get that spike down, Pavlos, the amount of utility that Paper X have to disrupt any form of defuse. They've got the shocks from the KO, they've got the swarm grenades from Benkai, they've got the shock darts from Forsaken, they have the Viper's bit,
snake bites.
Even better, the snake bites. That was it from Mind Freak. This is a awful composition to go against if you're retaking a site. If you're retaking a site.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of the old meta here in the A site, you know, here on Icebox, right? Plant spike, get the hell out of there and just play for the post plant. The early Fnatic meta, very annoying to play against until it was figured out, and then you know, after Icebox being Fnatic home ground, it became Fnatic's nightmare. But yeah, I really love this from Paper X. Being able to play multiple styles on one map is why they're so darn dangerous on it.
It truly is, and with a slow lunge from Paper X now over to this site, Dizzy, a bit of an off angle, hoping to get the first blood in this engagement.
Ooh, Dizzy, he saw a weapon there, he saw a hand. Stop it, Devi, you're such a tease.
I tell you what, he's able to get away as well. What a heartless flirt. As Paper X now, they get ready to descend onto this B site, and for Dizzy, he won't be able to get that opening. Bless
30
him.
seconds left.
Poison Cloud and Sage will permit the cross. Neff won't be able to survive for too long, only gets 1. And it's still PRX with the advantage in numbers. Spike committed to. Which means Paper X charging. He said he was going to play like a duelist. It does look like it. Devi left behind, being a thorn. Forsaken holding on the line as well. Arton can't do too much here. In big trouble. Disabled, suppressed. Forsaken can just simply hold that angle with Devi. And Arton is a dead man walking. A zombie at this point, only looking for some brains. But his brains get splattered all across Icebox because Paper X haven't lost a round for the past 3 rounds.
3 rounds on the bounce. Looking pretty good for them. Over on Lays, though, now, the alarm bell started to ring. They have really struggled to get this first kill consistently. And even when they are able to get that first kill, Paper X respond with 2. I want to see Lays really capitalize on being able to disengage a lot more. I want to see Frey, after getting that first kill, just teleporting out there. I want to see Dizzy using that dash a lot earlier. Right now, Paper X, they're expecting Lays to aggress, and they're just relying on trades after that first initial point of contact.
Oh, that wall alluding to the cross beneath, but instead going towards Kitchen. Just a simple
so
fake
good.
out. It's so simple, but so deadly.
What do you do to stop that as well? Like, how do you beat Jing without using a Jing of your own?
In a reverse card, perhaps.
Yeah.
Good read from Devi. The call has been given to not peek that and allow him to do the job. Paper X, although they looked as if they had no control for the first 4, they've definitely recovered. Only dropping one player this round. Paper X equalize the scoreline.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see the proper prowess of this sort of Paper X competition, which is just utility. They have so much to enable Jing, which is, it's weird to think that the Sage is the primary duelist here, but they have so much to enable the Sage that kind of taking fights is actually quite easy for Paper X. You know, you've got flashes, you've got the early damage, you even got a Viper Spit now for an afterplant. This is alongside 3 other agents who have afterplant utility here. Over on Lays, there is that Blaze Storm readily available, which will be brought out. The buy is not great, but it's something here as Paper X attempts to go for a relatively hurried push over to A.
Crossing forward towards that A site now. Blaze Storm enabled, looking to bounce back but with that wall in the middle and with Mind Freak's position, this is not going to be easy. They've even got a Viper Spit if they want to use it. But they say there's no need, they don't have too many weapons, let's not take the risk, let's not use unnecessary resources. We can win this out by just pure gunpowder. Divide enabled once again, in and out of the battle, and runs away with 3. Replenished to 40, but it's Mind Freak there to stop the rest. Just like that, PRX get the dub, and don't use ultimates in the process either.
5-4 now, and that bonus of not using your ultimates means that now as you move up against the full buy of Lays, you have a plethora of equipment ready to wield against them. Device 1 away from a null command, Forsaken 2 away from a Hunter's Fury. This is on top of the fact that you've got your Resurrection, you've got your Viper Spit, you've got your Lockdown. All the sort of win conditions for Paper X here, they're lining up. You know, the pieces of this puzzle are slowly falling into place. Over on Lays, yes, you do have a good buy, but you're still kind of 1 or 2 ult points away from bringing everything online, and trying to get those ult points mean either taking out orbs or killing Paper X. So let's be honest, killing them's proving to be fairly difficult.
Well, simple. Toxic Screen enabling the push, Jing aggressing. First player in the fight. This is just crazy to me. I've never seen a Sage play like this before! Divide helping out. A 2-player Endeavor up against the 3 of Lays in that fight, just simply taking over. A Lockdown is just a guarantee. Resurrection just to mess with Lays' heads. Just to tell them, okay, you thought it was a 4v2, we'll make it even worse for you. Keep it a 5v2, and now a 5v1. Neff is left all by himself, only able to find one, make it a double at least going down with a bang. But it's Paper X completely showing their dominance.
It really, really is Paper X just coming alive. And now that they've awoken, who dare disturbs their slumber? And as Lays stare bravely back at them, they're going to attempt to slay the giants, topple the Goliaths, maybe even find themselves to be the heroes in this story. But the reality is, this villain of Paper X is just looking undefeatable, Pavlos.
A very difficult journey for Lays to overcome. They seem to always be very strong of the initial vestiges of a game, but once Paper X are comfortable, once they're in the game, there's literally nothing you can do.
Welcome to my world.
Early use of the Viper Spit here. Pun.
Ooh, does it? Or do they go in for more slow up? Good use. Because Frey's even pushing by it. Oh no! Look where Frey has placed himself. Jing moving out from the shadows, gets one, but still traded back. Hunter's Fury being a difficulty, but it's still Lays to come out on top with a kill. Spike is in the middle of no man's land, but still contesting. Forsaken gets another, and now we're at a 3v3 standoff with a Spike to be collected still. What is to be done? Forsaken holding down the back line, can't quite figure out where Artin is coming from. And that means that Benkai and Davai have got 25 seconds to work with. Dizzy is low. Oh, just down the Nano Swarm in time. Benkai gets it. But Davai is so down low himself. Barely any time to work with. This is going to be a last-ditch effort if I've ever seen one. Dizzy to close in.
That's clean.
Perfect. As clean as they come. 5 seconds coming through. Divine needs a kill. Can he find him? 2 seconds. He needs to peek. Oh, but they run away from each other, and that is Lays getting the victory.
again, it comes down to the absolute final hair's breadth of a duel. However, Lays are able to strike back. Paper Rex, having found 6 rounds in a row, have finally been silenced. But is this a temporary pause for breath, or is this a more permanent silence? It's the final round of the half is really going to dictate and show us exactly which it deemed to be. The Vi, a hell of an attempt at a clutch there, unfortunately, just not quite enough time to play with, as Lays now move into a fairly strong position. The economy's not great, but they still have a Viper Spit, and for the final round of the half, I mean, they can afford to drop these ults.
Flash drive. Oh, it's awkward, but still favorable. He'll take that any day of the week. But Devi is able to bring 2 of his own, and he doesn't die, which switches up the case, the scenario. Dizzy jumps in panic, and Forsaken still has to fall. So Dizzy survives, and Lays are on top. Oh, look at this.
This is perfect. This is so perfect.
And Benkai can't do anything about it. We'll look to move in a little bit closer. Free wins the second kill as well. Okay, Lays, they're not out of the game just yet.
I tell you what, it looks like Lays still have some life in them. This Zebra's not going down just yet. He's still ready to show some stripes. And on the topic of stripes, take a look at the scoreboard here, where Lays started the half fairly well. Paper X go dominant, but Lays able to get the final say in the matter. Lays now move to their attack. Paper X moved to their composition's favored side, being the defense. Now, what we saw from stage 1, what we saw from seeing Paper X play before, is the way you beat them is to stop them from getting these operators out. If you can keep their economy under control, then you can really make your life a bit easier. But for Paper X, I mean, we've seen how good they are with pistols. Lays, the odds are still against them here, but they're starting to lax a little.
May we remind you, Paper X, for anybody that doesn't know, is one of the strongest teams in the world. Top 4 finish in the last Masters. The winner of APAC. And of course, goes in hand with the winner of the last Challenger stage of MYSG.
Yep.
They are the top dogs. They haven't dropped a match this season.
Yeah.
And Lays is actually coming back from this. Technical pause, of course, will add to the pressure. But thankfully, it's a short-lived tech pause because it seems we're back out of it. No, I'm being baited. Anyway, this is actually very, very interesting.
It happens to us all, bud. It happens to us all. And I like how, as we do enter this pistol round, Lays even won the last 2 rounds of the half. I think it was actually crucial. I know that there's a stat out there for converting pistol rounds when winning the rounds to end the half, regardless of what the score is. And I think it makes your win rate increase by like 5 or 10%. So being able to get that final round is crucial for the members of Lays. However, technical pause ended. Luckily, we're back online. Thankfully, it was a fairly quick one. Paper Rex now set up on their defense, looking to refute Lays, who have set their gaze and start to list slowly over to this B site.
Paper X had most of the control on the buy rounds. It can attribute Lays' victories to their pistol win as well as their bonus round win. They gave them some breathing space, and closing up the gap at the final mark is exactly why they're still in contention. But this means that this pistol is all important. Benkai, so smart to prefab at that angle. Wall just coming up, the defuse will commence. And it's not even being broken. And they're being challenged all across the board. Just continue pressing that defuse key. That's all you need to do. The rest of the team will take these fights and they'll win them too. Perfectly done.
That was a very kind of cookie cut sort of action reaction there. Lace plant, Paper X wall, they defuse. The other players doesn't matter really. And for Paper X, very dominant way to show that your defense is nothing to say your nose about. That opening from Benkai was just revolting. Let's be honest. I mean, pure filth. I was able to just get kills on players who have no clue where he even is.
So previously you said this kind of team at Paper X with their roster may be defense lenient. How soon do you think we'll be seeing that come into play?
Probably next round, to be honest. I think once we see the rifles from Lays here, Is it going to get a little bit more interesting?
That's what we want to see. But Lays actually, with all the Spectres they brought up this round, have actually been working out. They're the ones to actually force up here, not Paper Rex. This is topsy-turvy, but still hotly contested. Ghost still can find the damage, but it won't be an easy task. They still need to find some weapons to work with. Enkai, the only person with the Spectres getting it done, but sprayed upon. Lays win their force buy and manage to equalize quickly.
You rarely see kind of force buy second rounds to get converted, actually. They have a really low win rate. But I tell you what, Lays, if anyone does have the brains as well as the brawn to make it work, it's Lays, and they do just that. Paper X now, they move to a couple of pistols, the odd Marshall. Let's be honest, pistols for Paper X count as rifles for everyone else, considering just how good they are when it comes to using these sheriffs. But for Lays, with some Spectres, they can look try and close the distance early, get up into the face of Paper X over on this B site.
Was it overconfidence for Paper Rex, thinking that, okay, well, we're definitely going to win the second round, we can buy Vandals on the bonus?
Yeah.
Was that their thought process going for the Ghost there?
I think it was, and that or just to get kind of 2 rounds bonus, and then Ghost the full buy as well. It means that on your full buy, you can bring out an Operator.
Yeah, it didn't work out for them, which means they are now with just Miss Sheriffs fending off the Spectre rush. Fragment will take Arton out of the equation. Devi, he's realizing he doesn't want to peek that corner. Oh, but he will! Oh, not accurate enough. Styron Jiggle peeks it. And still, they need to fight the first Frontier before they take the next one. They can't even trade it, Styron! AD all day, baby. And that's how you manage to take the dub. Marshall can't do anything up against the 3 peeking at him simultaneously. And that is Lays taking the lead once again.
And now they're Lays, they're no longer like a one-punch team. You know, on Ascent, it was 1 punch, 6 rounds, and Paper X recovered. Now they're starting to take blows, and they're recovering, and they're fighting back. We're starting to see timeouts now, and now it's Lays' turn to call one, realizing it's their chance to play bonus. What do you put onto Frey, the player who died? Does he just go to a Ghost, and you keep your economy uniform, or do we see something a little bit more bold?
Bold or italics? That is the question. I'm sorry.
all right, Patlos. your pun license has been revoked.
Yeah. You know, as a uni student, you have to write a lot of documents, and sometimes you kind of have to figure out, okay, does this title need italics? No,
honestly,
I
feel that pain. I do feel that pain.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's the things that entertain you when you have gruesome work to do.
It's the small things.
It's the small things that keep you sort of allow you to have a creative flair. Yeah. Anyway, talking about creative flair, let's see how Lays are able to deliver this particular round, because they don't really have the arsenal to compete against PRX.
Yeah, and to sort of further that as well is that Lays at the moment are they're still in the lead in terms of momentum. Even if they lose this round, they're still looking pretty strong. So right now, if I'm on Lays, my objective isn't to win the round, it's just to do damage. So long as you're harming the Paper X economy, as long as you're mitigating any chance of them bringing out these operators, then they're still not going to be at full power, even when you bring up your full buy.
So this is a difference in dynamic from Lays as well. Having a jet to dash in gives them so much free space right out of the bat, and Paper X are respecting it. Viper Spit coming in, shot butts to find some damage, but they aren't really getting anything out of it. Very smart from Paper X. They could actually run away with a victory here from Lays. I mean, Paper X, they're the ones in trouble. They need to pick. Ideally, find the Viper somewhere, but you know that he'll be the last player to contest. You know they won't be going for it, but they want to take these fights. They're actually winning them. Arton getting one with a frenzy. Spectre in hand. The chase pursued by Forsaken. So down low with a classic, but it always relied on Devi right now. That's one. Has to touch the spike. The peek needs to come in from Style and Hunter's Fury, but he stops it. Needs to be committed to. Devi will hold it down. Has to defuse it halfway. Gets the kill, but there's no time to defuse it now. Isn't able to get it. Lays get the dub with a bonus round, no less.
Another solid and smart play from the side of Lays. First we saw it on Omen teleports, right, from Neff. Now we're seeing it on Fake Hunter's Fury from Styron, realizing that time is actually the biggest killer right now, not at Hunter's Fury. And time, while she may be unpredictable, she is one of the very, very cruel mistresses, which even Paper Rex have to bow to. Paper Rex now on pistols. Lays looking to make it 10. Pavlos, maybe it's too early to ask, but is this doable for Lays? Is the upset possible? The feats that no team in playoffs has been able to do. Let's take a map off Paper Rex.
This is madness. You highly rely on pistol rounds, right? And in kind of converting those into victories, and Paper X have managed to get 2 times bonus victories. Even though Lays is dominant in the buy rounds, even though Lays has shown they're worthy, even on the attack, that they can take these fights and win them. The fact that Lays have gotten so many off rounds and have crumbled the Paper X eco is giving them such a big advantage.
And this is now a testament to just the brains on Lays right now. Paper X have gambled, they've stacked. Lays really calculated plays in mid, and sort of faked Viper Wall, realized that it's going to be this B site. It's now all down to Forsaken to single-handedly keep back unrelenting force right now in the form of Lays.
Yeah, and I think what Forsaken did there is kind of shoot a few bullets, kind of make Lays think, okay, this is where they're heading out, maybe let's go towards the B site. And that's where they kind of stayed around towards the B site. But yeah, that wasn't quite the case for Lays. They just wanted to just push forwards. They only had one sheriff at the end of the day. They knew, okay, we know what we're dealing with here. And now they will just hold on. Paper X looking for the damage. There's a backstab coming in from mid, and Frey is just wonderfully taking them down. Double digits for Lays. 3 away from Paper X, but also 3 away from snatching this victory.
Earlier in the year, January, February, I've lost. I don't think either of us, I don't think even Hertz, I don't think anyone in NYSG were thinking that in just a couple of short months, Lays now, formerly Hertzai, would come and decimate Paper Rex.
They are making this simple.
No, no one would have thought this. Paper X, though, this is where they need to come back. Otherwise, you can consider this game lost.
Yep.
And we may be looking to enter a new frontier, a 3rd map, right, a decider.
I mean, I couldn't think of a better way to start our cast, to be honest. A better way to introduce us to MISG.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
Because this is genuinely, I mean, this is a clash of titans, Pavlos. And we're not even kind of too deep into playoffs right now.
Ooh. Lays, deep mid control. Paper X respecting it. Hunter's Fury, preemptive, finds nothing.
Right here.
Ooh, that's a tag.
Right here.
Not too bad. Okay, that is something. That's some info. But still, no, nest push, telegraphed. Oh, I love that Paper X aren't really going for it though. Flash drive, going for the aggression, could pay dividends, but no. Forsaken, never going to drop that. Still, Jing trailing out, still going to survive through that endeavor, pushing forwards towards the safe side now. Lays getting the spike down. Lockdown enabled. Frey with his weapon will get it all done. Devi, fragment dropped and equalizes the deed. But Dizzy wants to regress. The lockdown will still be enabled for him, but they win the round by simply killing their opponents. Lays hold on, and PRX lose their opportunity.
What a round from Frey there. The double kill with the Tour de Force, switches to the Phantom, gets that 3rd kill, and they're not only able to beat Paper X in a kind of buy-on-buy, they're able to rattle Paper X. That psyche, that mentality, that mental fortitude, which has lasted them the entire tournament, is starting to crack. It's starting to break, and through these cracks, some very long zebra ears are poking through. as Lays continue to harass and harangue Paper Rex.
I think for Lays, the zebra ears just are knives that also are like KO's dagger, that are also like the tour de force of a chamber, which is basically a dagger one shot. They're very sharp, you know. With one hit, you die. They also have poison from. They're just very, very exquisite ears, if you know what I mean.
I love it when you go into metaphors, Fabulous. I really do.
Yeah. You either, it's like Marmite. You either love it or hate it, you know.
Nice.
But it's a must force with the Paper Rex right now. You can't guarantee a victory.
Yeah, and Lays have been able to sort of shoehorn Paper Rex into such an uncomfortable position now. You know, even judges have to come out on Mind Freak. Yes, the ult advantage is there for Paper Rex. We're going to see an early use of the Viper's Pit. They still have a Resurrection as well as a Null Command. But over on to Lays, you know, there's a counter Null Command as well as that Blade Storm.
Look how far Forsaken is pushed. But we'll get realized. Very close by. It's all a matter of timing. But
the timing
moves out. Oh, the Jiggle Peak, the White Swing, the pre-fire, but it's Forsaken to get it. And now there's pressure onto the backline of Lays. They pincered them in, but PRX, instead of taking their fight, they back out. This is Lays realizing they either move in or they move out. They go in and they are delayed.
Thanks for putting the side. There's the trade.
Nev gets it done. Mind
that could be enough.
That's a long distance classic shot though. Oh, but Lays back out of it. So smart to do so. Now they head towards the A site and they'll find that open.
Yeah, this is such a smart team we're dealing with right now, and yes, they're spotted in their rotation, but that part doesn't matter. So long as you're able to get to the site at generally the same time as your opposition, they're not able to dig in. And sort of defensive stature then doesn't matter as much as it usually does. Plant goes down, delayed by the snake bite, actually committed by Arson there, and now it's a retake on the hands of Paper Rex. Yes, they're a player up, but for how long?
Oh, Mind Freak ends up falling. And now we're down to a 2-on-2. Benkai's position. Telegraph Styron holds on. Lays Neithus desperately. But Devi, he's a player you want in these clutch positions, but you know there's lineups coming in. Oh dear, Styron goes all the way around, and it's as simple as they come. Paper X are lost, and Lays want another piece of this pie. They want another chance to hold on and head to the grand finals.
If I'm in the Lays team speak right now, I'm expecting every player to be going ballistic. You are now on match point against not only #1 in the region, #1 in APAC, but potentially, maybe even someday #1 in the world. And right now, they're down to Guardians. They're down to Bulldogs. They don't have that Viper Spit anymore. Yes, there's a Resurrection. Yes, there's a Null Command. But that's not going to stop you aiming. That's not going to stop you from pummeling and dueling Paper Rex at your leisure. As Lays sets, once again, a course for this A site. But they're going to play her down instantly.
Well, Paper Rex, to say the least, they needed that. They absolutely required that first round, that first kill. Oh, half shields all around makes them so darn vulnerable to these wallbangs. Flash drive coming out. Oh, Devi is shot down. Yeah, not given even a chance to be rezzed. Oh, where was that one Forsaken? Finds a sneaky corner. They're wary of a backstab though, and Ching falls. Oh no. We're going to a third map. Lays. They know it. They get a good read on towards the B side, but Forsaken does as well. Oh, will he be there on time? He may just well be. He has to do everything here. Can't. Guardian just isn't good enough, isn't accurate enough.
Right now, Mind Freak, he's the make or break. Paper Rex, do they drop a map to the likes of Lays? Pavlos, this could be history in the making.
Attackers win.
The deed is done. Lays win a map off of the top dogs of this region. And we will be heading to a third map. You can see how happy they are. You can see how happy they are, because now they've made a statement. They are a team to be messed with.
And, you know, they look excited, rightfully so. That was an incredible Icebox. And we said earlier, you know, Icebox is PaperX's map. We've seen them play it time and time again. When Jing is wielding that operator, he is unstoppable. But we also said the win condition for Lace is controlling the PaperX economy. They did just that, and now, against all odds, we're going to a third map, Pavlos.
I'm troubled, man, because right now it's basically PaperX finding big difficulty to initiate their games, and that puts them in a deficit before it's even started. On the first map, they were lucky. They were able to find some momentum, kind of throw off their opponents by taking over aggressive positions that couldn't really be ever anticipated. And now, without the capability of having a duelist, they didn't have that caveat.
Yep.
They couldn't recover. So let's have a look at the highlights, really, to see where how this all unfolded, because there were a lot of highlight reel worthy plays this game.
Yeah, the main player I want to highlight is Neph. He is currently having bear in mind, his highlights aren't just on this map. He's having an incredible series right now. And this is accompanied by Dizzy. Again, the Jet, having the duelist is able to provide some serious impact here. And, you know, likes to buy. They really tried to keep, they did their best to keep Lays back. This wasn't enough.
30 seconds left.
They just couldn't switch up the tempo enough, could they? They just couldn't switch up the tempo too much. They didn't have that possibility. Their rush just wasn't good enough without a Jet, without a Raze, without a Neon, anything to kind of get them in quickly. Nothing.
Yeah.
And even to kind of have a chamber, perhaps, to kind of cover one of the areas and force the rest of the team towards a different direction. There just wasn't that extra opportunity. You either work as a unit or you don't.
Yeah, and I think for PaperX, the non-duelist Icebox, it's certainly unorthodox, and it does have the element of surprise, but once your opponents sort of identify where your strengths are, particularly when it comes to afterplants, then one of the sort of prongs to your attack, one of the notches to your bow, is sort of removed.
So many of these rounds were so close. This could have changed the entirety of the game, by the way. If the Vibe would have won that, PaperX could have won this map as well. But
yeah,
props to Lace, right? They won rounds that simply weren't going to be easy for them. Smaller buy rounds, pistol rounds, and it all came down to their coordination and utility usage. Very well played out.
Yeah. And you look at the MVPs, Neff and Devi, both of them played incredibly. I want to highlight the fact that Neff is almost breaking 300 ACS though. He had a whopping game.
He really did. He really did. And I think you need to also look at the rest of the team from Lays, that all of them kind of stepped up. All of them had kind of a noteworthy moment. You had Arton kind of holding out some rotations sometimes, the clutch positions that Neff was able to provide. Frey always that anchor that you can just rely on and allow the team to kind of rotate accordingly also. So yeah, we saw Lays' flexibility and composition come out to play, and we couldn't really see the rest of PRX build up that tempo in time. So valiant victory from Lays, but can we see that carried on to the third map, do you reckon?
I reckon it can be. I think we hit splits. PaperX get a bit of a reality check. They drop down to sort of compositions they're used to, they're comfortable with. I want to see if Raze now are at a stance where their momentum is sort of there to help enable Neff, for instance, who is having such a good series right now. If they can do it again on splits, this is absolutely winnable for Lace.
It really, really could. It really, really could. This is a treat, man. Coming into the Malaysian and Singapore challenges here at VCT, I think I had very small expectations, at least from the first game. I think, okay, PaperX has proven the world that they're capable of madness, but we didn't really see that from other teams from the region. So I was thinking, okay, this is probably PaperX's easy dub. This is them just guaranteeing a victory after another. But no, it's not that simple. There are teams here that can pack a punch. There are teams that come in with preparation and team comps that have versatility. They have their BCD plans, and they can win maps off of this and are even contending for series victories. So a treat to bear witness to, Kremer. So any final remarks before we throw things to a break?
map 3 is really going to be intense. We need to see the A game from Lays. There is no, if they take their foot off the gas for just but a second, Paper Rex is going to be able to push ahead and win. Let's head to a quick break. When we return, though, we're going to be seeing just who is able to take this series, whether it be the behemoths of Paper Rex or the underdogs of Lays. We'll see in just a moment.
Many members moving in so quickly. Listen to the absolute symphony of footsteps. Now you have to move away and move into Leonard. The Lions strike with his Frey, and Frey continues to play. Could it be the pistol?
Because if they rush back into him and he doesn't find those strikes, that could be painful, but he finds every single one of them. Are you kidding me? Forsaken.
Damn, that intro always gets me hype. That always gets me hyped. There's
good.
so much action in this scene that it never stops giving, and that is the same here in stage 2. And I think indicative of the close competition is the match we saw just a moment ago. My name is Pavlos, also known as X-Warrior. Krema by my side. What on earth did we just witness?
We just saw Lays buck up, smart up, and kick ass, essentially. Really strong kind of counter to the agent composition of Paper Rex. They went for a non-duelist setup, meant their afterplants were very strong. It meant that once they had an operator out on Jing, who does like to play the operator on the stage, they did have a chance to become very powerful very quickly. But Lays sort of identifying that, making the criteria of their game to just control the economy, meant that they were able to really dictate the narrative, and well, they're just able to convert the map there.
And now we're walking into a different frontier, right? The decider. Each team has one map apiece. By the way, for anybody just joining and not knowing the implications of this matchup, the victor of this match gets a ticket to the grand final. The next one, if they lose, they drop to the grand final of the lower bracket, as this is the grand final of the upper bracket. So there are high stakes, right? You want to guarantee that spot. They've already guaranteed a spot in VCT APAC, but you want a bigger pie of that prize pool. And that is what they're fighting for. And that's what they want to guarantee. And for Lays, getting that map was a massive upset.
It truly was, and we're sort of at a stage now where I don't really know what to expect going to Split. Statistically, it is going to be the most one-sided map to Paper Rex, but in the same way, statistically, Ascent was kind of meant to go to Lays. So it's still in the unknown right now. It's still, questions are still being wavered, and it is going to be interesting to see if Paper Rex change their composition at all moving on to Split, because for me, Netflix having such huge impact on that KO, I will be interested to see if he brings it over to Split.
That is what is very interesting for me also, because Split is a map where you can get away with not having a flash initiator, right? You can get away with that. We've started seeing teams maybe put Fade in the mix. There are some interesting lineups you can look at there. We've also seen Paper Rex try out Fade, but it never really kind of went the way they wanted to, so they switched away from it and went to their old comp again with a mixture of the KO, like you just said. So there are a lot of things that are being played out here, and I understand that Paper Rex is taking this opportunity perhaps to also bring things new out, figure out whether some comps are better than others, find their meta, because what's really important about these regions is that they have their own meta, and when they go to the international events, they're able to bring out surprises that other teams have never played up against. And that maybe is the reason why Paper Rex was able to come out in the top 4 of the Masters that earlier time around. That's maybe because why Zeta division was able to do so darn well, and also completely utter dismantle European Western teams, if you will, but even the Western Asian teams, if you will. So there's a lot to sort of try and uncover at this stage. The fact that they've already solidified VCT APAC could be another reason why they're playing with comps. Do you reckon they'll be playing with comps yet again right now in the third map, now that they've only got one map to play with?
Not at all. They want to have a high seed, and so they've allowed one map to be a little bit booky, but they hit Split back to normal, back to dead set straight. If I'm Alex, the coach, right now I'm sort of telling everyone to keep a level head. I'm telling them to go back on to the ultra reliable, go back on compositions that we know we're good on, and sort of play from there, then play the rest by ear in terms of changes to tactics, but keeping the same overarching strategy.
There wasn't too much fundamentally wrong with Paper Rex.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess you could, you can consider maybe the composition didn't enable them to have too much variety. But overall, if you look at them at the attack, as soon as they got weapons in their hands, they looked unstoppable. I think they were able to win. All 6 of their rounds were due to buy rounds, right? The rest were either them dropping the first bonus round and the maybe losing the last couple of rounds of the half because of some shaky economy or some sort of ultimate play from the other side, which kept things equal. The problems arise when it was the attack, when it was the defense for them. It never seemed they were able to control many extremities. It wasn't very indicative. It wasn't very easy for them to kind of gain control of and information of their opponent's whereabouts, which made the fast approach from the late side very effective. Let's see if we'll be seeing this same effect this time around also.
Mindfreak's still kind of umming and ahhing about the Astra, thinking Astra still has a place here. What I really like particularly is the raise on Jing, but as you mentioned over the left, we see the Neon on Neff, the Astra on Artin, and then a Cypher on Frey. This is crazy. These are some unorthodox compositions here. And for Lays, I mean, hey, it's certainly unpredictable, and we have seen Neon can be particularly strong on very fast site takes when accompanied by the aftershocks of the breach.
I mean, okay, Lays have gone for the Astra Neon before, right? Cool. But for me, coming out from the outside, coming from the MEA, looking at this causes a lot of excitement. At the same time, though, they have made a switch up, right? It's no longer that chamber. They put the Cypher in instead. So they don't want to have too many duelists, if you will, in there. They kind of want to have one of these sites with easy control, have that Cypher cam kept there, go for retake some of these times. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, it's certainly unorthodox, but we'll see how it works. Let's head into this game. Welcome, Pavlos, to Split. Paper X going to be starting on their attack over to the lone members of Lays. They get ready on their defense. Very heavy stack over to A here, and luckily for them, they've gambled greatly. Paper X, a two-player setup in the default here, looking to fan out, pan out, get some information, get back, and for now, get ready to take a pistol round.
It does seem like we're going to have a slow start to this game, doesn't it? It does seem they're going to be a little bit wary about it, for good reason, because look at Lays. They had 4 players just ready and waiting for that A-site collapse. But it seems there's scouting duties to be approached from Paper X, just to begin. Ooh, one shot connects and realize, yeah, get out of there.
And Paper X is now a big turn on their heels, setting their gaze back to mid. They do still have some lurkers sort of outside of B, who are now going to be the initial point of contact here against the Neon, with the charge now being led by Jing.
Aftershock together with a gravity well, keeping them at bay, but it seems that they're able to push by nonetheless. Push coming out from Jing, successful one at that. And still holds on position with uses of paint shields, keeps them back. Can't hold on for too long. And it's DZ together with Net to take them down. Overlay now fixed. But we're also seeing Forsaken on the backswing. Artin reads it. Perfectly done. Lays, they're not going to drop any pistol rounds today, are they? They're looking strong, mighty strong. And Benkai's a little bit too late to the party. Might be able to interrupt the defuse. No! Go for the kill. Okay, interrupts it. But how much more can you do? Up against 3, it's already defused halfway. Lizzie finds a headshot, and that is Lays once again getting the pistol round win.
I mean, they make Lays panic, so it's the psychological warfare, really, isn't it? As Paper X, they get ready to move into a... Do we see the second round force spy? I mean, it worked for Lays over on Icebox. So it looks like Paper X are sort of umming and ahhing. They're weighing up their options here. We are seeing a few Spectres get brought out. And for Paper X, this could very well be a chance to catch Lays by surprise. You haven't seen anything unorthodox from Paper X, at least in terms of economic management. They've been doing everything relatively normal, and in Paper X's case, that's just winning. So now we see him on the back foot a little. Out come the new strats. Out come the unpredictable side that we've grown to love.
Ooh, slightly too greedy there, Forsaken, without it's gone out. Oh, I love it from that, though. Very bold, and Dizzy wants to join in on that fight. The pie is just too damn tasty, and he wants a piece of it.
That's
as quick as that.
Huge shutdown there. Neff does get a little bit overconfident, but you know what? I like overconfidence. At least when you're against an eco, there's not too much of a impact, and you're playing bonus this round anyway. So Paper X, they bring out pistols where they can. Their force spy completely shut down, and now for Lays, this is going to be a 3-0 lead in which Paper Rex are going to have to recover from. I still think Paper Rex, they're waiting to sort of hit their full buy. Then we're going to see a proper, scarily good side, particularly with Jing on that raise. However, right now, Lays aren't really giving them the space to do so.
Yeah, it feels like, again, they put themselves in a really tough spot. By forcing up, it means that they're later to the party when it comes to the weapons, which is where they can find most of their success. Take a chance on something that was 50-50, maybe even less in their favor. And this just is a quick collapse onto them. Neff with a double, Spike by his feet. Wants to find where Jing might be hiding. That's the head. Gives a call out where the two last remaining players are, and that just allows Frey to swing by. Arton chimes in. Lays with 3-0, only dropping a player this particular round.
Paper Rex, they move to their full buy though. Let's see if they can put a stop to the Lays momentum, because it needs to be stopped. It needs to be stopped fast, because right now, Lays are in pole position to upset and topple Paper Rex. I mean, saying that out loud seems just... It seems insane, doesn't it? You know, if I said that in stage 1, I'd have been locked up.
What a way to start off the day. The finals weekend. What a way. What a welcome to MYSG.
Really, really like that.
Oh,
Neff
I love
going
this.
aggressive.
Overdrive. Initialize. Oh, stuns up himself. And those are a few shots in the dark. Missing out. But they still want to go for it again. Levi holding it. Won't be able to do it. No way. Not like this. They managed to push towards the A site now. They've got full mid control. Forsaken does jiggle peek it. But the rest of the team looking to arrive. Frey is just going to delay. And he might be able to do that.
Why destroyed?
Oh, we'll drop back towards the side. We'll end up falling. But look at Benkai now. He's the one at the back line that could do the trouble. Look at him all the way behind the enemy lines of Lays. But it seems they're wary of it. Arton is checking that corner. And he will be able to shut him down. And now Lays have got the numbers. They found a Vandal. They found 2 Vandals. This is doable. Mind Freak off angle. That's a headshot from Neff. And now it's even more fathomable. They make it done. Spray down across. Dizzy, Styron get the job done once again. You get rifles. You're not done with us. Goodbye, PRX. Lays are here to stay.
Lays are looking formidable right now. And Neff particularly is playing out of his mind. But that little opening there onto the player under Heaven was just flawless. And more importantly, being able to get that opening onto Divide means that the lurk is not there. It forces Benkai to be the point of contact on the lurk, which means you're removing even more utility from the afterplant there. Lays now 4-0 in the lead. Paper Rex, they drop down to really it's not the worst spy in the world. Judges, sheriffs, Forsaken's going to have a tour de force to wield, so there's still some firepower here, but it's not going to be a full buy.
It really isn't. This is crazy to me. This is really crazy to me. Jing, oh, push up. That's what you need. Operator freely now put into his arms. Judge can be relayed over. Realizes close distance fight may favor him to take that fight. Ooh. Those were his own paint shells. That has got to hurt. That hurts a little bit too much. Hits a little bit too close to home. Although the spike may go down, they no longer have adequate weapons to deal with this apart from Forsaken's tour de force. Oh, this is tough. These sheriffs need to be accurate. We've seen them before, so it's not impossible. Nebula, well placed. Haunt as well. The delay. Is it enough, though? Putting pressure onto Lays. Aftershock, clearing out one of the corners. Flash drive, again looking to delay. Swinging out, unable to find the heads, unable to find the kills. Levi falls without the trade, and that will allow Lays just to walk in, waltz in, right-click, jump in, and get themselves a clean victory. 5-0 for Lays. Where on earth are Paper Rex right now?
What was remarkable as well is on Jing's death, I mean, regardless of how he died, losing that control on Heaven meant losing the guns of the players you've killed. That operator is now just gone. And it means that being able to savor any firepower for both teams is just ruled out. Paper Rex is going to be calling a timeout. Yes, they're 5-0 down, but this is by all means recoverable. They've come back from worse, and they probably will continue to come back from worse. but will they do so now with Lays in the pilot's seats? They have a Blade Storm and Rolling Thunder available over on Paper Rex. There's a Null command. Jing's one away from a showstopper, and Jing has been able to get some serious mileage from these showstoppers over the course of the tournament. Even when they're not killing, they're sort of zoning his opposition, so that really is something to watch out for. And as you've seen from kind of 2 quick entries now with that judge, Jing on that raise is hyper aggressive, hyper mobile, and very, very effective at getting these openings.
It's incredible to me how much respect Lays also give to Paper Rex to gain the site, and then collectively calculate with the best calculations possible, managed to take a retake. Not risking themselves, baiting out the utility, getting the right timing in, not being over eager. Lays are playing at a level no one expected them to. And Paper Rex are starstruck.
They are, frankly. With some early control in mid here. Rifles to wield. They haven't quite committed to a mid control yet, so it is still kind of airing on unknown. Rolling Thunder used very early for the aggression through B here. Frey has a counter to see that it's actually not hit anyone, but it has enabled Neff to go very deep into sewers now. And he's going to hear this entire rotation. Look at what it's caused Lays to do now on the counter rotation. Dizzy caught out, but does it matter?
This is crazy. Neff catches one. The rest will rotate over. At least what PRX have is heaven control, but how much more can they sustain it for? Lays wrapping around once again. Unsure. The cross from mid may have commenced, but no. Bankai falls. They need the kills, and desperately Forsaken needs another. 26 on Arton. But holds on the spray! And a headshot is delivered between the eyes of Forsaken. That has got to hurt Jing. All to do here. Telegraph positioning. Arton just causes damage. Jing holds on for a little bit longer. But Lays, unstopped here, will get themselves the 6th round in a row, given Paper X absolutely nothing.
That's just incredible. That surely is. Would you like a fun stat?
Yes, I love fun stats.
The last time Paper Rex lost to a NYSG team was back in 2021, and it was in July, in which they lost to a team called Uwu, who went on to become the foundation of Bleed.
Wow. Did it still consist of 2 Swedish players back then, if you know?
No. The Swedish guys are new. Bleed's been a full Singaporean team for a while.
All right. Have a look at that. All right, Divide getting it done here. Looking across forwards, Forsaken and Mind Freak get it done. Paper X seem to have a good opportunity here, but it doesn't look long-lived. Neff starting them up. Frey is fragging out of his mind. The moment you think Paper X are in, they're out.
The moment Paper Rex look like they're about to usurp Blaze, we see just some masterful teamwork from Frey and Nep there. Both of them just alternate off of opponents. Nep fights, Frey fights, and then we just see the back and forth. Nep now looking so damn strong. How Nep is alive is insane. How he even gets that first kill is insane. And for Lays, what's happened? What have they been fed? Because Paper X, they're being disassembled right now.
Any slight movement coming in.
One dead.
And it seems the Sheriffs no longer withhold the power they once did. No longer seem to have the same effects. And Lays are feeling it. You can see it in the comms. They're talking, they're laughing, they're focused.
Laser focus as well. Frey, good for another, and it's just a quick cleanup. 2 players left from Paper Rex.
That's a foot.
Plant gonna be cancelled. Mind Freak on a flank, but it's to be expected at this point. Nep there to deliver the killing blow, and who better to do so? Lays 8-0 up. Paper Rex, if they want to come back, they still need a foundation for a comeback, and that's got to start being crafted fairly soon. Otherwise, there's a world here where Lays are going to be able to take this a flawless half.
Kremer, if I asked you for today, we'd be on a deciding match on the upper bracket final between Lays and PaperX, and Lays is 8-0. Would you believe me?
I'd have laughed in your face. I'd have laughed in your face. Absolutely.
Cosmic Divide initialized early. PaperX's opportunity here, knowing there's only one defender dashing in. Oh! Jing Force also! But no, it's still traded. Divide gets it. The site is theirs to take, but Lays also coming in from the flank. This is a 4-on-4 retake, and knowing how these ones have worked out this map, let's see if PaperX can find their way on the board.
I think I need to be aware of this flank. There is one coming. He's going to hear most of it.
Stuns.
Good for the first. As a teammate, and now Lays. This could be their first taste of defeat.
That crossfire is more like it from the PaperX side. Arton, though, wants to hold on for a little bit longer, see if he can make things work. Benkai, Forsaken, get the job done. Finally, PaperX get around on the board. Can more come, though?
I am lost for words. Do you know who isn't lost for words? That is a Neff, who put out an immortal statement about lost. He said, don't lose twice. And right now, he's true to his word. For Lays, even if they lose every round from the rest of the half, they've done enough. They've just done enough. PaperX, yes, they have a full buy, but no operator just yet. Early Nightmare is going to be deployed over to mid as PaperX looks to inch their way through to A into the awaiting operator. There's the opening, no trade, and now PaperX have found themselves stagnated.
They thought they better dizzy out, but no. Compose and position still holds on, and there's also players already in Elbow. So quick to react to it. It's concussed, flushed up. Frey looking to push forward. It's Lays to win on out every single one of these trades. Spike in the middle of the A site with no player PaperX close to be found. Lays converted like Speedy Gonzalez, like Sonic the Hedgehog, like Flash. And now PaperX are in trouble. Looking to find the first kill. That's important. 2 against 3. Full line on points. And now Benkai's position fully telegraphed is how he will die. Lays on 9. 2 rounds to go on the half, and Lays feel like they can keep it going.
We don't lose twice. We don't lose twice. Lays now 9-1 in the lead. PaperX, they move into the next buy. They can muster. Sure, this is a pretty good buy. We look over to Forsaken. He is able to bring out that tour de force accompanied by rifles. But Pavlos, frankly, is it enough? Is it enough? As not only that, Lays, they've got 4 roles available for a retake right now. There is nothing PaperX have to counteract that.
Yeah, and that is exactly why they only leave Frey close by. That is the only reason why he's the only player defending, but they still rotate. Okay. They're happy to go for a retake, though. They don't mind leaving a site open at this point. Jing, opener. Is that good enough? Paint shots to the far end. Flash draw. No, that was Flashpoint. Looking to gain ground. You can see how Lays are struggling to find when is the right moment to peek by. This is PaperX, though, getting the trades necessary, taking the fight as they know they can, and moving towards the B site to get the spike down. Only one player defending it here, but it seems that Forsaken will be able to pick up the pieces. PaperX with 2 this half. Can they make it a third?
Last round before the switch.
9-2 now. PaperX, I mean, a 9-3 is recoverable, Pavlos. It is recoverable. So, despite how significant the lead may be, Lays can't get too cocky. They do still have to keep it tight, to play it in quite reserved fashion, because as we saw there, you know, the second you take a fair fight with PaperX, they'll win it. No one in the region has better aim than the members of PaperX. But if you can take an unfair fight, your utility, if your setups of what beats them, then you're in a grand old position. Early usage of the utility is going to allow PaperX to the early stack. They want nothing to do with it. They beeline through sewers into mid now, where they're going to get ready to assault this B site, and they've not anticipated it at all.
No, press W and nothing ace. PaperX switch up the tempo like they never have before this half, and it could be paying dividends now onto the B site. This should be full control for them. I wonder if they will choose to regress even further. It seems that it has been their solution in a sense, but in splits, they feel like they need to play passively and for the post plant.
Rotation now, through to heaven. APAC just digging in, hiding, trying their absolute best to stay back because APAC are not a team you want to risk fighting here.
Rolling Thunder, rendezvous away in the nick of time, push forward, Styrum, long distance operated shot, still charming true. And it's Lays on top with the kills. Showstopper from Jing, awaiting for the spike to be touched. Frey close by though, will look to interrupt. Is someone holding the line? Yes they are. Paintshawls in the nick of it, get the kill. That's a dash away. Is there enough time for the Fuse to come forth? I don't think there is. Spray down across, they cannot commit to it. Well they will, but it's to no end. 9-3 is the score at halftime as PRX try and close it down.
What's insane to me is the fact that the only thing that separated these two teams was a paint shell in that round, or one paint shell thrown by Jing. If that doesn't kill the diffuser, then we see a complete turnaround, and we end up seeing Lays go 10-2 up.
One enemy remaining.
This is what PaperX kind of needed. I know, Kremmer, you're not one to believe in curses, but there is a thing called the 9-3 curse.
That's true. That's very true. But I also like kind of optimistically put my prediction as Lays, and now the fact there's even some semblance of that actually winning is just beyond me.
You're just big-brained.
I honestly, it's all luck. Forsaken good with an opening, Jing to chime back. This is why you cannot take your eye off the ball, because PaperX, they will punish you every step of the way.
PaperX have heavily lacked pistol wins this game, this series, as a matter of fact. So getting a win here, a very one-sided win, is what they need. Final kill goes their way. Mind Freak will be able to chime in, although it takes a lot of damage. That will not matter, though. PaperX will be getting themselves a pistol win.
You trying to recruit them to your sort of ex-warrior?
Yeah, ex-warrior, exactly.
The ex-warrior guild.
Ex-paper.
Lays, they don't go for the second round full spy. I like how it's seeing a little bit of discipline here. There is like the odd shorty on Neff, but it is gimmicky, isn't it? Right now, for PaperX, it's just a matter of cleaning up the Seco, keeping as many players alive as possible, saving some cash, and then just fortifying yourself for when the buy of Lays is going to come through.
Early aggression from the Lace side. They haven't gone for the risky buy. PaperX have gone for the previous time around. Benkai. It's a done. Mid-play. They're actually starting to seize control here, not really respecting Lays, and that might be costly for them, because Forsaken forwards, although they're softened up, let's see how they're able to perform here. Close by, one player is required, and that is Benkai. Frenzy and Spectre kills for himself. That puts 2 rounds this half for PaperX.
Regardless of how uncomfortable the situation is, Benkai, he can navigate it with ease. Really, really strong stuff there. And that final bit of usage means he's able to shut down the Neff, and then has the space to switch for the Frenzy. So really nice bit of tech from him there. And now, as PaperX find themselves within 4 rounds of Lays, that's 2 buy rounds. That's absolutely categorically doable. However, it's going to come down to how well this bonus is sort of crafted for them here, as Lays set their gaze away.
Very big difference in dynamic, this particular map, when you compare it to the other two. Especially the one where Lays was able to find a victory. A lot of choke points. And now on the attacking side, it seems they've been struggling to find their way in. But now they've got a buy, right? Equalizing the playing field, leveling it. They just commit towards main. Is that what they go for? Throw down a tripwire. Classic shot across, that's going to give away 4 seconds possession, and just like that, will rendezvous away. Ends up falling nonetheless because Lays have regressed into the site and have demanded control.
Spike planted.
He's still being deployed here for PaperX, getting ready for their retake. They're already out of position. Look where Arson is. Already in position to outflank anyone who makes noise in main here.
Paint shells. Now the drop towards the site. Oh, accurate. Does he has to fall? Lays, they want this. They will be able to hold on for it, and for now, Frey at least keeps it going. Benkai now in the middle, has to commit to it, finds another head, will touch the spike, doesn't know where Arten will come from, but the gravity well gets it done. Gets him out of it. Vandal collected. Will try and go for the kill, at least trying to get something out of this. But this is Lays. Although dropping every single one of their players, will be able to guarantee the round win.
If I'm on Lays, that doesn't matter. I couldn't care less if everyone dies, so long as we are getting rounds. Because right now, it's only 3 that separate Lays from history. From being able to disrupt what's been a flawless run in NYSG from PaperX. This is their chance to do it. 3 rounds from doing so. Yes, their cash is really quite bad, but it's still manageable. They still have a Rolling Thunder. They're 1 away from a near-ult death. They're getting these abilities to assist them in what is going to be where the firepower is lacking. Over on PaperX, a judge out of Forsaken.
I really love Neon. The new dynamics she brings to the game. He's just pushing mid, and that could be a kill, and it is! 1 bullet, 1 kill. And Jing is out of the equation. Lays with the numbers advantage with a new Vandal collected.
Yeah. It just turns every timing you have sort of naturally ingrained in your head. It just turns it around. And Neon now really starting to catch out PaperX here, as that same aforementioned Neon wielded by Neff is going to accompany the Rolling Thunder to push this B side.
That Rolling Thunder crucially doesn't pick out 2 of the players into the B site. It's used more as a fake perhaps so they can rotate towards the mid. Here comes a haunt from mid though. Forsaken holding out a judge. That long distance shot won't be working out for him. Styron getting out the W from that one. But Lays now rotating towards the A site, but they need to deal with Benkai. But Benkai is there, finds the first shot, and now it's all down to Frey. Spike collected by him. Now they start to move towards the B side, and that's a good decision to make because Arten has found his way in, and he's actually going to find himself in towards spawn. But Mindfreak is wary of it, and will keep picking up that kill. All down to Frey, and I'm afraid, pun intended, this is where he falls. The Vi picks it up, and double digits for Lays will stick at that. PaperX want to close up this gap.
PaperX are desperately trying to close this gap, thankfully, in being able to reset Lace's economy. Now it's going to get a little bit easier. It's going to be sort of 10-7 by the time we see Lace bring out some proper weapons. And that's where PaperX start really seeing the comeback happening here. This is by all means a game that could go on. This is by all means a game that can see the likes of overtime here. Right now, for Lace, if they can just harass PaperX a little bit, just make sure that they don't lose too much cash this round, then they're in a great position.
They're in a masterful position, Kremer. They did expend quite a lot the previous. Rolling Thunder, definitely one they might have wanted to keep. And not getting too many kills out of it hasn't been the best for them. We can see PaperX are starting to disrespect them again. And it's this aggression and this confidence that has gotten them ahead over in Ascent. So is this PaperX back alive on the server, ready to shoot back at them? It's 10-7. This is fathomable.
The fact it is just terrifying. For Lays, imagine being able to take a map of PaperX. Imagine being able to go kind of 9-3 up, only to then lose it on your 3rd map. That would just be soul destroying. But for PaperX, even if they win this, I would argue the damage has been done. They sweat too much in this game. And for Lays now, as they prepare a full frontal assault to this A site, what can Benkai and Jing do to stop them?
Flash allowing them to cross forwards. Neff, a lot of damage taken there, but Jing in the middle of that tunnel. It's tough. Gets away from it, finds another head, but it's only a single trade. Forsaken bouncing back from it. PaperX willing to get back in nitty-gritty. Styron, Arten, both on the middle of the A site. We'll have to rotate forward. Still straight, and Arten holds on. And we're down to an Astra v Astra duel. Stars can now be placed, but the spike needs to get planted for Arten. Oh, the cross has come forth, Mindfreak. Your brain is huge. The crossover, Arten has no clue, and that is where he falls. Paper Rex are back to stay. 8 rounds go their way, 2 away from Lays, and this is one hell of a way to show us how it is done.
This is one sort of cosmically smart Astra in the form of Mind Freak there. What a bit of decision making to go through that smoke to avoid being caught out there. And for Lays, the spike plant helps, sure. I mean, you look at the ult management, they're certainly going to have a lot of abilities to back up this round. But back up what? Because they're down to Sheriffs, they're down to Spectres. This is not a pretty spot to be in. However, you go for an eco, you allow Paper Rex to get that bit closer to you. Lays, I can't help but think they've got no choice. They have to drop these pistols. They have to allow Paper Rex to get closer.
Push forward. Mind Freak gets it done. And now they look to move onwards. Okay, Lace. They do drop a player, but it seems like Neff doesn't want to give away from this tempo, dashes forwards with the overdrive, still gets one. That is something, but a rifle can still not be collected. They double back towards the A site now, but there is a trademark there to spot them. Jing, crucially enough, has got the cross, but they find the A site control nonetheless. Can they get the spike onto the site? Well, they do manage to find their alley back into it, so yes, the answer to that is yes. Neff still has an overdrive. Oh, this is close. This is too close. Oh, Neff goes in for more.
Neff is playing so well right now. Mind Freak, a 1 versus 2. Low HP on Neff makes this doable. But doable means in theory. In practice, Mind Freak, can he win another clutch for Paper Rex?
He has to. He has to if he wants to close this out for his team. Otherwise, it's a Nico Dove for Lays, and that is Mind Freak so close to taking it home. Rolling Thunder, it's just a delay. Styron can reposition the flashpoint. Is just there in time. Perfect fall and on point. Lays,
God,
incredible performance.
And from Styron, it's not positioning, which for me is the big factor. Neff has an insane round, but excluding that for a moment, the fact that we see Styron use 2 abilities there, both land perfectly. It stomps the Mind Freak into the ground. What can he do? There's nothing you can do when you're half control, when you're hit with the fault, when you're hit with the Rolling Thunder. Lays now 1 away from guaranteeing overtime, and they're doing so with a strong buy with an ult advantage against Paper Rex.
Lays 2 away from winning the upper bracket final, guaranteeing a spot in the grand final in the top 2 of Malaysia and Singapore. Jing.
Oh, a lot of it.
So close. Yeah, it does gain quite a bit. Showstopper, is it on time? Updraft away. Desperate attempt, but still, only damage to be found. No kills. Still, Lays with mid control, but it seems like Paper Rex want to disrupt it.
I like how Lays are sort of, they're feathering their mid control right now because they realize that Paper Rex are trying to fight for it. There's the engagement from Jing. There's the opening. And Neff, once again, the hero rises again and again to the occasion, to the symphony of Lays gunfire. Forsaken now, the point of contact on A. Forsaken, the make or break for Paper Rex here.
Thankfully, it does have the assistance of Benkai. It's not a solo journey. Oh, Benkai actually moves up into heaven, into that top corner. Forsaken gets it done, and now there's another caveat. Hello, Benkai! And now crosses the Cosmic Divide once again, swings in and out of it. Oh, not capable to get the kill there, but the spike needs to go down. Is it time? Is it time, Crema? Down to close. Barely gets it down. Milliseconds away from defeat. And now they want to cross forwards, getting the kills, but Arton gets it done. Mind Freak, what a spray transfer! Mind Freak holds on, and PRX getting a 9th round.
And Mind Freak, that's like his 3rd clutch in as many rounds. What a spray transfer from him. And what a way to keep Paper Rex alive now. 2 rounds separate them and Lays. Sure, they're still having to come back, but if Mind Freak can consistently do that, that is absolutely doable, and no one can be ruled out of this game.
This is why he's called Mind Freak. He's a freak of nature, and his mind is huge.
Those are like the final few bullets in the gun as well. Like, that couldn't have come at a better time.
Obscuring vision.
So smart under pressure. It's crazy.
Lays, thank you a bit of early control to B. They moved to a full buy, sure. Dizzy having to rely on the Blade Storm here. Arton down to a Spectre. The money ain't great on Lays here, and Paper Rex know it. Granted, theirs ain't much better. Bankai Forsaken, Divide on just 3 digits now. So it all comes down to these initial kills.
Nebula. Just to hold them back a little bit, but you can see the plan. It's formulating. The B site will be breached. They're gonna go in. There's no messing around. They're fully committing into this. The hate from Mind Freak, but this time he dies. Dizzy, decisive kill, puts him to his grave, but Devi once more! Oh, inhuman triple, but still a close endeavor. Styron is all that remains from Lays. Suddenly they're at a disadvantage. Devi has done so much. The fact that the spike is in the middle of the site with Styron left in heaven is a near impossible feat. What does Styron do? Troubling money situation for Lays. Does he save? Does he commit? He has to commit. There's no other choice. Styron, that's one. Still has his flashes. Blinds one and kills him as well. This is doable. 4-line. Oh my God, Styron! You beautiful man!
How do you respond to Mind Freak? That's how you do it, Pavlos! That is how you do it! A 1v3 from Styron, now to keep Lays in the game! They call a timeout instantly afterwards, understandably so! What? A 1 versus 3, 3 quick headshots, 2 perfect uses of utility, and for Styron, he is giving us a masterclass on Breach!
They don't lose twice, Kremer! They just don't.
Oh my God.
This time, you better know, this is for them to calm themselves down. You know, give away those pats on the back, kind of give them those fist bumps, and just calm down.
Oh my God. And now, I mean, after this timeout, you know, what do Paper Rex do? Yeah, they do have a buy, sure, but it's not a convincing one. Marshall, Spectres. Benkai's probably going to have to go to Spectre as well. But for Lays, yes, it's a buy, but there's nothing left in the bank. They are still not comfortable, Pavlos. Overtime is still a very real possibility here. Luckily, with the Rolling Thunder and the Neural Theft, getting to a site may be fairly easy. It's the retake that you have to worry about, particularly when Devi has that lockdown. No command, sorry. I'm too excited.
Everyone is. Everyone is. Paper Rex. Yeah. They're literally 1 round away from dropping to the lower bracket.
There.
Coming into today, the producer gave some predictions to us. He was like, I reckon it's going to be a 2-0 start for Paper Rex. Yeah, right.
Thanks, Akoto.
Yeah, right.
He's the real jinx. He's the real one who's been jinxing it here. Lays, early default to start, realizing that this is now the best opportunity they have to topple the likes of Paper Rex. They're not going to get a better one, particularly with this buy. Only 2 proper rifles in their hands now as they look to defend this A site. It is a make or break for Paper Rex now. A minute on the clock, and as Lays look to set their glare, they get ready to cascade a waterfall into the arms of Forsaken.
Forsaken. First line of defense. First shot, not connecting. Backs away from it. Not much time remaining. Lays have got a choice to make. Main control or heaven control. And it seems that they choose the latter. Pushing forwards. Do they transform their push towards vents? No way, right? Paintshall shopping, anticipating the jump on top of the box, still pre-fired, but now they move in towards vents. It's just a fake. It's just a fake, Kremer! And now they move back into the A site. Rolling Thunder, making sure it's clear. Devi, accurate flash, but can't find a shot to his left. Neff will be able to kill him, but it's still close. Frey finding a kill. This could be it. This could be it. Only 3 remaining for Paper X. Only 3. Up against the 5 of Lays. They've done so much. And they could be dropping the favorites of the entirety of APAC down to the lower bracket. And that is exactly what they'll be doing. Mind Freak, the freak of a mind, will be the final standing member of Paper X. But he won't be alive for too long. Rejoicing, up from their chairs, shouting. A much-deserved victory by Lays.
Oh my god. For the first time in almost a year, in 10 months, Paper Rex were undefeated in MYSG, and it's Lays to shut them down after a monumental performance. This is an upset which Lays are going to remember for the rest of their lives, and I tell you what, Paper Rex are going to remember it for a while as well, because they may have underestimated Lays, but I guarantee you they will not ever make that mistake again.
This was the first series of the day, Kremer.
We've got 2 more. Oh my god.
We've got 2 more. We've got a lower bracket semi and a lower bracket final. And Paper X, the favourites to win it all, are in the lower bracket. Can someone just pinch me right now? I think I'm dreaming. Oh, I felt pain there. Okay, I did pinch myself. Okay. I'm not dreaming. This is reality. All right.
Let's see
what happened.
There are so many. I feel bad for our production team. We have to pick out the highlights here because there are just so many. How do you select them? I want to start by talking about the early dominance of Lays. They do so because they trade so well. The crossfires are so effective that Paper Rex, when they're trying to force individual duels, they just get overwhelmed.
Incredible. Lays had such a good start as well. It was 9-3, right? Everybody thought, oh, is the curse really happening? is the curse actually working? It nearly did. Damn well nearly did.
I think this is the best series I've ever cast in my life.
It's up there. It's up there. It's a very strong statement.
For me, I think it's there. That was...
Okay.
And here's the thing as well. Like, Paper Rex, it's not like they're not playing like Paper Rex. They're still doing the things we know them for, kind of whole W plays, constant unrelenting aggression, via supremacy of aim. And I mean, we even saw, in Mind Freak's clutches, these guys, their aim is some of the best in the world, some of the best on the planet. But Lays, they circumvent that with teamwork.
I've seen a lot of good games. Therefore, that's why I'm so difficult to put this up there, but I could definitely say it's in the top 5, if not top 6. This was really cool. This was really cool.
If Lays can consistently play like this, you won't have to worry about what their best series ever will be, because we'll see them at Masters in a few months.
Ooh, I love that.
If they can play like this consistently, I root for them as an underdog, but now for me, this is the team to watch out for.
I think all Lays fans will love you for that statement. The hopium that you're giving them. Contagious, I know.
It's even hopium, it's just stats. They can beat Paper Rex. Paper Rex go through APAC in usually quite a swift fashion, usually like a breeze. No one really challenges them. I think Xerxia are able to do it in the last one, but that was about it. The fact that Lays can now beat Paper Rex, for me, means they can beat most of APAC.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, I mean, it's still a long way to go. You never know how much the rest of the scene has developed. Also, at the same time, there are a lot of little mismatches to place. But you're right. It definitely puts them on that list. And talking about lists, we'll be able to see a list of statistics.
All that stats.
Oh, goodness me. I love how Lays were fluid on their attack and defense without Neon. I love the way they played around it, because often paired with Dizzy and Styron, perfect.
For me, the MVP of Styron, head and shoulders MVP of this map. Of the series, I think Neph gets MVP for me. I'm torn between Styron and Neph. Both of them play so freaking well. But the fact that Styron's utility usage, then Neph's utilization of Neon, both absolutely have an argument to be MVP of the whole series.
What a game. What a game. I have to agree. I think there is a lot to be desired from the Paper X team after seeing that. There's obviously a lot of things that they need to go back to the drawing board on, but they don't have much time. They don't have much time. They'll be playing later today up against the victor of the match we'll be seeing later on between Bleed and No Namers. And yeah, they have to adapt quickly. And tomorrow, if they manage to win against the victor of Bleed and No Namers, they'll have to play in the grand final against Lays again. So they just have hours to prepare to try and come back. This is not easy, man.
This is not easy at all. I don't even know what to say. Lays played so well. Next up, I believe we have Bleed taking on No Namers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Both teams actually were able to qualify for APAC last season, so it's going to be very interesting to see who's able to take that position now. That will be in just a moment. I believe it's still about half hour scheduled before that game, so we do have a little bit of a break and a chance to, well, calm down.
Yeah, we need it. We need it. Need to need to calm ourselves down a bit, you know, grab our thoughts and maybe a drink. And by drink, I mean a water or something. I'm not drinking while casting. Don't worry.
At 7 a.m. Jesus.
At 7 a.m. Yeah, for me it's 9 a.m. right now, but yeah, for you guys it's already in the afternoon. So either way, it doesn't matter what time it is. It's time for Valorant, but maybe not yet. In a bit after a break. We'll see you then.
Many members moving in so quickly here. Listen to the absolute symphony of footsteps. Now you have to move away and move into Leonard. The Lions strike with his Frey, and Frey continues to slay. Could it be the pistol?
Because if they rush back into him and he doesn't find those strikes, that could be painful, but he finds every single one of them. Are you kidding me, Forsaken?
Welcome back, everybody, to VCT Challenges of MYSG. Day 3 of playoffs and match 2 of the day. We're heading to the semi-finals of the lower bracket after what was an excellent upper bracket final. It's hard to imagine that match will be topped. But my name is Pavlos, also known as Extoria, joined by Krema to bring you this next phase of action. Before we move on, Krema, I want a bit of a reflection for anyone who might be joining just now.
Sure, so PaperX, to give you a bit of reference as to who they are, in case you don't know who PaperX are, they're a team who just placed top 4 at the last Valorant Masters. Until today, they had been undefeated in MYSG since July of last year, 10 months ago. Now, here and just moments ago, a team that wasn't even in the predictions to be kind of top 4 just came out of nowhere, called Lays, standing for long amazing zebra ears, and they were able to topple PaperX 2-1 in what was one of the best games of Valorant we've seen in a very long time.
And let's see where that puts us in regards of the bracket. As you can see, PaperX dropping to the lower bracket to everyone's surprise. And yeah, Blaze, the first team to be guaranteed a spot in the grand finals. But of course, as you can also see, we've got 2 teams already in the top 3. And what does that mean? Yep. Well, the top 3 teams of this tournament get a seed into VCT APAC, and that is what we'll be looking at right now. At the bottom of the table, at the lower bracket, we've got Bleed versus No Namers, who have got a chance to fight for that final spot, but also for a spot at the the finals of the lower bracket to potentially compete against PaperX to see if they can make it through. A difficult task, but not an impossible one, as proven by Lace just now.
Yeah, for me, Bleed have been performing a little bit disappointingly recently. I think everyone's expecting them to meet PaperX in the upper bracket, and then what was just Lace versus PaperX is expected to be Bleed versus PaperX. That wasn't the case. Bleed only just were able to beat Bearclaw 2-1, and in that second map, that was the final map actually, that was a very, very close series. However, they were just able to push themselves through. Now they go up against No Namers, a team which appears to be Bleed's kryptonite almost.
It does seem like that. Every time they kind of go up against each other, they end up losing. Although, it seems like Bleed in general have been struggling a little bit this season, right? 3 and 4 in the group stage, a team that might have been considered in the top 2, perhaps, with No Namers actually exceeding expectations. And they're literally No Namers. They have no Liquipedia pages. They haven't been alive for too long. And I've got 5 and 2 in the groups. Insane. Insane. So, and according to the round differences and everything, it sort of placed them in 3rd seed. So yeah, no, not too bad of an endeavor for them. And yeah, interesting storyline for them is that they were in an org, but they did leave it because they weren't being paid.
Internal issues. Internal issues.
Yeah. Anyway,
that wasn't No Namers, that was Galaxy.
That was Galaxy. Okay, maybe I got that wrong. Maybe I got that wrong.
Yeah, no, apologies.
But let's have a look at the lineup nonetheless. Let's look at the lineup of Bleed coming into this one. A lot of people may know all of these names. Pith, of course, previously been in G2 last year. We know that one. He was signed in June, released in November. G2 is one of those teams that they'll see, okay, this player doesn't work well with the dynamic of the squad. Let's get him out of here. That's the kind of thing that G2 has always done, and they did that with Pith. Maxi, of course, the IGL of the squad, the other Swedish person coming into this Indonesian lineup, is looking to cause chaos really in this region, but they haven't quite had the impact they would have liked. Of course, they're custom together with the rest of the team. You've got Darian, Leonard, Maxi as well to join in. All of them very, very talented.
Yeah, Alti is interesting for me because that's the new addition. Bleed have had kind of mixed success with their rosters. I think for me, their sort of highlight, their heyday was back when they had, I believe, 5 Singaporean players. Kind of back when we saw the likes of Flaring play with them quite a lot as well. This is, of course, since then they've been able to get Leisure, the German coach, to come in, as well as Enno and Ominous to help as assistant coach and analyst. So there is a lot of support network that comes with being in Bleed. And so for me, while they may be new, while Alti may be a new addition, well, Maxi and Pith have had a little bit of a tough time sort of settling down in this team. If there ever was a team to be in to fix that, yeah, Bleed would be it.
Unmet high expectations, I think, can be the name of the game for Bleed in this particular one. So it's time for redemption for them, but it doesn't come without having to face strong opposition, and that comes with the lineup of no-namers, right? A full Indonesian squad looking as strong as ever, on form. Yes, dropping to the lower bracket. They haven't been able to make it undefeated, but still look like a squad to beat nonetheless.
For me, the players to watch out for are Sky. Sky has had, bear in mind, he's had quite a lot of presence in multiple teams, not just no-namers. You know, you see him, he interacts all the time with essentially every other pro player. This is a really knowledgeable guy. He was really ingrained in the Singaporean scene. I think the main player to watch out for here was, he played for Galaxy for a very long time. Of course, things didn't work out at Galaxy, and that was a swift drop. You're right, actually. It was this is the Galaxy team that went back to no-namers. I do apologize, Pavlos.
Ah, okay. I also need to apologize because I messed up the name of the country these players are from. I do apologize. They are not from Indonesia. Yeah, just a small mistake. I do apologize. That is not what I intended.
We've been casting since 4 a.m. It's okay. You can make a few mistakes. We do apologize, though. Wait till we're in game. We're a bit better when it comes to game.
Yeah, no, big apologies there. No, let's. I hope you guys forgive me for the cast. I hope the cast previously and the cast that will make up for it. But let's look at the veto. I think this is a hotly contested topic when it comes to these two teams. No surprise seeing the fracture ban, but Krema, take us through it. What do you expect to see as the picks and bans start to show?
For me, the veto of no-namers is going to be a lot more important. You know, Bleed, they play every map in the pool. You know, there's vetoing against them hard. If I am no-namers, I want the likes of Fracture. I want to be able to play the likes of Ascent. Fracture being banned out instantly by Bleed, you sort of understand that. Haven for Bleed is a map which no-namers have been all right on. I want to see an Ascent now as a second pick. And then for a decider, I wouldn't mind seeing maybe the likes of Bind. But we'll have to see how no-namers are feeling. Icebox. That is really... That is great. That's brazen almost. Don't get me wrong. No-namers, they're all right at Icebox. It's not their best map, but Bleed aren't all right at Icebox. This is one of the maps they've really struggled on. So this is like the Achilles heel of Bleed. So really nice pickup for no-namers here. With Bind being taken out, I want to see an Ascent as our decider.
So what is very interesting with this is the fact that no-namers, in contrast to how Paper X play, they've kind of stuck very, very strongly with one singular comp. They haven't switched it at all. It consists of Chamber, Jet, Sage, Sova, and Viper. So I'm wondering if they may come in with a surprise this time around, because it could very, very much be the outcome of this. They did play that yesterday against Todak. Very, very successful matchup for them, 13-9. So they might be feeling very hot and comfortable to play this one out. But yeah, seeing this veto as a whole, Kremer, who do you think has got a more favorable veto?
I'm still confused as to why we're going to Breeze and not Ascent, and why Ascent isn't even in here for no-namers. But fair enough to them. Breeze, again, it's a map which both teams sort of only just play. They're both sort of hovering around 50% as a win rate. Ideally, when you are vetoing, you sort of want a map 60% above for the match you're sort of steering to, unless you're specifically planned for that map and you've already got a contingency plan set up. So for me, I would argue that this sort of shows that no-namers have kind of prepped against Bleed. Bearing in mind that, you know, in the last kind of 3 months or so, they've already played against each other 3 times. I believe no-namers winning twice, Bleed winning once. The 2 most recent times were the no-namers victories. So they go for the hat trick now as we move into this best of 3.
Yeah, the Singaporeans. Well, it's a very Singaporean heavy day today, isn't it? It's 8 out of the 10 players contending today are Singaporean. So that's going to be really interesting, seeing how a lot of these players have already been playing for years against or with each other. So a very interesting dynamic. But let's have a look at the agent select. Let's see if has anything differed here, Kremer.
No, it's fairly standard from both teams, actually. Unlike our sort of last series, it's almost weird to see standard now at this point. The kill tweet does come out over on Bleed. That was a role that I believe it was Lenny used to, not Lenny, I apologize, Lexi used to take. Lexi sitting out for this and Alti taking his place. So Bleed now playing with a stand-in against a team that's proven to be their kryptonite in the past may definitely make their lives a bit difficult here. However, Alti, for all we know, he is a god amongst men.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bear witness to that today for the first time. I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be exciting, really, because they've been hot on their heels, and it's gonna be a difficult one. A really difficult one. And you can also notice there's going to be a different dynamic on both ends on how this map will be played out. You've got a Killjoy on the one end, Chamber on the other. You're looking at a different way of controlling extremities, because let's face it, let's not just curve around the bush here. Chamber is a duelist. He's not a sentinel. Whatever his description says in the Valorant website.
Yeah, you're right. There is nothing about Chamber that isn't duelist, right? As No Name is prepared for the defense of Haven. Is there anything you want to be looking for from this composition, Pavlos?
Well, particularly, I kind of feel like no-namers, at least on the defense side, will look to play a little bit more aggressively. You've got a breach check combo that can very much easily take A-long control, C-long control, maybe even garage push from time to time. And that's what we kind of see straight out of the bat here. This time not paired with the breach, I think it was paired with a paranoia, but nonetheless, the push comes through towards the C site. Full takeover without any trades.
Really clean execution from Bleed there. We're actually going to see some further aggression from Darian and Maxi. 2 quick kills now when No Name is thrust onto the back foot.
See how far they can take it, though. No Namers still have got some utility to work around with. Sky is traded, but Darian left behind is definitely a caveat they still have yet to deal with. And No Name will just peek out there. A little bit messy by the end of it, but still gets the job done. And that is going to be first blood.
Really, really clean round, actually, from Bleed there. And as we move into No Namer's sort of response, we've seen a fair few second round force buys today, Pavlos. I think they've had some serious limited success. For me, I would much rather see the eco. I think that force spy used on second round are slowly coming into fashion, but they're not there yet. And, you know, let someone else put in the legwork to make it work. As No Namers continue to eco. I'm glad to see the eco. A few shorties come out, maybe something to catch Leaf by surprise.
All right, Bleed, slow it down a little bit. I'm actually glad we're not seeing any forces right now from No Namers. We've seen mistakes of those, implications of those mistakes sort of highlighted in the previous series we saw in the upper bracket final. Paper X dropping to the lower bracket for anyone that hasn't seen that match. Although I do recommend you put that on the watch list because it is
bloody
one.
good. It was really good.
It is one you need to look at some point. But it seems the traversing now towards the A side, and it's fairly open. And I love how deep Alte has got control here, because he'll be running away with 3 kills, and he's just shutting down rotations. He has to be dealt with. Flash drive comes away, and there you go. Alte all by himself. Give him a quadra. Might as well take the full-on ace if he finds out where the last player is. He's even got 72 points of health to call for that.
Spike planted.
I like how Sky isn't shifting from this corner either. Oh, the utility is so close, but avoidable. And for Sky, just tucks into the corner. Hopefully able to get a few exits. Maxi's going to be the player to challenge him, but timing may be the biggest killer here.
Give him the ace. Give him the ace. No, if Maxi sees him, he's going to kill him. He's not going to let him get the Spectre. Although although Sky's being very, very sneaky. Oh, that's a jiggle. All right, you better know Alta is going to run in that direction now. He's just pinging. He's not swinging. That's Alta going right after him.
Full pelts. Oh, Maxi.
Sky. Yeah, they didn't want to give that ace, did he?
Yeah, and for Alti, that would have actually been a lockdown as well. So maybe there's some serious implications from that.
No more.
We call this foreshadowing, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'll have to see in just a second, as we're going to be seeing No Name has moved their full buy, as Bleed are going to be playing a bit of a bonus. This is, of course, after a brief technical pause.
Yeah, the foreshadowing wasn't for the technical pause.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
We could lock down this technical pause. But...
Yeah. Fortunately, so far, I think we had a couple of technical pauses, but they were very short. So hopefully it's just a matter of replugging someone's mouse in or something like that. And it's nothing too difficult that will just prolong this this game. But overall, good start from Bleed. I like their approach, but this is where gravity starts to be placed in the game. No Namer's first buy. How do we feel they'll try and get back into this game? We know their composition can be played out fairly aggressively, but do they want to go for something like that straight away?
I would like to see something kind of aggressive straight away. I think that for No Namers, your strength comes from kind of reactive plays and from being able to sort of trade one another.
Yeah.
But for Bleed, you know, they are playing with a stand-in. You can expect their strategies to have a few holes in them. If I'm No Namers, I'm going to be very aggressive to try and exploit that.
Ooh. Spectre still finds a trade, not too bad, and Vandal's still in their hands. Bleed. Full mid control. Need to be wary of the back line. It's the XN looking to challenge it. Our drone. So opening things up. Maxi, oh, he's not looking at the right direction. Ooh. Finds a dink, but for a Spectre, that's not going to be good enough. Bleed dropping the spike, and that is No Name is starting to find their kills and entries into this game. With spike control and with the two Bleed players spread out across the map, this is a high-end task for them to try and feat.
It truly is. However, it might be difficult. It's not impossible. Ulti actually kind of umming and ahhing about taking a fight with this as well. Really nice utility from Pith as well to almost assist Ulti in fighting here. That buys so much time. Ooh. What a flash!
One enemy remaining.
That keeps them in. Oh, yes, they don't get any kills. At least Alta gets one by the end of it, finding some damage, but only 2 drop for No Namers as they get the dub.
Yeah, really, really strong stuff. I love the fact we're seeing this much aggression from them. For No Namers now, you'll find them with almost a rock in a hard place here, where they didn't really see anything to counter that round. Bleed, they sort of pushed aside and then got sort of caught up in engagements back in their spawn. For No Namers, there was no strategy to react to. So it means that when it comes to kind of Bleed overall objectives, you're still a hint of unknown here, as they look to go for some early control over in Garage, with a potential list over to C.
Ooh, DXN. So accurate, and gets away with it. That's why I love Chamber so much. Yeah. 3 picks, running away. Sky, not even challenged by the paranoia. Still clearly can see the entrance of that dark cover. But Darian is able to find himself some shots onto the back line, opening up the round for Bleed. But still, it's Leonard's game to play. Down to a 2-on-2, and the decision is all for Pith to make.
Lenny actually inflicting a lot less damage than I was expecting there. Pith now in a 1 versus 2. Does have time, and more importantly, is going to be able to get into an afterblood position after getting this spike down. But for No Namers, how do they recover? How do they retake? Now, Thames is 1 away from a Rolling Thunder. So securing this round with him alive would be paramount to set yourselves up for the follow-up investment from Bleed.
The only thing Pith has is a fault line and an aftershock. No flashes. And I'm not quite sure if the range of the aftershock from short can reach the spike. It'll be close. It'll be very close. Cross forwards. Breaking their shins. Aftershock comes in, and it's accurate. And he gets it! Beautifully done by Pith. Giving the round over to Bleed. And just like that, they get a 3rd on the board.
3-1 now. No Namers, they move into a couple of pistols, the odd bit of armor, and for now the objective of this round is to get some ults online. The XZ and Temps close to bringing theirs and letting it become available. We've already seen a few prepare, but for Bleed, now it's a matter of farming cash. You need to stop losing so many rifles on rounds, which, let's be honest, should be on paper fairly one-sided here, as they go for very heavy control in both the mid and over to A.
That's the aggression we thought no-namers would bring out, but this time with a lesser buy, but still paying off. Interesting. Ooh, Shun dies towards the A site though, and that's a clear opening. Now they can all pivot towards it, but the spike is left behind.
Here.
They need to secure the crossover. DXN finds another kill, and now it's all down and Max it across. Oh dear, out into the open, and DXN takes charge of it, and now they're in full control over this. Bleed with 2 players left. Pith trying to bring his team back, and he may have been able to do that, but they're still at a deficit. And Nomas have closed up the gap. Lesser weapons, but still ones that can shoot. Fine margins in this play. Fault line. Permitting the cross. Darion, very important. Rolling Thunder enabled, making sure no one is out towards spawn, but no one is. Vera instead comes in from Nest, quickly getting one, but we're down to a jaw. And with barely any time for Darion to work with. What does Temps think of this? What is his read? There's the gun and there's the pre-fire. No-namers get it done and close up the gap.
Thrifty as they eco Bleed there off the back of some incredible openings from Vera and Shun. Over on Bleed now, as we just mentioned, they got to stop losing rifles in rounds that really should be theirs to win. Instead, they continue to be toppled and, well, in this case, shut down by the 1,000-folded steel of Vera. Bleed, though, they are able to somewhat invest. We are seeing a Vandal on Pith, and that Hero Vandal is going to make Pith almost a raid boss with the rest of the team here as they set up for a hit to A.
It's going to be a fast one. But look at no-namers already converting towards this A-shot. Oh! As gorgeous as they come. Free Vandal, I'll take it. Spike plant? This is getting scary, Kremer. This shouldn't be this easy.
Rolling Thunder, prepare for Temps here. This is going to be perfect. Oh, hits 3 players.
Vera chops, finds another, aftershock, finding damage. Darion with the blades! Unstoppable, this man! Tour de force, just too much! Darion! The best ace I've seen in ages!
And that comes from nowhere. Hit by the Rolling Thunder, hit by the retake utility. Darion, trapped in a corner, just comes out swinging, or in this case, comes out throwing. The entry's perfect, but look at this. This is while hit by the Rolling Thunder. Just keeps shooting and shooting and shooting. And then for the final player, why not? The style points, the mid-air right-click with the classic will bring Bleed their 4th. Darion already 12-3, having a phenomenal game and showing us exactly why he contends to be the best Jet in APAC.
12-3-1, by the way. As easy as that. Okay, well, that's an easy entry towards the C position. Darion aggressives, then after that, okay. Not looking to stop the tempo anytime soon, just keeping it going. Give him a back-to-back ace. Now that would be something, no. Shun stops it, past the curse. The rest is dealt with.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter if you're Darion. The fact you're able to extend, kill 3 players, if ammo is the only thing holding you back, then you're doing something right, Pavlos. As Darion now sits 15-4. If we don't see any either solution from no-namers, if someone, say, Vera, or maybe even Sky, wakes up and starts fracking like anything, then there's your solution. That's fine. Or if we start seeing them adapt to shut down Darion, that's also fine. Regardless of which one they choose, they can't allow him to run rampant, because if he does, he's just going to be unstoppable.
But now is the weird part, right? They managed to collapse no-namers' economy and win the follow-up. But now they've got good weapons up against them. But they're not releasing the pressure. Full garage control, they take it even further. Into the cloudburst, Darion goes. Can he find much of it? Sky with a better angle. Temps repositioning. C-Long is theirs. They put a stamp on it. They start to place signs all across it. No entry. And that entry for Bleed is denied.
Absolutely perfect now, and we have a game on our hands, Pavlos. Bleed. They're sent back to the reinvestment. I like the fact we're seeing an early timeout. I really like this because you look at their money. Yes, they can invest. No, will it actually matter in the long run? And you look at the butterfly effect this will have. They're going to have very little cash after this buy round. Maybe enough for a buy afterwards, but that's it. Over on No Namers, they're sort of established. They're starting to build that economic cushion here. The one thing Bleed have up on No Namers here is an ultimate. However, that is only to level the playing field because DXN has that operator. It's been revealed it hasn't done too much damage yet, but the mere presence of it may be scarier than actually engaging with it.
I like the timeout from Bleed. Gives them room to think, compose themselves. Highly reliant on Darian finding entries so far. I mean, not much has been left for the rest to pick up, to be fair.
A gift.
More worry now. Over in the default of Bleed. And you see a little bit of shuffling around. It looks like they're once again going for this A control. And what I found from Bleed is when they get to A, they're pretty good. But the times we've seen them falter have been in their actual approach to this site. So long as they can consistently find a way to keep harming No Namers while gaining ground, they're in a great position.
Again for the garage control. Darren looking at dash in, perhaps paranoia to delay. Steps away. Good use of the aftershock, but the cross has already commenced from Darian. A lot of flash, all of them expended. Temps is back onto the backside though, and Vera with a crossfire, unable to find the shot, gets shut down himself, down to 3v2 as the side is taken over, but hotly contested. Sean backstabbed. And now it's all down to DXN, and he's been pushed all the way back to his own site. Okay, Bleed. They've seized control. And it looks like DXN has a decision to make here. Either save or go for an impossible task of winning this round.
I really like how Lene there plays the round. He essentially, after the initial fight's taken, instantly on the owl drone to scout the remaining players. Not to kill them or to fight them, but to scout them. And the value on that info gather is really, really quite powerful here. DXN's been spotted. Look at the exodus Bleed are making towards this position to try and hunt this up.
So sneaky. So sneaky. Oh, the timing. The timing. Ooh, that was a legged shot onto Lene. Should have died there.
He'll be limping into the next round.
Doesn't matter.
But we'll get to the next round anyway. Darion now. I imagine he'll be past this operator. A chance to show us what he could do with it. Now that he's going to be responding to No Namers, who instantly reinvest that operator on DXN.
Switch of pace, I think, from Bleed is what they may want to do now. They've already gone for the garage play a couple of times. First time, not fruitful outcome. Second time, did work. Though those trades did get a little bit risky. Really not alluding to an opposing side. It's the full commit, and No Namers. Left in the dark, Cloudbursts. Enabling the cross. And you can see that Darren is about to head in. Cloudburst dashes in. The site is his. Spike will want to go down, but DXN was left behind in long. Still able to find one shot, but will be able to rendezvous away 4v5. But for Bleed, the site is taken.
This is now really worrisome for No Namers. They don't have ults to burn. It all needs to come down to aim pad loss.
They're waiting to line up the smokes and then throw in the flashes from Temps to start moving in. That is the fault line. Darian completely concussed, still moving forwards. Pith holding down. Vera and Shun have found their way onto the fray, but the flash is just too much for Pith to handle. Still getting one before he dies, but it's all down to Maxi, and with the operator up against 3, it's not favorable and will have to die. No Namers are able to bounce back.
That is some incredible util usage from No Namers there. Really, really strong stuff. And the fact that we're seeing that the fault line hit by the paranoia, it's constant barrages of ult there. It sort of comes in waves, and it means that every single member of Bleed is either nearsighted, shocked, stunned, flashed. There's never a moment to break, apart from the instant no namers are actually fighting, at which point Bleeds don't have time to react. And, you know, we highlighted Darian going 15-3 kind of at round 8. We're now around 11. He's only got 1 kill. He's really started to slow down now as no namers look to garner a bit of momentum.
Slowly but surely, there is some momentum built up. Sort of like a pendulum. Can go either way sometimes.
Yep.
But so far, Bleed haven't gone for too many fakes, haven't gone for too many default approaches. More often than not, where they set their foot upon at first, that's usually where the commitment lies.
It really is. And while we are sort of waiting for a commitment here, no namers using their timeout in like a penultimate round of this first half. The lack of investment on Vera makes me think that we are going to be seeing a Blade Storm used very early on. Same for Darion. So we have what is, as I know Legdo likes to call them, an anime battle, essentially. And I can't help but think that right now, Darion does have the edge of Vera.
Get out of my way.
Come. Okay, sorry. Just had to get that out of the way. All right. Ooh, smart angle to hold there from Alta.
Yeah, that's really clean. And now they've already got the bottom close angle to try and spot out Sky here. Darion does fall elsewhere, so the Blade Storms from both teams do literally squat. Maxi already hit low on HP. That has to be very careful. And this may distract Bleed from clearing where Sky's positioned themselves.
Maxi's in the corner, and he swings in the nick of time still. Equally traded. Softened up Bleed side, though, are electing to pivot elsewhere. And taking garage control. Ooh, this could be crucial for a fake, unless...
This is not a fake.
No, it's not. The rest of the team is falling in.
Oh,
keep in mind, though, Lenny is the healthiest of their players.
This engagement, this duel now with Temps is everything.
Weak.
You could hear it, but it doesn't matter. Temps peeks out towards the left. That is the healthiest of the members gone.
Left.
Standing ahead.
Shana waiting it. All the timing. Gets out of there. And there's not much time remaining. I don't even know how Alta is still alive, but they give him the sight. But there's a reason behind that. There's a rolling thunder. And they'll go directly after them. Nano Swarm will stop them.
10 seconds left.
Can they get the spike down in time? I think they may. Shock that will come through. That's more splash damage to be thrown at them. Temps finds it. The trades do come forth, and they are in favor of No Namers 6-5. And there's only one round remaining in the half.
Remember, this is Bleed's map pick, Pavlos. So even if No Namers just make this close, then they've done enough. All they need to do right now is just build momentum and sort of save their ego for Icebox, which is where we'll be on their home ground, their home territory. I want to highlight how DXN's had quite a presence with this operator. Over on Bleed, we've seen very little when it comes to operators. So Icebox is a map which will favor No Namers, but for Bleed, what they need to do now is make sure that Icebox, even win or lose, doesn't matter, because they're either winning or going to a third.
Ooh. Okay, splash damage. Oh, having 2 players just line bullets like that is a shooting gallery. We've got equal score lines across the board when it comes to the rounds gained. 6-6 as we switch sides.
No Namers wipe Bleed in the final round of the half, and I know you're still a bit anticlimactic, Pavlos. We sort of expecting a big elaborate attack to A, and instead, No Namers just kill everyone. You go into the pistol round now, Bleed on the defense, and I think Vera actually had his dash blocked there. So both he and Shun, they accept their fates and just go down fighting. Instead, they just don't go down. As Bleed prepare a defense of what is going to be No Namers' fairly ambitious attack, getting everyone to push to C.
Oh. We're looking to see a difference in dynamic now. Different size, of course, as it's No Namers on the attacking. Fairly similar idea of how they want to approach the attacking side, really. Of course, wanting to have DXN on the extremity, kind of keeping rotations back, be a caveat in the mix, and keep him distracted by time, and this is when we may be seeing that effect. Yeah, surprise, I'm here. So early advantage for them. C position completely in their favor. Trades will now be initiated. Vera forced out in the open, still finds himself a kill. Shun close by now, could throw a couple of right clicks if needed. Actually pushes forward, catches RT off guard, but still ends up falling. DXN moving in from behind, manages to triple up his own scoreline, and now Piff touching the spike, putting pressure on them, realizing he's no longer committing to it, even though he gets quite a lot of the kills in this chaos, won't be able to guarantee the round win. Quadra for him, but it's to no avail. 7-6 is the score as NoNamers get the pistol.
Really strong round from Piff as well. Like, just decimating NoNamers, taking one aim duel after another, and it's great if you want to build a bit of momentum. However, you don't win the rounds, and for NoNamers, that gives them the lead. Now 4 rounds in a row here. That's some serious momentum that you need to be very wary of, particularly when handing it to a team which on paper you're better than, but in recent showings they have been to wanting you, and fairly consistently in that regard.
C-long stack here. Could be the best read. Oh dear. I'm scared. I'm scared, Kremer. Full line. Oh, it's accurate. Pith with the first shot. Do they back away from it? They realize it's heavily contested, but still, they're not looking to ease back. They're all in cubby, finding multiple angles. They're going to peek again. Dark cover. Okay. Now they're going to drop away. Mistakes were made. Let's recover it.
Recovering it sounds difficult though. Bleed? What a rotation, Pavlos! What? Oh. That's perfect for NoNamers. They sold a fake by doing nothing.
Here.
This is crazy. They didn't even leave anyone behind. Oh, the thing is that Shun knows to hold this out. Oh, Recon will be thrown. Ah, that is perfect. That is perfect. Now they'll commit to the C position. They'll definitely commit towards C-long now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're being fairly fastidious about it. They are taking their time. I think they are wary of the fact that Maxi has been able to retrieve these Spectres, so they're not in a comfortable position yet.
They're not comfortable at all. They're waiting for his teammates to arrive, being such a big thorn here. A painful one. Recon, broken. Swing across, that's Piff dead. Still, shots found, but it's NoNamers bringing themselves back in. One left, but it's sure to draw out the pistol in time and takes down Artie. That was too close for comfort.
Way too close for comfort. Bleed were on an eco, Pavlos, and NoNamers pushed down to 1 player. They now have to reinvest while Bleed go for the full buy, and it means that their economy, what was going to be a bonus, is just ruined.
It's insane how close this game is actually going to be. We thought the first one was going to be fairly one-sided. Well, no. We thought, but I think the premise behind this match was that it was always going to be a close endeavor between these two.
Yeah, it truly was. And for Bleed, as they now slowly but surely sort of back up, realizing that NoNamers fairly setting their attacks away here.
Vera looking to find an off-angle to work with, sprayed upon. Yeah, there's just too many Vandals. And Bleed finally find their way in. Okay, tour de force, running some damage. A little bit inaccurate to the left side there, but they were all fought in a very quick manner. Bleed, 7 on the board, only lose 1 during this expenditure of weaponry.
Really clean round from Bleed there, and you see the very clear firepower difference there in that attack. NoNamers, they have the angles to work with. They get the first shots off. However, it's Bleed who are able to sort of adjust and kill. And bear in mind, we're at a professional level, Pavlos. That time to adjust, that time to kill is so short. NoNamers, yes, they may be around up, but they're about to hand that lead over to Bleed as they have to drop down to just Sheriff Seer with no ults to assist them either. It's going to be down to solely aim here.
We love a bit of an aim game. No clear favorite in regards of firepower talent.
It's always fun, but for Bleed, they're being fairly passive, all things considered. They have a kind of the odd angle here or there, but they're not committing past the positions they've already held.
Sheriff isn't a very aggressive weapon though, so they know their limitations. Finding an odd pick here and there could perhaps simplify the lineup of Bleed and create opportunities for them. But without a peak, it's going to be a tough one. But eventually they will have to commit. Eventually Bleed will realize where they're heading to, and it has to be the C-long push, hasn't it?
30 seconds left.
Player to be tested. He's risen to the occasion before. Can he do so now?
Recon will spot him. And he may be in trouble through the smoke! Perfectly lined. Now they can even commit to the spike plant. Garage hasn't been taken over. Paranoia could be on point. Sheriff shots through the smokes!
That's
not
perfect.
like this.
That's perfect.
Surely not. Rolling Thunder looking to switch things up here. Pith finding a shot with a Vandal off angle there for him. But Pith makes it happen. This is still equal though. This is still doable. Shocked up finding a kill attempts, and it's all down to Vera, and he hasn't been able to find a weapon. A Sheriff versus a Vandal. Lena versus Vera. But look at the pivot from Vera. All the way around the world, and the spike is being touched. Diffused halfway, and it's being committed to. You need to peek, Vera! You need a peek! But the peek does not happen! Oh, there was a chance, but Bleed make it happen.
Just perfect. They're not ecoed, but Pavlos, it should not be coming that close. We're going to see the ops revealed from both teams, and Maxi wielding the op, or Bleed, with DXN wielding it for no namers. And this is just a wonderful Rolling Thunder from Pith. That third kill, just incredible, but once again, Pavlos, that shouldn't be needed to win against Sheriffs.
Really shouldn't. Could pay the price later on. But for now, they're not doing too bad. Vera forced to use the dash to get out of there. Hunter's Fury, highly effective. And the Blaze Storm as well. That's more like it for the Bleed side. That's more confident. And that's what they need to kind of keep their economy in check also. 3 left for the no-namers side. 2 of them stuck together. Bleed may look to challenge though. Contestion from short. Shun may be looking to cause them to rotate around if he gets some movement happening towards Garage. But no, they're looking to group up together and potentially find their way back in.
Sam's making a lot of noise here, almost baiting Bleed into fighting him, but no one from Bleed is biting. I love it. As no namers make a bit of noise, going for garage control. It is going to destroy the alarm bot. Maxi, operator in hand, called to action, reveals it, misses the first shot, already has the teleport to get away. So there'll be a chance of redemption here, a shot of redemption, you could say. Assuming Galti doesn't kill everyone.
Oh, well, he does. At least 2 out of the 3. No more flashes remaining. Maxi is there with the correct lineup. Bleed. Control the lead. Barely, though.
Yeah, they take the lead at quite a strong time as well. At 9-8, no namers. They move into their next investment, but Pavlos, they're right down to 0 here. If this fails, then it could spell disaster. And for no namers, remember they're on their opponent's map pick right now. Do we see just a day of upsets, Pavlos? Is this what we're due?
I really would love to see some more upsets come underway, but I think this is too early to say. This is just too early. First map, although it's high stakes, right? Losing this match as a whole means that you are no longer contending in this tournament and basically miss out on the opportunity to play in VCT APAC.
Yeah.
Here.
No namers. Slowly encroaching on this position of Bleed here. Sheriff's in hand, armor to assist. Ults on both Sky and Vera here. Shun attempts one away from bringing theirs to the fight. Bleed, nothing ready yet to stop them. Zalti is going to look to try and farm that lockdown off of an opening here.
Shadows traveling.
Haven't seen this mid push before. Not this game. Looking to pre-fire it. Oh, blades expended. Vera falls. This is a hotly contested site from the defensive side. Maxi and Ulti get it done. Deny No-Namers a space. Don't even consider retaking. They just want the site to begin with. You can't win if you can't take space.
Yeah.
And Bleed are in full command of it.
Yeah, they're inching ahead right now, and for No-Namers, they're still struggling to match Darion, who is having a stellar performance. And if you just have anyone on No-Namers who just shows up the game, bear in mind, as a team, they're doing very well. There's only 4 kills between their top and bottom fragger. So what it means is if anyone dies, that same firepower is still there on every other member. It's just no one is able to stand out like Darion is. No one's able to shut down Darion, and it means that Bleed get a duelist who can just run rampant now.
No-Namers are actually starting to feel that this is getting a little bit out of hand. The pressure getting to them, Kremer. And we've known the style No-Namers like to take. It's actually very space demanding, very aggressive. Haven't really been the best at the fake sort of style of play. The defaulting. Do you see that changing?
I think it's too late to change. I really think it's too late to change. Unless we start seeing No-Namers start stacking up and committing to sites like now, off the back of this full buy, on the back of this pause even, maybe. But they're really running out of time. And even when they did go together, they went together for a push up A long. Even that was shut down. Right now, Bleed seem to have the solution to all of No-Namers' questions, and it may start to frustrate them a little, actually.
Frustration. Is that the feeling right now? Annoyance. Puzzlement. And high stakes games like these, all these feelings start to flow in. A human after all. No matter how good you are. Bleed. Do they have the right read? That's the man you need in this position.
Yeah, it really is. Maxi is kind of alone here. The rotations are going to take a few seconds.
Oh, he's tagged though. Has to get out of there. TP out. Tagged once already. Hunter Fury would definitely pre-fire it. Smartly read. Lockdown initialize. Sight taken from No-Namers, but they're going in for it. They can't expect this. Who does this? But Darion does. Quickly taking kills under his belt. No-Namers looking to bring it back, and Shannon maybe has done his magic. Spike recollected, but Ulti, look at this.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, the wraparound just working out perfectly. Only one left, and that's a bullet between the eyes to do it. Bleed in command. They demand the respect.
It's just perfect. Bleed sits 11-8 in the lead now after a formidable round here. Who expects Darion to swing on the position that's expected to be fought for? Like, no one does, and he's able to get 2 kills off the back of it. And for a moment, No-Namers, they recover it quite well, being able to keep both Shun and, I believe, Vera alive, but it just is too little too late. Bleed already have the flank in place. Pith bringing out the Odin now for round 20 as they, well, at least as Bleed look to fight for a map point here.
Dash in. This is more standard for No-Namers, but Maxi, even with a more passive approach, still able to find these kills.
Spike planted.
What an opener. And taking down Vera is a very important kill for them.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is now. When, well, No-Namers have been able to get off the site, they're still not quite in the afterplant positions. They do still need players to wrap around to garage, otherwise they are going to still be in deep trouble here as Bleed initiate their execution, their retake.
Rolling Thunder. That's what they need to use. They're waiting. They're not using it straight away, knowing they're not going to commit to the spike. Diffusal, that is it. Diffuse halfway, that's the important part. Maxi picks up 3 off their feet. That is picture perfect. You're right.
Yeah.
That is picture perfect. And that is Bleed taking a mental image of this position. 12 and 8 map points.
What I really like as well is not only do they win that round in quite a convincing fashion, they also force out the Rolling Thunder, which is one of the main sort of power tools available for no-namers on their execution. Now they're 12-8 down. Their buy, it's all right, it's not perfect, but look at the ults. They don't have any. You know, they've got basic utility and that's it. I mean, Shot doesn't even have an owl drone because of how bad the kind of economic damage is to them. Over on Bleed, Rolling Thunder of their own, all readily available to be used. This is alongside the From the Shadows available on Maxi here. So the maneuverability's there. Can Maxi stop the initial attack?
Oh, tippy away. Oh, 3 points of health, but Vera close by with a charge will be able to deal with it. C-site control. Still, Bleed have got plenty of players ready to take this on. They also have a Rolling Thunder of theirs available this time around. And they're on map point. This would be a good round for them to pick up. Difficult one though. Vera deep with the operator. Nanoswarm not quite on his feet. Finds the first shot, an all-important one. Rolling Thunder. Now they look to push through. Does it connect towards the left side? No, it does not. Still not unable to find these kills. Bleed on top. But with only one player. Pith has to drop away from this. Decision made already. There's no way you get a 1v3 clutch like this. We'll look to do some damage here. Putting Vera out into the open. Funneling them in. But still unable to live by the end of it. Bleed on 12, but it's no-namers to at least try and close up this gap.
For a second, it looked like Pith would have been able to do that, you know, doing damage to that second player, making Sean panic a little bit there. Fortunately, not quite enough. No-namers, they make it 9, 3 rounds away from taking us to overtime. And something else to highlight as well is now the ults are coming online. They've hit their next ult cycle. Tour de Force available on DXN. We'll probably even see that used this round. Vera one away from a Blade Storm. The other's sort of on the horizon. Over on Bleed, it's still that From the Shadows Blade Storm combo that hasn't been able to be tested yet. Pith still with an Odin, and once again, yet to be able to wield it. As Maxi, up in hand, considered aggression to A here. Thankfully, avoiding the awaiting Tour de Force.
Is Darian actually find a kill there? It's Trey Temps attempted a peek. Probably a misplay. Sky ends up falling as well. Yeah, without your initiator, you're kind of lost, aren't you? You very much depend on it in the playstyle you like taking. Vera can definitely take some space. Cloudburst misplaced, but doesn't care. Won't go in for the dash. Knows he's got the spike.
Planted.
3 versus 4. Not impossible.
Get out of my
but difficult. Air superiority for Maxi. Seizes it to throw down a dark cover for his team. Looking to play on the back line of things. Paranoia to assist after showing to the corner. Clearing that out at least. The XN close by. Vera finds one of his own with a spray down from Darian. Is there! Out from the shadows comes the XN. Misses a first shot, but is able to recover it in time. No-namers stay in command and put their scoreline into the double digits.
They cling on by their fingernails, Pavlos, and the XN, he feels the slip for a moment there, but he's able to recover. 2 rounds now from overtime. And for Bleed, Darion sits 28 and 16, a golden pedestal in which his Blade Storm is ready to rain hell down from. However, for no-namers, that does come at a cost. They burned every ult they have that round. Bleed now with 3 readily available, ready to take on the 5 Vandal setup of no-namers with some early aggression in mid and a bit of a probe over to Garage.
No-namers starting to find their stride. Although they made a couple of initial mistakes, they still were able to clutch it up. Players coming alive. Fault line won't be stopping the Hunter's Fury, but it's only just a single attack onto Sky. Darren is so close. Enabling the dash, looking to find cover, but cannot. No-namers are the ones to find a pick early on this time around. But Maxi is able to find movement onto Sky. Still close. DXN, what an angle. When do you peek it? Ooh, Shun is shut down. Maxi finds a kill onto Temps. DXN will be able to say surprise from behind, but is the damage already done? The spike has yet to go down. They're going after Vetra. He's all by himself, and there you go. DXN has drawn it down to a duel, but I would say he's able to do it. 13-10 for Bleed, closing out map number 1.
I can't help but think the hesitation from Bleed there, from DXN, sorry, to kill those Bleed members was actually that killing blow there. Because they hesitate, they're able to be overwhelmed, they get finished off. However, for no-namers, you know, being able to get 10 rounds on Bleed's map pick definitely gives good tidings of what is going to happen on Icebox.
One thing I have got to say, I love the cams afterwards from Bleed. So happy, so friendly, thumbs up, taking a mental image of it, all of it, the smiles. I love this team, I love it. But yeah, that is Bleed. Getting map 1 out of the series means that they're in a really, really good spot, Kremer. And seeing how they've been able to perform in these clutch positions where, you know, there's high intensity, even at disadvantages, shows that they've also got sort of a comfort in their players to take these fights. But let's have a look at those fights in particular by looking at these highlights. A lot of these plays were ever so close.
They really, really were. Something that does surprise me particularly is the fact that Bleed started off on the back foot, like considerably on the back foot. You know, no-namers, they weren't messing around here. But the fact that we were able to see Bleed not only recover, but particularly on their defense, just sort of stop no-namers, for me was a really significant turnaround.
Yeah, it really was. Slow start though. I think it was very hotly contested throughout it. Although Bleed always seemed to be on top, it was no-namers to bring some sort of resurgence. You know, I think they were down 12-8, and then was taken back to 12-10, and then we were worrying, okay, are we looking at an overtime score at this? But no, Bleed were able to win out clutches. I really like how Darian played around also. Very, very aggressive movement, but always very calculated, always having sort of the flash coming in from his teammates, either if it's Max's paranoia or the flashpoints from Pith. There was very good cohesion behind the roster. Even though it wasn't clean all of the time, it was good most of the time. And that, I guess, was what was necessary.
For me, the big question mark for Bleed is what good can Darion do? If Darion can drop kind of 28, 30 kills again on Icebox, then Bleed have pretty much done half the damage already. They're already halfway there to a victory. No-namers didn't have anyone to beat Darion. Instead, they just overwhelmed him. They sort of took unfair duels with him. That's what you really work as a team, and it definitely did a number on them when they started around a player down.
Yeah, there were some moments we saw also some misplays. I think you can also highlight that. Apart from the fact that Bleed did a standard job, I think there were also some misplacements at times, some over-aggressions when the sort of game plan perhaps to play passively after a spike plant to go for the, you know, go for the rolling thunder sort of play, and then you see some early preemptive swings out into the open, which meant that they lost. So yeah, there were a few things from no-namers that definitely could be improved, and there's things that can be quickly improved. There's nothing very big fundamentally wrong about them, is that they need to kind of be a little bit more in line, a little bit on the same wavelength with the rest of the team. But having a look at the statistics, is there any surprise to you, Kremer?
For me, it was it's fairly standard, to be honest. I want to highlight something that surprised me was Maxi using the operator over Darion. I think that sort of came down to comfort there. And if Maxi is preferring to use the operator, why didn't we see a chamber? And then, you know, maybe no Killjoy, have ulti go into the Omen. But instead, Bleed sort of worked with what they were good at. And yes, they did win the map, but it was by no means comfortable.
No, definitely was a close endeavor. You can see it also with the statistics in regards to the damage and headshot percentage, but it also sort of shows that a lot of these wins anyway were frag heavy wins, right? It's out of the 23 rounds played, 19 of them were down to frag wins, right? Not really objectives. So you can see that the game plan of these two teams is not only sort of get the spike down, play the post plant, it's go in, get kills, overwhelm, pressure positions, and get kills in that way, which it actually makes for very entertaining Valorant.
It really does. It means we see some really elaborate retakes as well, which I quite like. Something that is going to concern me fairly significantly is retakes on Icebox are significantly harder. So I'm going to be very interested to see if there's any change in gameplay from Bleed kind of going on to Icebox, particularly when you know you're going to your opponent's home ground.
Yeah, there are going to have to be changes. Obviously, as you have said, I did not know this, but coming into this one, Icebox, the map over the region, let's see if that actually it will kind of upset perhaps like the one did earlier in the previous matchup. The reverse sweep, of course, brought out from the underdogs. Now I think we're talking about a level playing field. I don't think that you can't really say there's one that is an underdog over the other. I guess there are points to be made on either end, but I guess we'll be able to see the action shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break. See you then.
Many members moving in so quickly. Listen to the absolute symphony of footsteps. Now you have to move away and move into Leonard. The Lions strike with his Frey, and Frey continues to play. Could it be the pistol ace?
Because if they rush back into him and he doesn't find those strikes, that could be painful, but he finds every single one of them. Are you kidding me, Forsaken?
A scene that keeps on giving. VCT MYSG Playoffs Day 3, and it's the second map of this series of No Names versus Bleed, heading into the freezy cool Icebox map. Kremer, after that first map, what can we take away? It was very, very close.
Yeah, for me, Bleeds, they had better individuals, essentially. Yeah, no one was there to beat Darion from No Namers. And so Darion was sort of allowed to run rampant. It was only once he sort of overextended was No Namers able to shut him down. So going into Icebox, I really want to see a sort of active effort from No Namers to stop Darion from just running rampant, as he was able to do so over on Haven.
Yeah, Haven may be kind of similar to Icebox in regards to long rotations, but it's more difficult in regards to sort of choke points and such. Icebox, there's different elevation, etc. I think we can now start discussing about what compositions we may expect from this, right? Icebox, very differently dynamic. In the scene, it's a very sort of well-rehearsed map.
Yeah.
What are your expectations?
From Bleed, I don't know. They're playing with a stand-in. That being said, they have favoured the sort of Omen Viper chamber, not brought in a Sage, instead had the Sova instead. Over on No Namers, they've really sort of shoehorned into one composition. That is that Sage and Viper with the chamber and Sova instead. And it looks like we're seeing just that. You know, there's nothing out of the ordinary here, except I would expect Ulti to go to do the Killjoy. That's the only thing I would expect to see here. Or just stay on the chamber. But still,
I think we can see it right in front of us, what is actually happening. So we do have the commit onto the Sage from both ends. Interesting stuff. Icebox can be played in multiple ways. I really like it as well. What are your thoughts in general?
Bleed's putting out something new, and I like the fact we're seeing something new from them. The sort of double wall is really proven to be effective. I know a lot of teams have tried to stray away from that double wall meta, but nothing's really beat it yet. And I don't think we're going to see any new metas for kind of a good few months now. So the double wall I quite like. I'm surprised that we're not seeing a chamber over on Bleed, considering how Maxi does prefer wielding that operator over Darion. You would want it to be on an agent that sort of complements that. Instead, we're seeing an Omen and then a Jets, whereas over on No Namers, the only variation is that chamber.
Indeed. Really could go either way. When it comes to expectations of results, I know this is very early and I could be putting you on the spot, but can you give us any insights on what is perhaps projected or expected from this teams in this map?
So what's interesting is Icebox has been the third and final map in all of the series that these guys have played against each other in. You go back far enough and the only time they haven't been able to play Icebox was when it was a 2-0 to Bleed. But the last two times we've seen Icebox, Galaxy have won 13-7 and 13-9. Both times though, No Name was won. So for Bleed, this is their shot at vengeance. Considering how they're performing earlier, I don't know if now's the time it happens. I actually think we're going to a third map.
Could be. The second third map of the day could be on the line. It all depends here on Icebox. Let's see how this one works out. Early kitchen control coming over to Bleed as they do push aggressively. Shun has realized this, telegraphed this, but the push will commence either way, and the wraparound from the rest of the defenders will also come to assist. Out into the open, it seems that No Namers are actually getting most of the kills here, as they also get orb control over to the B main entry. But still, Snowman control from Bleed will make this retake a little bit tough and unorthodox for the retaking side.
Yeah, this is going to be very hard to rehearse here. Just baiting for Darion here, making some noise. Temps caught out, down to the 3-on-3, as things look a little bit brighter for Bleed here.
and now can use kitchen in their favor. And you can see that DXN is challenging it. Snakebite lineup from both ends. Bleed are starting to get more kills their way. What? Double frenzy kill? Darion's position is Telegraph solo, but makes it work. 8 points of health and still survives to give Bleed the round.
8 points of health, and he pushes in there to knowing that the frenzy's about to run out of ammo. That is so smart. And for no namers, they start off on the back foot. However, for a moment, that looked very recoverable. Very, very recoverable, thanks to just one mere frenzy. And that sort of does show you how quickly this game can turn on a knife's head.
This is actually very high level Valorant, man. I like it because it's also sort of recreation of positions that teams will feel uncomfortable on. Bleed knows that they need to put no-namers out of their comfort here, and they're going for it directly with interesting picks, interesting playstyles. They were down in numbers, but the fact that no-namers had no clue how to approach it or haven't rehearsed that before, at least not many times, it made it just simpler for Bleed to kind of find the right angles to work with here.
Yeah, extending from the flank, caught out there.
It's just simple. It really is just that simple. Wall, finding alternative angle for Alter to work with. Does end up falling, but he was one that you didn't really fear to fall. Vera? Okay, we see you. He will check the left side, but won't be checking the upper corner, because that's where Darion is hiding. Sky, with a classic, will fall to his grave as soon as that. 2-0 for Bleed, without too many complications.
Yep, and Vera does for a moment snap back. He does show Bleed that you can't get too comfortable. However, Bleed, they're able to take it in their stride. Now 2-0. They move into their chance to play a bit of a bonus now against the full bite of no-namers. However, this is where we need to highlight the fact that every player who dies on no-namers is going to feel it in the wallets. Almost every single player has brought down to exactly 0. There is no economic standpoint to rely on. This is it. Whatever you can carry is yours. Anything else no longer belongs to you. As Bleed look to play a fairly strong buy as a bonus with Vandals on 2 players, and a Bulldog.
Should be simple for no-namers unless any weird shenanigans go on, which seems to be happening right away here. Mid, Arion actually finding kills. Okay, no way, Bleed, to get this. This would be such a big victory for them. Puts them up so much. Oh, they bump into each other.
No.
Oh no, Sky. I feel for you, because that is me in matchmaking every single day. Oh, but for them, the stakes are higher. Bleed could be forcing them out of this tournament while securing themselves into VCT challenges of APAC. They only drop a player, and this was a bonus round for them.
This is turning into a very, very strong start from Bleed. And for no-namers, we need to see them stop it somehow and as soon as possible. Because this time, Darion's being matched. Vera's having a very good game. But over on Bleed, you know, we got Alti and Pith who are still kind of multi-fragging. On no-namers, DXN attempts, Sky, he gets to kill. While Vera may be having a good game, he can't have a good game solo. There needs to be more from no-namers here. Otherwise, Bleed are just going to stomp them into the ground.
We've seen some crazy Sheriff rounds before. I don't think this will be one of them, although it could be. The rotation is fairly quick. Oh! Dirty!
Filthy.
So dirty!
Behave yourself.
I feel disgusting. I need a shower after that.
I need a bath. No-namers. A player up.
The Vandal's a little bit too far out of reach, though. That would be something. Allow it to the open. That made me scared. Oh, that made me clutch my buttocks. Toxic screen. Alluding to a cross, but that's not happening. Biff can read it. That's a head. Drops back. Faking their movement backwards. But they know they can't give away the space. They can't give them the Vandals, because then they give them a chance.
This still
and
has
no-namers also know that.
Yeah, there's still a Viper Spit to wield here, so there is definitely ground here for Bleed to make up.
30 seconds
but no-namers, they haven't shifted. This is so brave from no-namers. I love it.
They know what they have to do. There's no reason for them to alternate their push. Stage wall will come by. That will at least allow a safe plant. And that will also keep them equal in numbers. Attempt to try to deny it, but it just won't be happening. Snake, well, the toxic stream will be falling in time. Viper's Pit committed to. The plants will be falling as well. They will try desperately to attempt the impossible, but Bleed are able to recover it. Nice try from No-Namers, but it just isn't it. Bleed, keep it going.
Fifth, robbed of another ace as well. My heart goes out to him. And I think that was Ulti actually who stole the ace, and he was the player on for the ace last map. So really showing Pith what it feels like. As Bleed lead 4-0, they're going to see an early timeout here. Hopefully one from No-Namers. There we go. I would very much like to see some adaptation come from them. I would like to see a bit more aggression, actually. I think, as we saw last round, yes, they had pistols, but they didn't peek until Bleed were already on that site. And it meant that Bleed were able to make a bit of a land grab. They were able to sort of set up for that initial utility without being too disturbed by No-Namers. And I think because that kind of No-Namers are showing a little bit too much respect to Bleed here.
Very much could be. Whether that attitude changes during a timeout is different, because that is an attitude that you can't really switch that easily. But of course now they'll have weapons to work with.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the stakes here. Not your Sterlings, not your Wagyus, not your, you know, any kind of stake. We're talking about the stakes of the game.
Ran out of stakes after 2.
Yeah, I ran out of 2. Your ribeyes, you know.
Yeah.
Your tailbones. All right, what I meant to say is that if they lose this match, if No-Namers, the point is, I was getting too heavy into the stakes, you know? But the point is, if No-Namers lose this map, they're out. Well, Bleed secure their spot into VCT APAC.
It's very true. It's very true. As Bleed prepare their assault away. Slowly inching forward now. DXN on the close angle with this operator. A bit of an off angle. Will Bleed expect it though? With their own very fast here.
Ooh, very fast indeed. Oh, Speedy Gonzalez in the house, everybody. Bleed making this look simple. That was a buy round from No-Namers, by the way. That was zero respect. Zero respect.
Yeah, and No-Namers timeout. It max for now to Pavlos. Bleeds, they just cascade onto No-Namers there. Darion particularly, giving no respect whatsoever, continuing his momentum, and, well, showing us exactly why he wants to contest to be one of the best Jets in APAC. As No-Namers, they get the hell out of Dodge. They back out of here. They don't want anything to do with this. But Pith does. Bleed wants a hunt.
They do want to hunt. No-Namers don't want to give away on these weapons. Oh, they've waited a few rounds to be able to afford them, and losing their birthday present like that wouldn't be nice. So yeah, they will be holding on to them. They say enough of that. These are ours, and they will be able to defend them. So 2 rifles saved, but Bleed undefeated so far in this map.
That they are, and for No-Namers, I mean, how do you react to this, Darion? So particularly this kill here, just right-click to the abdomen at DXN. That's gotta hurt. As Bleed, they go 5-0 up, and you've been stabbed in the abdomen before, Pavlos?
No, but I've been kicked there.
Yeah, that must really hurt.
Yeah.
No-Namers. They're going to rely on the tour de force here for the DXN to at least challenge the operator at Max C. But Max C's taking quite a passive stance, just to Bleed. Getting ready once again to the safe side, actually ready to go through the Viper's pits.
I love the angle that Vera's holding, but none of them are really contesting it right now. Oh, repositions just a little bit. Some damage falling onto Alta. But the ability to heal yourself is a good one. So, not too bad of a deficit.
If that gets very close.
Imagine.
So it's Maxi, to be honest. If I'm Sky, I'm getting a bit scared here.
The rule of thumb is don't push the Viper's Pit, ever. Ever. But they are going for it. They are committing to it. And Bleed isn't your everyday Joes, but this time around, it's Sky Vera holding ground. 1 apiece, but Vera falls. Sky, lone defender, enforcements Well, arriving, Shun also chimes in. Yeah, there's a reason why not pushing Viper's Pit is a rule of
30
thumb.
seconds left.
There's a reason why you should really hold on to that idea. Lena is able to cross forwards toward the pass from the XN, keeping them in. It's all down to Pith. All down to Pith up against 3, and I believe TXN's got the right lineup, and that is where Pith will be falling.
No names for themselves.
Shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, they put themselves on the board, but that is that's Bleed playing badly, not No Name was playing well. All they sort of do there is just kill Bleed when Bleed run into them. As you mentioned, the kind of rule of thumb, you don't go into a Viper's Pit. The only time I can accept that is if you're going around it, using a spike plant to force the Viper out of their own pit. And I think the plan was there. Absolutely.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly right. Like, pushing through a Viper's Pit, also maybe if you want to dash through it with an assistance of a Hunter's Fury or something, or throw an Orbital Strike through it first to get rid of the Viper in it, you know? But they had none of that.
Darion going aggressive. Sets off a lot of utility here, but still not quite ready to enter a gunfight with the lurking Sage of Temps here.
Well, the A-site's been handed over. Quite freely so. Simple trade. They do
They're
lose
already on
Alta.
site.
That wall could have been important for the post plant. But other than that, Bleed will take that trade any day of the week.
Yep. Flank is going to be spotted out by Darion if Pith doesn't do it already. There's the revelation. DXN spotted out. There's the kill from Darion. And there's the flank. The additional way of sort of catching out Bleed here just removed. It's now going to become a one-dimensional attack.
2 shock darts available. Spike touched twice, but not committed to, and they know it. Oh, the wall is perfect. Pre-firing it. Damage found. Maxi gets it. And Bleed, again, picture perfect. That is its new sign, isn't it? I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. Not perfect enough, is it? And with that, Maxi able to bring a Bleed Death 6. Bear in mind, those 2 kills, before that you had only 1. He's having a very quiet game, but it's the impact of the kills, not the quantity, Pavlos. And for no-namers, unfortunately, their money is running out. It's down to the odd Vandal on Shun, but other than that, you know, it's Sheriffs, and that Vandal actually going to be sold on, realizing that this economy's got to stay uniform.
Oh, they're going to go aggressive. I don't know if I like this. I mean, it's something.
Spike down
Only good for
mid.
1 at the end of days. Could be way worse. And damage onto Darion does
1 enemy
stop his
remaining.
confidence. Shun dies. Maxi just TPs into his face and dies. Okay. Well, DXN has found his way on the back line. A Vandal has been found, but where they can find more damage here, that is the question. Do we speak about steaks again? How'd you like your steak, Crema?
Medium rare.
All right.
How do you like yours?
I like mine just slightly more cooked than that. Medium.
To my world.
Well, it looks like DXN may be able to turn Bleed over medium rare in this case, particularly if he wins this 1v2.
There's no way. He's blocked in the middle. Especially when he has to go through a Viper's Pit. His health will go down rapidly. And he's been shown. Bleed are making this look easy, Crema.
Pith delivers a beaten, bloodied, and sort of tenderized DXN to the table. Your stakes, sir. Bleed, 7-1 up. And I can't help but think that if we don't see a solution from no-namers sort of before Bleed kind of break 9-10 rounds, then we won't. There is very limited time left in this map for no-namers to recover. Luckily, this is the first time in a very long time we've seen a decent buy from them. Operator out on Vera. Ults on 2 of their players. Vera 1 away from a Blaze Storm as well. To go up against Bleed, who, well, don't have an Operator. As Vera will kindly show us.
Ooh, Pith. Bullets the head of DXN. And now they are at equal footing. We've seen a round like this happen before, but last time no-namers had no weapons. How is this contested? Vera, Operator, how confident are you to push past this? Draws out the Blade instead. Aggressive, perhaps. Expected from Darion, but prohibits it. Warble delay, funneling them towards their back end of the site. Bleed aren't going to peek this. Vera hoping they do. Poison Cloud to give them some more space. Temps is permitted the cross. Snakebite out into the open. Shun is able to find it. Sky as well. Piff is able to pick up Temps, but now the spike can be touched. Now there's pressure onto Bleed. Can they find the kills? Sky gets it. And Len is just too far away to do anything about it. Hunter's Fury will come through, but I think the defuse can be committed to. And it won't be defused in time. Another will fall suit, but there is no time to stop the second diffuser. And that is going to be No-Namers with another round on the board.
For a moment there, I thought that Lenny could actually win that on the conversion. Unfortunately, the damage just was not enough. Bleed, they lose another round, but is it just a drop in the ocean, Pavlos? As they're able to reinvest, no worries, over on No-Namers, you know, they're still strapped for cash. It's going to be a glass cannon up over on Vera, and with only a resurrection to wield, they are definitely outgunned going against Bleed here, with Darion bringing out the Blade Storm.
Could be fairly aggressive. Recon Ball shot down as soon as it's thrown. But yeah, it is very aggressive. Kitchen push coming their way. I think the reaction from No-Namers is to play around it, not really commit to it. DXN finding his shots for good reason. Now they're ahead in numbers, although they give away a lot of B main control, and that's where Bleed are looking to move into. Oh,
Vera's read this.
Oh, but is it a time? Oh dear! That has got to hurt.
That's soul crushing. My heart goes out to Vera, it really does.
The gods of timing did not favor him. Oh, look below, look below. No, DXN finds it. Okay, No-Namers back on top when it comes to the numbers. Do you expect the guy to be this close? What an off angle. No one checks it. This could be 2 kills. Misses the first shot, but it's okay. Still gets 2 of them. Shun and Vera are able to bring it back, but it's all down to Alte. No headshot at first. Oh, and it's Shun to shoot him down. Ever so close, but No-Namers are starting to find round by round to close up this gap.
They're certainly not pretty rounds, are they? And they do come at a great exertion of effort, but they're still rounds nonetheless, Pavlos. And for No-Namers, being able to sort of trade one another, being able to go for the bait and switch, as we saw is what they did with Darion there, worked beautifully. Bleed with a reinvestment, sure, but this is going to be a situation Bleed haven't been in before, where on their attacking side, at least in this map, they might run out of money.
You don't really want to run out of money when you've been that far ahead.
Yeah.
And if you're No-Namers, you know you're also down a map, so coming back sooner than later is optimal. Giving Bleed too much of an advantage in this half. Not exactly what they want. 75 is recoverable. Not too bad.
Darion, we're trying to find an angle here. This is so brave.
Very brave. Sky and Thames are able to find their first shot. Viper's Pit to deny any more possibilities of aggression here for Bleed. First steps all around, but actually close. Snakebite exactly where it should be placed. Everyone is treading on Legos right now.
You will not kill
as carefully as possible to not hurt them. But DXN has found his way into the back line. And DXN will shoot every single one of them down. He doesn't need to see most of them. Just shoot behind that smoke and he'll find the bullets. 7-4. No-Namers 4 in a row are back in the game, and they're back to stay.
That they are, and for No-Namers with a 4th round on the kind of cusp of getting 5, that goes from what has been a kind of horrific kind of setup for a defeat to actually quite a convincing half. You know, 5 rounds on your defense of Icebox is nothing to turn your nose up at. And for Bleed, the adaptation does need to come in. Shun going for an Odin, love to see that. But let's see if it gets any mileage here with Bleed going very fast over to B.
Oh, DXN may be in trouble. Thankfully for him, had the rendezvous to get out of there. Darion, movement towards yellow. DXN knows of this. He's just wary whether a peak will come out from the same location, but also wants to make sure that nobody else crosses. It's a big decision to make. It's fine margins, man, I'm telling you. Every small microplay does make a difference. Viper spit though. Is this what Bleed need? They're not comfortable to get the spike down yet. They know it can be shot to. Darien on top, has to drop back, spotted by the owl drone. Oh, no name is a close, denying the pawn from Alte.
This is perfect.
It's more than perfect. Lenny will be able to find one, but Vera keeps it going, keeps things better for no-namers, and he wants to approach even closer. Out into the open though, and they both end up dying. Temps and Shun are able to find themselves kills. Darren expects someone to be on top of the wall, but instead they are below. Spike perhaps to be recovered. It is.
30 seconds left.
Do they know where he is?
Player standing.
Shun had the right idea, but he still gets it done. Temps crossing, moving towards kitchen.
This is so brave. This is so smart.
The fight will commence towards the A site.
There's plenty of time as well. Darren's going to be able to get this. He's going to be able to get spiked out. He's going to be able to get the hell out of dodge afterwards as well. He can play the range game. In fact, now he's going to be aggressive. Oh, Temps. Does he read this?
He doesn't!
Oh, wow.
Darion, so darn accurate, clutches up the round for Bleed and closes it out for an 8-4 scoreline at halftime.
Really, really strong round from Bleed there. And
left.
honestly, if this is where if this is where we see Bleed sort of put their foot down, they're finally able to do it in the final round of the half. No namers, their sort of 3-round spree is limited to just 3 rounds now. Bleed take the pistol rounds, then no namers once again back into crisis mode. But what they've done in these 3 rounds they were able to win is they've given themselves space to breathe. They've given themselves a lifeline now. If Bleed do end up taking kind of the pistol round, then the game isn't automatically over.
I saw Sky at the start of this round from the no-namer side start shooting his teammates during the start of the round.
Toxins going up.
I usually do that when I'm frustrated with myself not being able to shoot, and I try to do a practice range before the round starts. That type of thing. I've got a feeling a few players from the no-namer side are not really feeling comfortable with themselves.
Potentially. I think that this is a very experienced scene. So, you know, even though no-namers definitely on the back foot, I still think, yeah, they're still a pro team. I think nerves aren't really going to matter at this point here, as they set up, ready to assault Maxi now, the only player at Bleed on this B site. And in response, Maxi doesn't even want to fight. It's going to be a 5-on-5 retake, Pavlos.
There's nothing Maxi could do, really. Walled off there, Shun keeping them back, but still not able to find the kill he would have liked. Shut down by Alte, although finding damage onto Lene, the healing orb will do its job. No-namers. Lacking the numbers, but with spike control. Toxic screen. Blocking the opposing team back. Darion, so precise, and DXN is no more. Pushing towards the backside of Yellow. Still winning out on one of these trays. Vera is all that remains. Overwhelmed with opposing players. Gets 2 before he falls, but plenty of time to get to the fuse. Bleed needed this, and they will be securing it.
This is this is now where the sort of warning bells go off for no-namers. The pistol round was their ticket back into this game. They've lost it. Now we're going to see a second round force buy from them. I like it. They're going to try and catch Bleed by surprise, Pavlos.
Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. Isn't that how the saying goes?
Yeah, it is.
And these are some desperate times.
It certainly is. Yeah, it certainly is. But Bleed, still the pilot seat here, and despite the force buy, Bleed, they're just shutting it down, and I think it's more than panic now. I think it may be terror.
They had one plan coming into that round, getting the wall down, crossing towards mid and heading towards that B site. That was denied, therefore now they're just running away, hiding, because they've got nothing else they can do. Their plan just didn't work out, and they had no B plan. No fallback plan.
Your tactics failed.
Shun has to fall. Only one drop for Bleed. No-namers may now be trailing even further behind.
Yeah. 10-4, no namers now. They're going for a second round bye as well, which for me is to be honest the exact opposite of what you want here. You've just had a very close kind of force buy round. Doesn't work. You don't force again. Yeah, you don't keep trying it till it doesn't work because you don't have the rounds to experiment. I really don't want to see this Guardian on Temps. I really don't. But it's committed to, and while it does give a bit of extra firepower, I can't help but think Bleed are going to shut this down.
Bleed don't care about expectations, anticipations as such. They just want to get this done and dusted with. They want to prove the world that they are top 3 worthy of MYSG. They can fight for the final still, survive through this gruesome lower bracket. Seems they've gotten the numbers advantage so far. Temps with the Guardian is where no namers seem to put their faith towards. Hot shots, not connecting and running out of bullets will be no help for DXN. Pith is able to connect his shots as he crosses forwards. They hear the spike dropped as well. This just confirms their suspicions, but Shun has found 2 beautiful headshots, might I add. Recon out to the open. Oh, spray transfer for the ages.
That was really
squeaky clean.
I tell you what, Pavlos, I quite like how no-namers, particularly when sort of backed into a corner, they don't get backed into a corner. They are really good at sort of fighting out of circumstances which they shouldn't really be in. Bleed, on the opposite side of the spectrum, really good at forcing no-namers into uncomfortable positions. And so it makes for a really interesting mid-round here. We're seeing an early timeout from no-namers. Frankly, it has to come in, you know, you're 11-4 down. But as you look at the buy as well, no-namers are finally in a position where they can actually harass Bleed a little bit. That being said, there's enough for the odd bit of weaponry on Shun. There's no ult though, and without that ult, you're really going to have to rely quite heavily on your default util.
Default utility, perhaps, but no-namer is under pressure. This is a second timeout of the match.
Yeah.
First and only timeout of the half. They already made the mistake of forcing. It would have been a mistake if it would have worked, but it just sets them back by so much.
They're not really playing the odds either, are they? Well, when you do go for a force buy second rounds, the odds are it won't work. The only time it really will is if you're either really gaining momentum or you have someone in your team who's just popping off. No-namers don't have either.
It's high risk, high reward. But when it's high risk, as you said, odds don't often fall in your favor. And aggressive plays like that often won't do as such. But it's just a simple trade. B-site opening. I think this is the best round we've seen from no-namers so far on the attacking side.
Yeah. It's going to require a retake from Bleed here, and with a flank coming from the Sova, this could actually put a spanner in the works, particularly if Shun can get more than one player. Shun is the difference maker of this round here, Pavlos.
So patient. I love how Shun is approaching this. This is a free kill. Oh no! Oh, nearly.
Oh, that's laboured.
That is laboured. That got me scared.
Put a man up. Put a man up.
You can also see the wraparound coming in from Sky. Free kill, that's ahead. Okay, you can't lose this now. You cannot afford to lose this. Pith with a mere bulldog. The spike is going to explode, and Pith knows there's no way in hell he's getting this dub. Picks up an operator, opts to run away instead of taking a fight that he cannot win. Oh no! Ooh. Just on the edge of the spike explosion. Ends up falling. Nothing saved with Bleed.
That's
but no-namers get a win.
Very surprising to see players dying to bomb explosions. In this case, no-namers, they're going to be able to full buy. DXN is going to be able to bring out this tour de force. Temps and Vera one away from their ults. Over on Bleed, you look at the ult management, and we're about to see a lot come online. Sure, their guns aren't great, but this is alongside a Viper's Spear, a Bladestorm, a Hunter's Fury, a Resurrection, all sort of 1, 2 ult points away. You see the round kind of 18 or 19, we're going to see a fair few abilities come online. And for whoever wields the superior guns, that's going to be a huge favorment.
still equally traded right at the start. You can see the desperateness coming out from the lead side, but it seems to have worked out. He gets away! He gets away! Shadow steps away, just like that. He's low on health, but he did his job. He's even being healed up right now. Bleed with an advantage.
Annie, accompanied by Alti, hoping for an opening here, but no-namers are being relatively passive, with Sky sort of joining everyone on the assault away. Maxi's timed it to perfection here. Spots out the first, there's the trade. Doesn't matter. That's enough damage, Pavlos.
That's what he needed. A trade is fine for them. As long as they are ahead in numbers, trading equally is perfect for Bleed. Not the same for no-namers, though, and they'll quickly put themselves on even playing field.
30 seconds left.
They know where the spike is being planted, but it means that Arte is all by himself, at least at the start. Will the swing be in time? No, it will not. Shun reads the swing, and all of a sudden, no-namers are easily ahead of this. Spike will be touched. Snakebite, knowing where Sky is. Will it be in time? Coming out of it, will enter from the side this time. Oh, this is perfect. This is more than perfect. Oh, and no more. Fish pit. Sean is there to stop it, though. And no-namers hold on.
For a moment, that looked horrific for no-namers. But they, don't get me wrong, they're limping. They're sort of struggling. But they are slowly making their way back into this. You've got to ask yourself, is it too little too late? And until Bleed hit 12 rounds, and in fact, until Bleed hit 13 rounds, no, it's not. A comeback is still very much on the cards. You look at Bleed's economy, it's been absolutely shattered. No-namers could very well come back here, and if they can continue garnering this momentum, particularly if they can continue getting openings like this, then Bleed may have to seriously reconsider what to do next. I'm going to start seeing Bleed use these timeouts.
How? Oh, yeah, Bleed, yes, you're right. A timeout could be what they need. But I guess this round is one where they don't expect too much. But considering also no-namers aren't too great with their economy, finding some damage would be fruitful. They already have found one kill, but they can't afford keep taking these mid-fights. Expanding the resurrection, that is something. But still, it's the weapons they need to take out of the equation. That's the important part.
That timing is heartbreaking. The fact that Bleed is still inflicting damage onto no-namers is a... it makes me want to err on the side of caution.
Player standing.
Vera is very lucky that Lenny also has to abide by the laws of physics, and ammo is his true captive there.
Yeah, not an unlimited resource, that's for sure. Alta just needs damage. If he gets one kill out of this, I think he'll be happy. Maybe actually two would be best. One won't have too much impact. Yeah, finds none of it. No-namers, as perfect as it could be. Yeah, okay, they lose a resurrection, but I don't think they care. They keep their weapons in check and can keep it going.
11-7 now. No-namers, their comeback is starting to actually get a bit of momentum. It's starting to build a bit of steam. Bleed have a full buy. Now, if there was a chance to topple no-namers' momentum, sort of just push to close out the series, this buy would be the one to do it. If no-namers can win it, then we're seeing Bleed on the back foot, reset once again, and no-namers starting to tickle double digits. Early aggression over to A now, spearheaded by DX10. Someone who's been so consistent with these op openings here. Vera and Lene in mid, both also having a bit of a staring match, at least for the time being.
It's not really a staring match, but they can't see each other. Oh, yeah, it's a staring match for us.
They're staring at their auras. Their auras are staring at each other.
I've got the same skin as Lene.
That doesn't make you as good as Lene.
No, unfortunately not. I wish it did.
I wish it worked like that.
Out of charges.
No-namers, they prepare this assault away. A very close quarter setup here from both Ulti and Pierce, something that's either going to work beautifully or catastrophically. I doubt there'll be much in between.
Moving in, no namers. Their plan is clear. Take this A site. Box screen enabled. Vera aggressing, knowing where at least one of them lie. Hunter's Fury utilized. Temps starting first, but quickly traded back. Vera getting it done. Vera with the Blade Storm keeps it going. Hunter's Fury from Mene is adequate, but we're down to a 2-on-3. And Nonems together with a spike plant will have the defending advantage now. They need a pick, and if they don't get it, this round is already lost. Recon to the far end, revealing one. Sean up close, the headshot found. There's no way Darian gets it done here. With an operator, with so many angles to consider, opts a dash away, but I'm afraid he will get peeked, and he will potentially be in trouble. No, gets away, no one challenging it. Ooh, barely though, barely gets away. But that is Nonems. They have a solid chance of finding their way back in now.
This spells horror for the members of Bleed here, who had such a convincing, such a dominant opening to the map. It's now just being sort of tossed out the window by Nonems, who are continuing this momentum now. 4 rounds on the bounce, looking to make it 5. You look at the money of Bleed, and they can just about buy, but not very convincingly. And more importantly, if they lose any players, then they're screwed economically. Bleed called for a timeout, and I'm sort of glad because this is a little bit overdue.
It is. It is. They've been losing round after round for quite some time now. Quite some time. And now have to kind of reconsider how do they approach this, right? Their tactics sort of not really working out because they've kind of been reacting to what Nonems has been throwing at them. Versatility hasn't really been shown from them. We have seen a few mid pushes, perhaps, some mid contention. We've seen fairly deep B control. Not much towards A, which is where Nonems often find comfort towards the starting stages of the round. What do you think, I guess, they need to change to get back into this?
I want to see... it's difficult. I want to see Darian be a little bit more aggressive with this operator. Maybe even try and force a duel with the XN, because right now he's playing very defensively, and it means that once Nonems actually commenced like the pounce to a site, that operator's good for one before he gets overwhelmed. Nonems going for a very aggressive setup outside of B, and there's no one to stop him other than Maxi.
This commitment to weaponry is very odd. Obviously, the operator has been saved, but they have Maxi on a Phantom as well, while the rest are ecoing. Meaning that even next round, the full team won't be able to buy. Very risky decision.
Yeah, real risk. However, when you're running out of options, I guess maybe that's when the best decisions come out. Maxi, ready to spam the smoke, as well as LT looking for one of these openings. Unfortunately, not quite able to garner one.
No. And I think they know that they need to deal with this round before it even comes down to the spike plant. And they've grouped up here, and I don't think they'll budge. Even if Nonems move, they know that their only hope is being in charge of the site before the push even commences. They can't afford for it to be a retake. Ball will come across. They're looking to break it close by. Darian has to fall. That's already the operator out of the equation with nobody nearby to pick it up. Smoke by Slow Orb as well. There's no tempo to be grabbed here from Bleed. Nonems had put that to a stop, to a halt. Operator, they know where they are. And Vera pre-fires it. As beautiful as they come. Now the Phantom needs to be put into play. Maxi, the sole hope for Bleed. Can it be done? That's one. Not enough for a second. You needed more than that. Close by with the Sheriff, but no. Can't quite find more of it. Leonard with the operator to the back end will try and save the weapon. This round is down and out. Nonems will be closing up the gap to 9 rounds. And Bleed.
Oh my.
They're bleeding.
They truly are. Have lost. We could very well be seeing overtime here. Or maybe not even overtime. Maybe Nonems just win. Because Bleeds are collapsing. They can buy here, sure. We are going to have to see kind of limited shields on a lot of these players, limited bits of utility. But other than that, the buy is pretty good. In terms of momentum, though, in terms of serious momentum. No Namers have been piloting it. We do see a Viper's Pit ready for Pith here, which we may actually see just expended fairly early on, so the rest of Bleed can rotate to this B site. I don't like how Maxi is a solo player on B here, considering how consistently No Namers have hit this site.
It's getting very, very close, Cameron. I think both of the teams know it. They know that the price is high. Let's see how this one works out. War coming through. Paranoia. It seems that Bleed want to go in for it straight away, but Maxi ends up falling. No assistance there. No crossfire created. They're taking risks, and they're not working out. No Namers are playing a simple game of Valorant, getting the spike down and getting the hell out of dodge.
Yeah.
And Bleed is just falling into their arms.
They're safe. Pavlos, I do not like how Bleed are playing 1B.
Nope.
They've been playing 1B for the entire half, and No Namers, they've just figured that out. You know, these aren't even close rounds. You know, No Namers, so they've finished this with 2 players who are kind of relatively damaged. There may be a few exits, but that'll be it.
The fact that you have an Omen instead of the Chamber no longer has the effect that it had on the attack of being able to fake out, take space. So much damage from them, the Extend, by the way. But not having a Chamber, taking early extremity space toward the B site, risk-free, is not there for them anymore. It is impossible to hold down this defense.
Yep. And they're sending Maxi solo to B again. Oh, I really don't like... I guess now Pith is there to assist, but this is without the Viper's Pit. All they have now is a Resurrection.
They lose this round, they lose the game.
Yeah, well and truly. There's no cash on them either.
You want to play?
Lead now, fighting for survival here.
Pushing forwards. This is more like it from Bleed. Gotten more control. This time around, No Namers go for a different approach from mid. Maxi finds a guarding shot, an all-important one. He's got assistance this time around from Yellow. Has Pith been spotted, though? They're going after him. A perfect opportunity to grab 2 kills for free. Shun able to shut him down, but the damage has already been done. Bleed needed this round. They need it desperately, and they're able to guarantee it. They got to be happy about that because it's done been a while.
Match point.
It has been a really long time since we've seen the Bleed round victory banner. But here's the thing, Pavlos. Where was that kind of 9 rounds ago? You know, Bleed have worked so hard for what is just 1 round. You look over at No Namers, who they're able to reinvest, no problem. Bleed, they won that round only losing a single player, and their buy is still worse. So Maxi has to drop down to a Bulldog. No ults available for either team just yet, bar the single Resurrection over on ulti. Asterion looks to punish any aggression that may be attempted over to this B site, but without spotting someone instantly, it's an instant rotation. Oh, Pavlos, this could be the undoing of Bleed.
Oh, this really could. Oh, this really could. Oh, this could go wrong. But they're not heading towards the A site. They haven't figured it out yet. The X-Sense position has been telegraphed. Bleed know to not aggress towards mid anymore. They know how passively No Namers are playing it.
Here.
Yep, and I love the fact that they've been able to identify how passive No Namers are being. They can kill this owl drone without revealing too much from No Namers. Then they're able to garner so much information without kind of batting some back. The rotation as well of the stage means that for Bleed, they're just trying to position Darion to where the initial attack's coming from. They have an inkling that it's A, but they've changed their mind at the last moment, just as No Namers prepare their attack. 35 seconds left, and they've chosen the wrong site. Pavlos, the gamble won't pay off.
30 seconds left.
Lene, with all to do here, Aldron barely spotting him. They know they're going to pre-fire. Well, they don't! And that was going to be Lene getting 1 kill! It's a trade good enough, though. Spike now heading towards a site, yet to be planted. 18 seconds, fine margins we're playing with. Toxic screen, keeping both teams apart. But now, the no man's zone will be crossed. Start cover to the one end, allowing the cross. Darion needing the extremity to be covered. Shun, that's a very risky position to garner. Darion knows of this. Recon bolt, Cloudburst thrown at it. He's ready to go in here. He's ready to take an aggressive position. You can see he's ready to dash away. Isn't able to find the first shot, and neither does the opponent. Quickly getting one. Alter into the depths of hell. Resurrection has come forth, and now Bleed have the numbers. It's a 3v2, and he didn't take the trace. Diffuse halfway. Is it being committed to? Brings out the operator one more time. Brings out the pistol, but there's simply no time. Had to be swinged from DXN, and no-namers will be able to hold on.
Oh, it comes so close once again. It comes down to the final bullets from both players. But no-namers now on the precipice of taking us to overtime. They have 4 ults available. They have all the money in the world they could ever hope for. Bleed, on the flip side, are dragging themselves round to round, just about finding enough money to keep them alive each time, and just about making it to the next round. No-namers set up once again for A. This time, though, it looks like they're upping the speed.
Okay, the stakes have just gotten harder. Attempts getting himself the opening kill. Arte in a difficult spot, but it's going to get shut down. No-namers are taking us to overtime. There's no way. Hunter's Fury finding some extra damage here, but Max is able to bring it back. The spike isn't being planted yet, which means Bleed have a chance. They need a kill, though. Vera is low. DXN gets it done once more. Route too tough. Maxi, 1 point of health. TP away. Finds himself the upper ground. Knowing where DXN is. Oh, falls short of the mark, and Shun, all left to do is to pull his shots towards Pith. We are heading to OT.
Switching sides.
Welcome to overtime, Pavlos. Bleeds are not going to be very happy that we are here. Bleeds, remember, were 10 or 12-3 in the, or 10 or 11-3, sorry, in the lead. And no-namers have just given us a monumental comeback. Pith is having an incredible game, as is Darion, but the rest of Bleed kind of struggling to keep up with the rest of the pack. Over on no-namers is Vera, DXN, and Shun, who are all doing very bloody well. But it's the Sages, it's Temps, it's Ulti, who are both really struggling in this game at the moment, being pummeled by these duelists and the Sentinels. As Bleed move to the attack, Pavlos, do you see any hope for Bleed here?
Now that they're on their attack, they may be able to see things with the different side, from a different angle. Could allow them to get back, could. But their confidence... yeah, that is slowly running out. If they get this win here, this could be a dub for them, but they need this win. Otherwise, I see it not happening. Sage v Sage going in favor of Arte, but the rest, how do they go? Fairly equally. 3-on-3, spike planted. Not quite, going for the safer approach as Lene finds himself to the back of things. Aldrin expended early from the no-namer side, but the spike goes down for Bleed.
Just spotted out by that recon dart, is able to get away, and with a snakebite available, Bleed can play the afterplan here. 3 versus 3, the HP isn't in their favor, but the utility is.
2 shock darts available for Leonard, but no more! He died! What? He went through mid, and it was red. That is Altair finding one, but a trade won't do it. Pith has to level up here. 1v2 with DXN operator at hand, has to find the right-hand side angle. Pith is able to find it down to a duel. Not being diffused. Pith, when does he find comfort to peek out? Now he does!
Oh, that's perfect.
Again on map and series points. Is this the time where they're able to cross through that finishing line?
It took him a while, it really did. But for me, Pith, bear in mind, we just highlighted the fact he's having an incredible game right now, Pavlos. The fact he's able to win the 1 versus 2, they call for the timeout. This is where, bear in mind, we go to overtime now, and Bleed can finally buy. You know, they went through, I think, about 10 rounds where they couldn't afford anything. So the fact they're even in overtime is impressive. And now they have the comfort of cash.
It seems that the Bleed Esports Achilles heel was his defense, though. Oh, no. I'm sensing another overtime. I really am. I'm glad they take a timeout, though, because now they need to consider what the best line of action is.
Do you see us going to map 3, Pavlos?
It could. It's not over till it's over, is it, Kremer?
That's true. That's true. I would love to see a map 3. I really want to see Breeze as well, because that's where both Darion and DXN can sort of roam free. So that's going to be a really interesting map. However, let's see if we're going to be getting their first bleed on their defense. They fan out, they spread out, and now we're seeing a change. This time, Maxi heads over to A. We see the Jet and Viper double up on B now. Potentially a cause to be a little bit more aggressive. Potentially, Maxi given a bit more free roam with the Operator on A. But regardless of the matter, he is a solo, which means if he dies, it's going to spell big trouble.
I can say one thing for sure. Bleed do not want to see a third map.
They don't.
Setting aside default from no-namers, nothing too aggressive. Bleed, I like the approach this time around, aggressive towards B. That's what you need. Dedicate the rest towards A, kind of leaving mid under the control of Lene. How is this read? It seems that no-namers want to contest this. No way. Pushing forwards, Vera.
Toxin screen down.
Eager to find an opening, but says no to that. At least not yet. At least without reinforcements.
This could be perfect. It's all on timing now. This first kill, Pavlos, will decide everything.
It really could. 1 kill only. Snakebite to their feet. The timing. DXN, though, he's got his crosshair ready. He's got his crosshair ready as soon as the wall drops. That could be a pre-fire. Pith throws it and gets to the side, out into the open. Pith is able to find the first kill, and now what does that mean for Bleed? Do they push forwards? That is Darion on a very off angle. Caught off guard. Cloudburst to the side, allowing both of the players to cross forwards. Cross backwards, actually, but Pith stays behind. He stays behind. The cross coming out. Darion doesn't shoot him. What is going on?
He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to.
They've done it. Crazy stuff! It took them forever, but you can see how happy and how relieved that makes them. Wave to the camera, boys. Smile and wave, because what you just did was beyond crazy.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy with what was a very dominant performance. But Pavlos, that was a laboured performance. That could have been closed out kind of 20 minutes ago. The fact that no-namers were able to almost trap Bleed in their own map and make them go to overtime, for me, is nothing to turn your nose up at. No-namers, an incredible performance from them. Unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough.
It wasn't. But the series is over, right? 2-0 at the end. I think, as you said, it was laboured. But I think what Bleed can take from that is how to come back from it, right? There's a lot to learn from it. And unfortunately for no-namers, that is the end of the road when it comes to VCT MYSG for them. They're out. No VCT APAC, none of that. But for Bleed, we'll be able to see more of them. And I think that's what a lot of the fans of this region have kind of been looking at. They've loved these guys forever. And of course you would. They're so cool with it. They're so cool. They're so friendly. How can you not? So valiant victory for them. And they'll be playing later on against the lower final, in the lower final against Paper Rex. No easy feat at all. But before we head onwards to the later stages of this tournament, let's talk about what just happened by taking a look at the highlights.
Honestly, there are quite a few highlights in this game. I feel like a lot of them were, of course, Darion, and a lot of them were, of course, DXN. Both of them had incredible games here, and I think for DXN particularly, I really like his chamber. I really, really like it.
How do you see Bleed maybe switching up their lineup later on, right? Because not lineup, more as in the agent selection, right? Because I think we saw them on the defense a little bit troubled. I didn't think they had the versatility they could have had with the Omen. I think they only figured out space has to be taken by 2 players instead of 1. They could simply just rely on Chamber to take that B main control very early. How do you think them to switch? Do you think they'll be switching that on later on in the season?
I would like to. I would really like to. I think that Bleed right now, they're in terms of support network in the best possible position. And so I think I would like to see them experiment with different agent compositions because they can. I feel like having your Omen use that operator really hinders you. Don't get me wrong, it's possible, but it's not comfortable. And yeah, you look at Darion, even though he's not hitting many shots with that operator, the fact he's able to disengage so quickly makes up for that.
Really, really does. That leaves us with a very close game at the end of the day. No-namers, our hearts go out to you. Your efforts were extraordinary. Getting to overtime after such a big deficit was heartbreaking, to say the least. I'm sure you're feeling it. But if you guys are watching this right now, I say do not give up. There's a long road ahead of you. A lot more you can provide. You guys are young. You guys are strong. I'm looking forward to what you guys can provide. There's more for sure. So keep your heads high. But for Bleed, congratulations, because you're heading to VCT APAC. You're playing against your arch nemesis, Paper Rex, who so far has had the big title of being the top dogs of MYSG and APAC as a whole. But it seems legends can bleed. And yeah, maybe you can make them bleed again. Thankfully, you have a short break for that before you get to play them. Thankfully, you're able to rest up a bit, but not too big of a break, right? Paper Rex had more time to rest, haven't they?
On paper, we're scheduled to start that second best of three or that third best of three of the day in about 2 hours. I'm actually fairly certain we're accelerating the schedule a little bit. We'll be able to give you another update for that sort of close to the time. But we're absolutely going to be starting before the time on before the time on the schedule.
Yeah, for sure. But for now, let's keep you entertained for a little bit longer. I think we can entertain the idea of the stats. 25% headshot. Well, I mean, why am I looking at the headshots really? It was closely contested all across the board. Very close game, very close game. And a lot of it came down to the clutches. There was macro play that made a difference at the end of the day, as always is on Icebox. And yeah, No-namers nearly got the better of him at the attack. I was actually surprised the attack was the strongest of the two sides by such a massive
by quite
margin.
a distance. I feel like it's down to confidence. I think when you're on the attack, you sort of know what you're doing. Push, kill this guy, get that stage wall up, get that spike down, get off the site. It's very step by step. Whereas your defense on Icebox is very reactionary. You can't plan ahead, and so it's entirely down to they're on that site. Okay, let's do this. Let's try this. And that's when your adaptability comes into play. And for Bleed, I think that's one of their biggest weaknesses at the moment.
It really is. And it's actually very nice that I've joined MYSG today for the first time ever. I'm actually having a lot of fun. There's a lot of passion within these rosters. There's a lot of fragging capabilities. It's really cool. And they're not lacking by any means behind the other regions. Okay, maybe some macro when it comes, and some micro as well. Some set pieces, not as well advanced as some other teams in other regions like EMEA, for example. But who's to say that that works out more than what this region has got to bring, right? It's the fundamentals of playing this game that matters, right? If you've got set pieces that can be figured out, if you've got solid fundamentals and are able to react to the game as it goes, you can be strong. And that was proven in VCT Masters in Reykjavik just a few months ago, with Paper X making the top 4, with Zeta Division also making it into the top 3. So there is so much to give, and I can tell you from now, I love this region. This is looking really, really cool.
Something to highlight as well is right now, I would hand on heart say you put the top of this tier against any other tier, whether it be EMEA, whether it be NA. I think kind of bottom of tier 1, top of tier 2, APAC beats all other regions at that level. Like the competition here is insane. On that note, on topic of competition, our MVP going to Pith for a dominant performance on Icebox.
Very dominant.
Averaging 32 kills.
It's crazy. The fact that he had so much impact with the role he was playing is just mind-boggling to me. He actually, was considered as an anchor at times, but he's not the one you'd expect to go in and go make those flashy plays. He often was the backbone of a team and picked up the slack where it was required. And I think for Bleed Esports to get to where they've gotten to, he's been a difference maker and very, very deservedly gets the most valuable player of the match.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The only other player who I think maybe contested Pith for this position was Darion, who had a really, really strong Haven, but his Icebox just wasn't quite as good as Pith's. So that's a close second to Darion there. as we get ready for our kind of third final match of the day, Paper Rex versus Bleed, you know, the age-old matchup we've seen time and time again. Who do you think wins it?
You know, I've got to say Paper X, right? Because I'm going to let you go with the other, with the underdog story again, and you might stand corrected. But I've got to go for Paper X. I think they've realized the mistakes they've made. They've got to, right? And they were very small mistakes to make. I have to give it to Lace for managing to pick up that victory by the end of the day. But I don't think miracles happen twice. I don't think it happens that easily. The fact that Bleed also had some very visible mistakes. I think Paper X were definitely watching the matches that were happening right now. And I think they'll be happy to face up against Bleed because they don't look solid. There are a lot of shaky moments that they've had. So for that reason, I have to go for Paper X, but I'm sure you'll have an opposing opinion.
Something to highlight is the last 5 or 6? The last 6 times Paper X played against Bleed, they lost every single time. 2-0, 3-0, 2-0, 3-0, 2-1, 2-1. So Bleed have really struggled against Paper X. We should also highlight that out of the last 3 times, in the last 4 times, Paper X played against Bleed, I've cast Bleed losing in 3 of them. So maybe I'm their unlucky charm. I'm sorry, boys, you're stuck with me. But I'm really looking forward to seeing just what Bleed will be able to do.
Damn right. And we've got a very cool video to show you, top 5 aces of the previous weeks. Let's have a look at them. Let's have some fun.
Getting a little bit of information before going for some see that Lenny was trying to do something, but it's all this in this moment. What? They move forward and he just clicks and holds.
But here comes the Rolling Thunder, an offensive one as well. Only was able to catch one, but Jay was in a corner with the Rolling Thunder didn't hit, and he sustains it all the way. Get your butt back here, boy. I won that ace, and he earns it as well. He gets it hard. That was hot.
Vera is not scared to push forward there. He gets Xanos out of the way. He doesn't care about being vulnerable. Gets 2. Very aggressive plays here. Does he make it 3? Yes, he will. Make it 4, please. Let's go. No, what the heck? There we go. That's the ace.
Probably here because of the fact that they've been contesting against G and even click at the same time. But they're going to be quickly, swiftly planting this fight. They're going to come in for it. The ice ball goes out, the time's out. Now they're dependent on the success screen. Aduka finds one. A nice right click coming in for Jaws as well. But Sumi constantly keeping them on their feet. But let's see for how long. And it's 1v1. What an ace coming in from Josh as he says.
And it looks like they're gambled, and the answer's gonna be caught fire and Piv!
What in the world is happening?
Oh my god, hit with the 4K, all with the headhunter. All he needs is one more swaps out to the ghost and gets a 5K. That's an ace for him for round number 1.
Although there was just so many awesome aces from that, I think a highlight for me is the caster reactions, and the one in the top 4 with "Get your butt back here" was just amazing for me.
Pretty sure that's Zeno, if I'm not mistaken.
Legend.
My favorite part about those highlights is the fact that Moon is in every single one of them. Either Moon is doing the ace or they're being aced. There's no in between. There's like one clip where they're not there. But my heart does go out to Moon, who they get a lot of real. They do get a lot of real.
Yeah, someone's playing a lot of poker because they're seeing a lot of aces, even if they're the ones to do it. But yeah, a lot of awesome ones, a lot of cool ones, and I think we saw an ace today as well, right? Who was it that did it? A Jet on one end, I believe.
We saw 2 attempted aces, both of which were denied by teammates.
Were they all denied?
I saw 2 of them be denied.
Yeah. Okay. I thought I saw Darian get an ace. I thought I saw Darian get an ace at some point.
Well,
but
probably he is Darian. It's entirely likely.
It is very likely. Yeah, you're right. We did saw a few being denied. So yeah. When was the last time you got an ace, Kremer?
God, I've actually got a story about this. got a story
Okay.
about this.
All right,
So
let's hear it.
we'll fill for a bit. We got a story. So, oh no, we'll go to break. Never mind.
We'll hear the story another time. If everyone's
We'll hear the story
interested,
another
I'm
time.
sure you'll make a tweet about it at some point. So yeah, let's do a break, everybody. We'll see you back after it. We'll be soon. We'll be shortly here. You'll see the timer. Just make sure you're here.
Oh, very good maneuver there. Seeing that his back is open. And yes, Sora gets baited as well as Jason. The movements are good. He's good for 2 so far. And his fight is down. It's a 3 kill for him. America's 57 HP left. And this is on an equal round. But first thing first is that they got the plant, which is good.
Vera.
With the flick. Remember, what's it called? All things considered in terms of trigger discipline.
Oh my.
But no one is coming through shot. There's 3 ways that you can look for you. They look the wrong way. Freya with those 2 taps. I was getting a free. To a Viper's pit though. Winning still possible. Exactly what I thought. Well, Bryce is down. But the reason why I say it's possible is because Barry is so low. And he gets
Sure, Duka will not be using that martial anymore, but look at that. Oh my god, big value from at
the first was actually magnificent. Pops out rather. That's a flick onto him. And Cal is going to be taken down. 1 more kill and he won't make it.
Chase your fear.
That's true. I thought we isolated. I mean, this is Paper X map pick for a reason, and they play impeccably. What a shot! What a flick that was! Archer's down! And we got a stun coming out. The Prowler gets one. In the meantime, no, we got the knife!
Didn't even realize that Forsaken was all the way in the back here. Neff does find 1, finds 2! Beijing gonna stop that, but Forsaken choosing not to go all the way back into Gong. He wants to clear it, but Darragh is already on the spawn side here. Darragh gets a 3k, but Sora says, not today, Zerg. Sora finds another pick onto Jason. But now there is one. That is the team here. Yes, head! Anashi's head just popped out just a little bit. Suddenly there Pincer and Edward. And finally 1 more kill trying to worry about. And that's a 4k for Darion. That's 30 DXN. Immediately pops 1 hit, immediately has to reposition. He didn't even teleport, did he? Immediately gets 2 as well. On top of that, they also got the kill from Shun. Anzo finds another 1. DXN gets Anzo in. Rhaenyra is not scared to push forward there. He gets Xanos out of the way. He doesn't care about being vulnerable. Gets 2. Very aggressive plays here. Does he make it 3? Yes, it will. Make it 4, please. Let's go. No, what the heck? There we go. That's the ace.
Oh my god, this is the problem. He didn't check there! Not checking Mill. Super punishing. 3 already for Kyle. And it's gonna be Sumi 1.
Oh no, but they haven't checked it fully, and Sky catches all for the swing, and he gets a quad in the process as well. The screen, they only can play with Poison Claws here, and a good pickup on Frey. Follows up with a transition of the 2-1 Sky.
Immediately kills the Red Diffuser. As long as he swing up, and he gets the 4.
Unbelievable.
Yes, he does. This guy, like say,
But then again, Pim's a little bit low here. Could have also too low. Forsaken. What was that flick spray?
that is a stinger. Needs to do a lot to get things done. This is gonna be another knife. A second knife from Bankai. But Larry's just waiting right there. He's waiting. Wait, what was that?
Oh.
Bernard does not see anyone.
No
Forsaken with the double. Realizes Vera right behind the generator. Going side by side. Forsaken. What? Trying to play it quiet, but Frey does spot someone. Frey with 4. Does not know, and all he has to do is just knife and round. There's Riza with the spray and pray. Gets some damage and not quite enough to drop anyone. Just said the one.
No way.
Riza.
Oh.
Riza.
Still playing a little bit more slower pace. They want to see they get fired up.
Oh, the
Force it out.
collateral.
Bryce. 1 shot at all.
Team. They are very aware. Now flaring on top, going up and down.
No
but
way.
for now, look at the showstopper. Josh getting 2.
Because of the fact that they have been contesting against G and even click at the
Oh my
same
God,
time.
Josh.
Ball goes out and times out. Not dependent on the success screen. Aduka finds 1. A nice right click coming in from Jaws as well. But Sumi constantly keeping them on their feet. But let's see for how long. And it's 1v1. What an ace coming in from Josh. As he says, who needs a plan when you can win it all by taking them all out?
Oh, they didn't check it! Oh, he fires at the right time! It's a double! Quarter battles, takes out the first player, not before Heist comes in from the back though, and Heist still lands the hooks! He goes in, he crouches! From the Hans as well. Doesn't really find one, but they know exactly where Heist is. The Mets. Wait. The Vi coming into point. He goes to the wall back. Nice. Now it's up to Diego. Swings in and gets the quad. We're going for the res instead, and Bryce is in position. Picks up the triple kill. Started it though.
He's gonna go for a bit of a pushing bottom here.
Oh my
Running right
God.
into as well.
Oh my God. They're gonna have to play it so safe.
Nice stop from flaring though. Has the angle locked down.
Oh! And that's the third. Looking for the fourth. First Love steals it, but Flaring's done the job. He's re-peeking. Divine. What? Oh, double kill. And he's looking for the third. He knows Xeno's on the other side because of that. Oh, drone holds the angle. Shoots at the right time. Rizza. Down to the 1v1, or 2v1, excuse me. Racing, but Darren swaps to the story. Oh, he's gonna repeat. No! What? Information before going for some see that Lenny was trying to do something, but it's all dead in this moment. What? They push out, but then Todak takes the zip line. At least there's spray here to play this time. He's got the operator. He's been tagged. He still gets a shot.
He's stuck in there. He has the angle, but it means nothing.
Great. Up for the fourth on Arches, and that's a goal.
Unfortunately, he runs out. The paranoia. He comes out and gets a second one. Almost, and he does get a first. Where did the Edward come from? It doesn't matter. Easy just come by. He's too close, as well as Jing. Now you're gonna push in right now. They try to make it work, and he gets 2. He gets 3. The 5. Massive kills coming up for him. It's a 4K.
And it's a 1 as well. Only was able to catch 1, but Jay was at a corner with the rolling thunder didn't hit, and he sustains it all the way. Your butt back here, boy. I won that ace, and he earns it as well.
He gets it hot. That was hot. But it just prompts Galaxy who can hold down these crosses here. Yep, Darion cannot find a hit. Vera with a double. You're gonna keep pushing up through screen, and DXN is actually crossing out with Musavic for a while. Wait, this is almost an 8 right now, and the ace is gotten by Vera.
Utility follow-up, but won't be able to find him in the crossfire. Jay comes in for the swing. Nice time with a flash. And Flary will be able to catch his all 3. Make it a 4 as he literally pulling things hard. That 8 might be the call. And it looks like they're gambles, and the answer's going to be called. Quiet as Piff. What in the wall is happening?
Oh my God, Piff with the 4K, all with the headhunter. All he needs is one more swaps out to the ghost and gets a 5K. That's an ace for him for round number 1. Here might be good for 1. Here comes 1 that we talked about. Javai gets 2. Will it be 3? Not quite, as he repositions himself. Right now he's stuck.
No
Where
way.
he's going, gets
No
stuck.
way.
And Javai ends it for peak here. But Alvin wins that one against DZ. Now from the side, Darren does that 1. He's good for 2. He's good for 3. But they had to deal with crossfire from 2 different angles here. 3 for now as Darren comes in the back. No. He does it.
Before he slowly pushes through, you notice it's going to be cutting a lot more closer. And a quick skull comes in and he makes it loud. So 1 from shower, 1 from short. Aduka gets quick dom as well.
DXN.
Are you kidding me?
As he's watching from the cubby, I don't think he's going to notice it. It's too late. We were just talking about that.
No way!
He makes it, and he ran out of bullets. DXN.
That's why he got that count. That's why he got the result.
High angle right now for now. Vera playing for the society. They don't know that he's up there. Vera gets 1 shot as well. And look how low Aduka is. Aduka from the side tried to overheal. Not quite enough time for now. Very beautifully done, Aduka. That off.
Oh man, here comes Kratos style God of War, slowly backing him up, but he's leaving the Chan Max. He says, I have no fear, but here comes the first slice. Couple of damage, no pigs, fourth fall. Looks like the defenders are having a little bit of trouble here as they're trying to find the next picking. 2v2 left on the line, making it a 1v2 to make it a win, but sadly, F-Guard will be the one.
On a bit. Reposition, because he can get a couple. What is this? Called him the Piff. You know what Piff is short for? Python. He's just missing the OM behind his snake as he is. Zoops in from behind, gets Thames there with the ult. Oh, not really ult. He's just actually trying to flash out everyone there. He's got the... Flary's got the judge, but that blind's just, well, it basically just deafens him.
Either way,
but they have enough players to actually check the respective angles. Spots one. That's one off the board of the checklist. Tally, the spray control doesn't really fully connect, and that's gonna be the end here, bringing the scoreline to 6-6. It's all Barry. I want that booty. Come back here. While it's on the chase on the other side, we have a classic 4v4. The fight for the stairways here towards the spike. They're trying to hold down the line. It's the battle of Thermopylae here, and the Spartans are succeeding.
We caught Super Cat K in 4K using an ability. Our trust is over, but Tommy, he's got some moves, and Flaring's just trying to b-hop his way out of there too. I mean, he needs to get on site to get his defuse, and he just found out he's not actually funded underneath. He's gonna go on to heaven. He's gonna get a kill maybe, and he's just probably not gonna get it in time. Everyone's just gonna fall to this fight here.
Now that's quite big, but now they're trying to get to the side of South Cloudburst, trying to go for the quick ninja defuse here. Couldn't get it all the way through. He's already almost there. 110% left, and he will succeed.
It's so good though. How's Thames that good? Crosshair too, so anything can really happen. A lot of these are based on luck as well, but also based on instinct, right? Usually you can see where your bullet tracers go, and yeah, Maxi was having trouble trying to connect it with Piff there, but Thames, if anyone that can do it, I know it could have been Thames, but I spoke a little bit too early. Talk about Caster's Curse, and F-God finally gotten a good clutch for himself.
That Viper's bed flaring, slowly landing the marketing use of that centralization aim. Gets the third and the fourth to end it all here, to bring back the game once again. 9-9, 10 out of 10 for that swag point, and great attempt as well. By the way, later into the science, he already dive as much as possible. Sadly, the spray line doesn't really connect as much as or as well as Piff. He sprays them all down mercilessly like vandals. He only knows one, but what about the second one though? He tried to fake. Does he commit? Looks like they know it's a fake for sure. He pushes forward, he spots two, and casually picks up the rest.
And the best part is he's actually got the defuse. What a player it is!
But yes, coming back to the game for them. Now they are sort of two lead men in the lead. A couple of trades are happening across the board here, but they are staggered, they are blind. But still, Maxi still makes it work despite the disparity he was in anyway. He has still the play, but Pep once again sends them all to the abyss. That's gotta hurt. They still have their another duelist, of course, with the best flash in the game as well. But they really need a Maxi to sort of set the pace and set the position as well. Sprays are connected, but Shufei still makes it well. But sadly, she's gonna stay around for too long to keep the game going. But the lineup set so perfectly, and Sky, it's all across the board here. Go through it. It's Cloud9.
Man, not just about Sky. It was. Here we go. The games are back here. Mine is the basic soldier. Yours is the 360. They need to do a 360. Where's the 360?
Come on, SF God, Shufei, you gotta do it.
Yeah, she's trying to do it. She's
360, she tried.
You gotta need higher set for this one though. It's all marshals, and it worked out pretty well because this is only like.
Oh, he got it.
That's F-God. We've won, but not before being traded out as well.
Towards the B side, because they know they're not really set up for it, and now they're being punished hard. Now, this is the part where Mirror Earth says it's us, our turn to return the favor, but they're just landing shots after shots, Viper.
Yeah, I love it though. He caught Shufei trying to do this rotation while she's actually turning though. Tommy is showing out.
We have seen it! What?
We have come out 4K, ladies and gentlemen!
Okay, Molly.
You got Tommy!
Bro, Tommy is turning in all directions.
He shot it as you were turning.
after this, there's not gonna be enough time. Look at that. You don't even need. You just need a tunnel vision. The Marshall is so good, especially when you're on the defense. That ain't fair. Life ain't fair.
Yeah, life ain't fair though. You gotta do that 360. Sky gets one, misses it again. Maxi is pushing all the way in, having absolutely no mercy. Super Cat K to the 360, trying to go with the Spectre, but Maxi is
Last challenge here, ladies and gents. Mine's gonna be arrow to the knee.
and W. But then again, Piff is just landing shots after shots though, shutting them all down. Seeker's gonna be pushing out as well, but at the same time, they're just holding W and the Seeker just hit right on time. Because if that Seeker didn't hit and then blind him out, that would have been so detrimental for Mirror Team, who was just literally right around the corner. Now they're currently crawling into the site. They are feeling it, they are feeling livid as they crawl their way to victory here. And Supe here only can press W all the way.
Oh, she got her gun barrel was spotted through that wall.
They bind themselves here. Does spot out the outdraw, but Tommy finds a hit, gets rid of his counterpart here and feeling absolutely great. Gets the second one, but he knows someone's coming at the back of the side. He gets the quad here. He's playing a little bit smart and trying to play for the sideline. Gets the 2K, but Josh is coming out to a 1v3.
They're trying to give it to him. The ace. He's giving it here. And yes, he gets it.
Getting a little bit of information before going for some bold play. See that Lenny was trying to do something, but it's all this in this moment. What? They move forward and he just clicks and holds.
But here comes the Rolling Thunder, an offensive one as well. Only was able to catch one, but Jay was in a corner with the Rolling Thunder didn't hit, and he sustains it all the way. Get your butt back here, boy. I won that ace, and he earned it as well.
He gets it hot. That was hot.
Vera is not scared to push forward there. He gets Danos out of the way. He doesn't care, but being vulnerable gets two. Very aggressive plays here. Does it make it three? Yes, it will. Make it four, please. Let's go. No, what the heck? There we go. That's the ace.
Already here because of the fact that they've been contesting against G and even click at the same time. But they're gonna be quickly, swiftly planting this fight. They're gonna come in for it. The ice ball goes out, the time's out. Now they're dependent on the success screen. Aduka finds one. A nice right click coming in from Jaws as well. But Sumi constantly keeping them on their feet. But let's see for how long. And it's 1v1. What an ace coming in from Josh as he says.
And it looks like they're gambled, and the answer's gonna be going fired at Piff.
What in the world is happening?
Oh my god, Pitt with the 4K, all with the headhunter. All he needs is one more swaps out to the ghost and gets a 5K. That's an ace for him for round number 1.
Many members moving in so quickly. Listen to the absolute symphony of footsteps. Now you have to move away and move into Leonard. The Lions strike with his Frey, and Frey continues to slay. Could it be the pistol ace?
Because if they rush back into him and if he doesn't find those strikes, that could be painful, but he finds every single one of them. Are you kidding me, Forsaken?
Welcome once again to VCT Malaysia Playoffs Day 3, where myself, Pavlos, also known as Xwarrior, and Krema are taking you through the action for the final 2 days of competition. We've said goodbye to one team today, and we've got our 3 teams that will already be qualifying to VCT APAC. But now we've got a final frontier. Try and see who will be our last finalist. Krema, how excited are you about this one?
I can't wait. We've got a matchup that has happened time and time again. We've got Bleed, who have, let's be honest, sort of limped their way into this final match after a very close game against No Namers. Icebox going a little bit further than they probably would have wanted. And Paper Rex, who I don't think anyone was expecting to see in the lower bracket after Lays were able to beat them 2-1. Where did that come from, Pavlos? Now Paper Rex, we're gonna have to see what they're like. Now they've been sent really from a loss, and that for me is gonna be the most interesting thing to see here.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of interesting results, and here you can see them on your screens as well as we look at both of the upper and lower brackets. All of the semi-finals have been completed in that way, and we've only got the lower bracket grand final to kind of come underway. So as you said, Paper X versus Bleed will be that matchup.
Yep.
And considering the fact that we already have Lays in the grand finals really makes me excited about what is to come. Paper X, I can imagine, are your favorites, but could you give me just, can you say it within a sentence, what can we expect from this matchup?
For me, it's going to be Paper Rex looking to respond, having lost a game against Lays. For Bleed, it's their chance to take revengeance. They're going to try and do unto Paper Rex what has already been done before. You know, for Bleed, you know, maybe the 7th time is the charm. Maybe it's the 7th time that they play against Paper Rex. They might finally be able to beat them. Their game against No Namers was by all means not perfect, but neither was Paper Rex. So we need to see who's been able to recuperate and who's been able to regather their forces for what is going to be one final push to try and get to these grand finals.
Who will come out on top in the final of the lower bracket, Paper X or Bleed? Both teams of which are very much looking at that top spot in competition. Bleed, can they hit Paper X while they're down, or can Paper X take over Bleed for yet another time? Krema, we're in for a treat, and everybody else watching at home, I'm sure you've been awaiting for this matchup. Paper X is probably not a team you expected to be in the lower bracket, and also Bleed, you didn't expect them to win in the fashion that they did up against No Namers, knowing how strong they have been contending up against them so far. But I think now we can talk about things team specific. First up, I believe we'll be talking about Bleed. So what could you tell me about this team right now?
Bleed right now, have been second best in MYSG for so long. They've just not been able to usurp Paper Rex, but this could be that time. Paper Rex aren't playing, you know, the best Valorant they've ever played, and that could be something Bleed could punish. Remember, we currently have a stand-in. Alti is playing instead of Lexi. So you look at the Bleed lineup now. It's Darion, Lenny, Alti, Maxi, and Pith. Now, Pith and Darion just had an incredible series. If they can do it again here, then they could really give Paper Rex a run for their money. But what I'm looking for from Bleed right now is consistency.
Yeah, a lot of risk has been taken from Pith and Maxi as well, coming over from EU to play over here in VCT APAC, in this region in particular. And obviously, given that their spot isn't guaranteed, well, now it is, but it's still quite a risk to make, considering that, you know, Pith has played his fair share of time in G2. I know it was just for a few months, but there was faith in him to do well there. Didn't quite work out in the end. You have your Maxi, who has gotten a lot of experience now, the IGL of this roster, bringing in sort of European mentalities to the game of how you want to approach it. We've kind of seen this a little bit from the rosters they've been able to bring out from the compositions they've been bringing to the table, which is kind of what we want to see more of. But the fact that they have heavy hitters like Darion is why they're able to come out of sticky situations and often on top, which is what makes this team exciting. But without any further ado, let's look at their composition for today. Paper Rex, Kremer. Talk to me about them. I know everybody probably knows about them already, but tell me.
What isn't there to say when it comes to Paper Rex? Yeah, Benkai, Divide, Forsaken, Jing, Mindfreak. It's a roster that has been together for a while now, and they have been able to perform together, placing top 4 at Masters. For me, that is a title which is just insane. Now in MYSG, the fact they're even in the lower bracket is kind of incomprehensible. Like, if we went into this bracket and you look at these sort of pick'ems that people put before playoffs even started, every single player expects, every single person who did their pick'ems predicted Paper Rex would go to the finals, and it would be who can beat Paper Rex in the finals. There's no other time in which they've really met, and even in the group stage of this tournament, Paper Rex, I believe, have been able to avoid Bleed for the most part. The last time they played against each other was actually, they have played against each other in this tournament. Paper Rex won it 2-1, but this was earlier in the group stage. And the main maps that really took the cake for me was Bind, which Paper Rex were able to win, I think, 13-3. They really were able to dominate against Bleed. That it did go to all 3 maps, though, with Breeze being our decider. And as we saw, you know, Breeze for Bleed is a pretty good map. Paper Rex was still able to win that, though, 13-8. They were able to reverse sweep Bleed. With the opening map of Icebox, considering how shaky Bleed were on Icebox just now, I doubt we'll see it in our veto again.
Yeah, it could be a different complete 3-mapper affair when it comes to this matchup, but we've seen Paper Rex bleed, no pun intended. We've seen them drop a map early against Lays, and Bleed have been able to take a map off of them early on in the season, just like you said. So this is not set in stone at all. Paper Rex are considered the favorites, but we've seen that they have an Achilles heel. So far, we've seen that Lays has found it, but whether Bleed can do that as well in this very short amount of time, we'll have to show for it. But also, you have to consider what Paper Rex can kind of adjust for the past few hours, right? Because while Bleed was playing their best of 3, Paper Rex was able to prepare. But let's have a look at what we'll be looking at in this particular matchup. There are 2 players that come to mind when you sort of think about firepower, and that is Darion and Forsaken.
Understandably so. Understandably so. Darion and Forsaken, both the Jet players for their team. And you look at the ACS and particularly their sort of damage per rounds, they're relatively close, but Forsaken just inches ahead, particularly on headshot percentage. You know, Darion, he's consistent, but we don't see the flashy plays that we see from Forsaken. Yeah, when it comes to this Paper Rex roster, it's just pure, unadulterated talent. And when you mix Forsaken and Jing, sometimes even with Divide, you get a lethal concoction. One which Lays was actually able to beat, which again is just incredible. You've really got to highlight the prowess that we were able to see from the members of Lays to actually beat Paper Rex. But will Paper Rex allow themselves to lose twice in one day? I really doubt it.
Yeah, it's a very rare occurrence to see them lose in general in IMSG. So losing twice in one day is not great. Although every team has their bad days. Every team doesn't have. You can't win forever, right? That's how it is here in Valorant. That's how it is in competition in general. So this is what's interesting about this. Is this a day they can recover from, or will they be seeing the same downhill of returns? But heading into sort of this veto, we've already kind of alluded to their previous history playing with each other. But coming into this one, any expectations, Kremer? Is there something you'd like to see other than the rest?
I would like to see an Icebox. I want to see if Bleed are able to recover it. I doubt we will, but we're going to take a look at the veto. Of course, Bide instantly being taken out by Bleed. There are no surprises whatsoever after the 33 defeat they had in the group stage. Paper Rex removing Icebox is kind of surprising. It definitely opens up the door to the likes of Fracture and Breeze. And I think for Paper Rex, I think the kind of newer maps are going to be where they're listing. For Bleed, their opening map, there's a lot of choice here. Going for the Ascent, a map both teams are very bloody good at, so no real sort of surprises there. But I'm really interested to see if we see the likes of Breeze and Fracture. I think they're let's say their map switch definitely favor Paper Rex here.
I love that Bleeder to going for Ascent as well. That's a map where I think Paper Rex was showed some weaknesses on earlier, so that's looking to be exploited. We're getting our first fracture of the day, which I do love. A completely different dynamic, and Paper Rex may have something prepared in that way. So we're just waiting to see the final and third one. But what do you feel about fracture?
I quite like Fracture for Paper Rex. Definitely complements the play style that's quite aim heavy. The rotation times are quite long, so you really have to have some individual performances, something which Paper Rex really excel at. Over on Bleed, though, you know, sort of they've been experimenting. Yeah, they have a huge support network. They do have a mastermind as the head coach, so the chances of seeing some kind of new strategies of potentially the likes of Neon on Fracture, we've seen quite a bit. So there's a world here where Paper Rex might bring up something unorthodox for Fracture. Same for Bleed, actually. So Fracture for me is going to be the most interesting map out of these three. Sort of looking at it, though, knee-jerk reaction says 2-0 Paper Rex, but I would love to see a Bleed upset. I'd love to see a Bleed upset. I
was about to ask you, right, like, what are the chances of Paper Rex closing this out in 2-0? And you said it, like, the greatest chances is that they actually do that, right? Yes, they showed a couple of weaknesses at the start of Ascent, but the rest of it was snowbally, right? Their aggression. It seems like Bleed maybe have an idea of how they can play up against that, which I like. They're not really falling victims to the idea of being scared about it, but Fracture also being in the mix. Bleed are going to have a tough time, man. And what would you say is their win condition in this series?
Darion needs to be on fire. If Darion and Pith are really hitting their shots, if Alti can sort of wake up a bit on the Sage as well, then there's a very winnable game here for Bleed. I'm still gassed at the fact I predicted Lays to actually beat Paper Rex, so I think any prediction I say from here on out doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. But you know what? Sod it. Go on. Yeah, let's see a Bleed upset. 2-1 Bleed.
2-1 Bleed. Okay, I'm gonna go for 2-0 Paper Rex. Losing twice just doesn't hit right. Just something. Maybe I'll be wrong again. Maybe I'll be mistaken. Because
there is. Yeah. Oh god, there is someone I want to sort of mention. It's the fact that Ferrari 6K, I think their name is Ferrari 6K, is Jing's mum, and she is in every single game I've cast the Paper Rex. It's nuts. Like the support she gets from Sal is actually heartwarming. You know what's even better as well? It's now every like MYSG fan like just refers to her as auntie. She's like the auntie of every player, every viewer sort of in MYSG. So Ferrari, we see you, we appreciate you, and I think it's amazing that you're supporting Jing, who is, let's be honest, probably one of the best players in the region now. So
yeah, very much so. And it's good to see this gap between generations sort of being breached like this, because it's so difficult to tell my parents what I do, right? And I can imagine it's very similar for players, right? Growing up and kind of saying, I've got a chance in esports, and your parents are probably like, what's that? No. Go to university. Go study.
Go be a doctor.
Go be a doctor. Like exactly. Like I've had that. I've had that. So it's very difficult to kind of get your parents to understand, because it is a difficult road. It is a difficult road. But once you've made it, like a lot of these players we're looking at today, once you're at the top of your region, you can't hold back. You have to go for glory, and a lot of these players are very capable of that.
Well, sure. It took me actually bringing my parents to an event in order to convince them. Like, it really took a while, so even more so, Ferrari, we appreciate you. We do appreciate you. We should be able to get in game any second now. In terms of composition, are you expecting to see the likes of sort of Neon fade? Do you want to see the likes of Neon fade? Bear in mind, this is an elimination match, so yes, all teams are qualified. They're playing for seeding here. Is this the time to bring out something unorthodox?
We've got Haven first, right?
No, Ascent Fracture Haven.
Ascent Fracture, right, right, Ascent first. Fade, will we see it? I'm not sure. I think we may see something similar from Paper Rex when it comes to Ascent. So we may be seeing like a KO Fade lineup together with a Raze, etc. Chamber Astra, they're really strong with it. I don't see a reason why they should change it. They should definitely stick together with that. If we do see a difference, I think we may be seeing it from Bleed. But for this particular one, we won't be seeing any Neon. We'll be seeing switch-ups maybe in Fracture and stuff. That is a different frontier that I think we should be looking at further on. But what about you? What are your thoughts on the agents right now?
before I bring up the agent, sort of quickly update you guys. Lobby isn't ready, so we're gonna have to wait a few minutes. We'll be like a minute or two more, so I do apologize for the delay. Fortunately, we can't help it. The big red cast the start game button. Both of us have lost it, so we've got to rely on production now. That being said, I think that for me, I think both of these teams have really embraced KO. Sorry, and so I'm expecting KOs in almost all of these maps. What I would like to see, particularly on Fracture, is the Breach Brimstone combo. And I would rather see that more than the newer agents, because for me, using existing utility in a different way can usually actually make up and mitigate the fact that there's a new agent.
So the difference why you'd been Brimstone in instead of the Omen is the instantaneous release of your Sky Smokes, also sort of your post-plant utilities, sort of helping out with lineups, etc. But that's provided you're able to stay alive until then. So that's kind of the difference why we see a Brimstone in this. But the controllers that these teams play on Ascent are either Omen or Astra, right? Astra on the Paper Rex side, Omen for the Bleed side, and they both have different uses, right? Kind of the Astra being used together with the rest of the team to kind of prohibit movement, fragment, also a very good usage of it. So that's kind of where the combo lies generally. So. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's a very sort of straightforward approach together with the Steam Beacon just to rush into the site. It makes sense to a level, but I don't think it's what Paper Rex really want to do, because they want to be able to aggress, play in their opponents' faces, and have plenty of utility to do that over and over again. And I think having the Omen or the Astra in that position just enables that even better.
Absolutely, and something I want to highlight actually is you look at the Paper Rex lineup, you look at particularly the ACS. Usually, when you, at least previously, when you would look at teams like Bleed, for instance, you'd have Darion and Pith, sometimes Maxi as well, really spearheading the ACS, and then everyone else sort of lacks behind. Over on the Paper Rex, it is consistent. Everyone boasts a high ACS. You can see it here, you know, Forsaken and Jing kind of 1 and 3 in ACS. Like, these guys are bloody good. Well, I also quite like seeing a Duca there. He's a sort of up-and-coming duelist at the moment, so glad he's there.
That is there, obviously. Yeah. It's good to see generally to have all teammates sort of performing to this level. Often you kind of have the duelists just perform over everybody else without any difference. So yeah, it's good to kind of see this this whole leaderboard sort of take place and being all sort of roles as well. So Crema, I know, yeah, there is some time we're trying to fill in right now. I know everybody has realized this. Yeah, I'm kind of hiding the button here. You can't see it because it's invisible, only visible to casters, and I'm not pressing it because I just want to annoy you guys, because I just love doing that. But yeah,
while we are filling, I was say, do you want to hear the last ace I got? I had that story prepped and ready, but we have it.
Yes, yeah, we were waiting for that story.
The last ace I got was at a event in Bulgaria. Now, this was a fun little game we played, which was production versus casters. And during that game, it was LAN. So LAN in the UK, it's tradition you proper scream at your opponents. Like, you really abuse them. And so we won a round. I aced them, and at the top of my voice, like, shouted at the other guys, you know, like, "You're terrible," just in a bit worse language. And it turned out the guy I was abusing, he was a good friend of mine. He'd actually got away from his PC, and he'd allowed one of this like 13-year-old boy from the audience to take his PC. And I just screamed abuse at him. And it took like 3 months to get over the guilt, and I was just mortified. Since then, never aced. That was yeah, that was a dire experience. Let's look at the age of selects.
Oh my god! Yeah, let's. Yeah. Okay. Well, on the Paper X side, exactly how they play it. On the Bleed side, exactly how they play it. So yeah, no differences here, as expected, really. So when you look at these compositions, what do you think playstyle-wise we can expect from the two teams?
I'm expecting to see some serious aggression from Paper Rex here. You know, with the KO, with the Asterisk, you have a lot of setup for your raise. So I'm really looking forward to seeing sort of how that is going to work with each other. Let's head into game though. No more hypothesizing. Let's just see how it works. Over on Bleed, I quite like how there's quite a bit of info gather here, particularly with the KO dagger and the Sova. So I'm expecting Bleed to have quite a defensive setup and then really be primed for retakes here. Getting underway though, we're going to be having Bleed on their attack, set up with a fairly heavy list over to A, with a lurking Omen in the form of Maxi still in their spawn.
Starting things off, we love to see it. Paintshaw's very early. Oh, a lot of damage to be found. Not too bad of a start. Bleed, the attack will sustain their position, not hiding away. Is Maxi just hiding out for rotations? It does look like it, right? There's no way he's AFK. Yeah, he's hiding out for rotations. Yeah.
Yeah. And so as Bleed start slowly sort of encroaching their way to the safe site, they are running into a stack here and a very kind of point-blank crossfire from Paper Rex here. They really want to take a fight, and they really want to take it soon as well. Minute on the clock, Bleed, they've made their presence known, but they've not been able to do anything with it as of yet.
Yeah, fairly slow stuff from them. Now just go for a peek. That's information at least. They know to stick around with a dagger used from Pyth as well. Clearing out Wine Cubby. But they use a shock dart, they use a fragment drive for that. Which means they don't have too much left. Only one flash drive from Pete to allow them to push to forwards. Out it forwards, backing away from it. Jing also finds a kill. Paper Rex seem to be in command. Forsaken! Oh, brutalizing them. This is not as fair at all. Paper Rex just put them to their graves as quickly as that and take home first blood.
Really, really strong round for Paper Rex, and here's the thing. Once they identified that Bleed were looking to hit the safe site, they actually didn't continue probing for info. They heard the boombot get destroyed, they don't commit the KO dagger, they just sit back, they wait, they know the attack's coming, so they just get a crossfire. They sort of silently set up a trap there. Really, really nice reaction to info, and better still, their reaction to info is something that Bleed can't read. So for Bleed, they have no way to identify if that was just a lucky guess for Paper Rex, or if they have a good cue onto what's happening here.
Yeah, Paper Rex, though, of course, won't be greeted with too much firepower this time around. Pistols for the Bleed side. I'd be very surprised if they got anything done. We've seen a few surprising games so far. So, yeah, just expect the unexpected. But for now, Kremer, this leaves a space to talk about Paper Rex and their journey to the lower bracket. Ascent was the first map they played the previous series as well, but they were able to win it. Although the start didn't look great. I believe they were down 5-1 at some point.
Yeah,
maybe even 5-0. It took a long time. Yeah. Yeah, it really did. Forsaken now, also kind of wary of the fact that mid control's been lost. Only a headhunter to stop the attack, so it's more an info gather from him there. So Paper Rex realized this assault to B is going to be fairly hard to stop. I still think these players is exactly what Bleed want to do, and they've already found one, so there's reason to believe they've got a good chance here, knowing that there's someone kind of keeping them busy towards spawn. It is a spike, and Device being such a massive thorn. So difficult to deal with him. That's a quadra, that's a quick cleanup, and Paper Rex just mark themselves above.
Did he do all of that in one mag? That was like 3 bullets per player, all headshots. That was incredible. And here's the thing, that wasn't anything spectacular. He just lets him go to his crosshair. But the talent of Paper Rex is the fact that they're able to make it look so damn easy. You see, this just alternates player to player. Like that's one of the most casual things he's ever done. But it's still just a 4K that comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, just casually clicking heads. That's all we have to do. That's the key to success in Valorant, isn't it? Pretty sure why I'm stuck in Gold 3.
Oh, I feel that bad.
Oh, okay. Dagger on both ends. Revelations only for the defenders. Single defender for towards the B side, though. Bleed may have the best read they could possibly have.
Well, it may be a good read. Can they actually stop it? Devi already in a fairly close angle, ready to crossfire with Forsaken. There's the peak, there's the opening, but instantly, look how quick Mindfreak's reaction was there. That's allowed Forsaken to just get into a better position, to hunker down and get ready to stop him.
Good rotation from PaperX, reading it fine so far, but they've left the mid open. No piece of utility to reveal that either. That's kind of the weakness of this comp. Having a Killjoy may allow you to put an alarm bot there or something. Have an extra player without forcing off your position, without taking too many risks. I think Bleed have realized the potential. Now towards that A site. Spotted. Paint shot's thrown at them. Maybe to soften them up a little bit, but they're running out of time. Oh dear, Prawler just sent right after them. Jing and Mindfreak, the first to find the shots. PaperX, they're going to make this difficult for them. Not really allowing them to cross forwards. Only one left towards the ace site. Can he deny it in time? Mindfreak, he's known for these clutches. He's known to be able to stop them down, and he will. All they have to do now is hide. Davai shouldn't peek at all because they just win the round by barely even surviving. Only the final play as well. What a round for PaperX.
Nicking the final player as well means that Bleed, they lose that entire investment. And it's down to pistols once again. PaperX, they bring out the Vandals. It's a huge power spike for PaperX here. And for Bleed, it's going to leave a fairly sour taste in their mouths. I really like the rotation there from Forsaken to get back to Generator. Just sort of swan dives from heaven to get there. Realizing that even if he dies, the tiny sport makes it worthwhile. And you see Mindfreak is able to play off his teammate there. There's more than enough. Well, there isn't any time left. Instant win. PaperX going to once again try and defend the safe site. Early usage of the paint shells from Jing is going to be able to do a bit of early harassment damage, but nothing too significant yet.
Yeah, Tour de Force will be quick to be initialized here, not to take any chances. Although the rest of the team doesn't have too much follow-up, which is a little bit hurtful, not gonna lie. Bleed would have wished they had something more in the bag in store for their opponents, but no. It's actually fairly aggressive from Jing. Takes the trade on the most dangerous weapon taken out of the equation. And it's not a weapon that can be picked up. No, that's an ultimate. They can't bring that back. One-sided smoke, but they push through it nonetheless. They shouldn't be, though. Ooh. And that will cost 2 players. Bleed are making their opponents as Bleed right now.
Forsaken is already in position for a flank, so Bleed is trapped here. It's just a matter of making it costly.
Trawler's also cleared off one of these corners. They know exactly where the final player lies, and just like that, only dropping 2 players, PaperX get the dub.
4-0 Bleed, they move into a reinvestment. Now, this could be their chance to at least put themselves on the board here, but you need to remember, Jing's waking up, Davai's waking up. Davai gets to die as well. In terms of ult management as well, Jing already with a showstopper means that the kind of stopping power on PaperX now is really taking a spike, and over on Bleed, yeah, Lenny's Darion kind of one away from their ults. Yes, they're one away, but they've not got them yet. It's a tour de force and showstopper that I really want to see some usage of here, because the longer you hold on to that ult, the less effective it is. There's the usage of that showstopper. Jing gets an opening and almost gets away as well.
That Davai flash was very important. Just not enough time for Jing to kind of move away into the corner. So very close of a free kill, but instead it's just a singular trade.
Just backs off for now. Flashes in. And it's a slow land grab at the moment from Bleed. They'll be fairly fastidious about this, and the PaperX, realizing that 4v4 does usually favor the attacking side, of start to be a little bit more passive and allowing Davai to get a bit of freedom in mid here. Realizing the push is coming, PaperX now know it's a hit to B, but can they stop it is going to be the key factor here.
Well, the fact that the Vi has made it all the way around mid. If the rest of the build are able to buy time, this could be the Vi's chance to shine. Knowing that Pith is crossed, is relayed the information, shoots his bullets, and finally able to find the kill. PaperX still on top, though. And that is the important part. Maxi trying to switch the script, but Benkai, look at this. He's being a sneaky man, and they've got no clue. Benkai. Oh, Mindfreak will keep them busy. And we're down to a duel. Prowler to the far end in search of Lena. Going for the pump, but denied by Benkai. 5-0 for PRX, they look unstoppable.
What's really interesting for me is how selfless the VRX players are. There's no like self-preservation whatsoever. If it means making a round winnable, they will suicide. And even there, we saw the flanker Devi, rather than sort of baiting his teammates a bit and lining up what could be the perfect sort of trigger discipline play, instantly fights the first player. It keeps his teammates safe from that left flank, and they can focus on B main. Really, really strong stuff, and I love the decision-making we see from PaperX. Over on Bleed, we see a timeout, understandably so. You know, you're 5-0 down. This is the elimination match. You need some momentum. You need it quickly. Pistols are going to be coming out. You know, we have seen that, particularly Lenny can do quite a bit with these sheriffs. This is accompanied by a Bladestorm on Darion, so there is still some firepower here, but that's via abilities, not via weaponry, which is where PaperX have been sort of wielding a very cruel scythe when it comes to economy.
Just as a reminder, and also to put caution to the wind and to question Bleed, last time they played up against PaperX on Ascent, they lost 13-6.
Better than the 13-3 they had on Blind.
13-6 is the last time I see they played it up against PaperX.
Yeah, that's uncomfortable. Maybe they had something planned. Maybe we're going to see something new on their defense. Bearing in mind, their agent composition does favor their defense. So PaperX do need to try and get as many rounds as possible here. But in terms of actually trying to make a foundation to come back on, they do still need kind of 2 or 3 rounds here. Something which PaperX, if they continue with this momentum, will actually prevent from happening.
Thing is with Ascent is that I'd argue it'd be fairly equal-sided.
I love how PaperX read it will be mid-control as well. Yes, they lose a player, but there's already 2 others ready to trade.
Jing, now, ready and waiting. Flash drives, thrown out, delaying it. That stops the tempo from Bleed building up. Alte close by, the trade comes through with a blaze, but here comes the push. Alte able to shoot down, the only Vandal in the equation for Bleed, able to find some damage. Jing not quite ready for it, but still able to shoot bullets. Darion jumps off from on top, and Myfreak shuts him down in time still. Very closely contested. Maxi finds a kill and is able to res Pyth as well. Vandals to be found. Devi all to himself. Goes for the push. He knows one is isolated. Spray down across. Marshall shot. Has to go for the classic. Gets it now. And now it's a one-on-one, Crema.
Low HP on Devi, but that is nothing compared to the mere 5 HP Maxi wields right now. A single bullet is what separates Maxi from this plane of existence and a very cold grave. Even a shallow grave if Devi's the one to have to dig it.
Spike is planted in the middle as well. There's no way of knowing where he's hiding out. Is it main? Is it heaven? He's got no clue, which is a dangerous pass. Okay, now he knows, but he gets the pre-fire out in time. Maxi, he peeks it, and he's probably banging his head on his desk right now because he regrets it.
I tell you what, vision doesn't matter. Devi, he works sense of smell. That's all he needs. PaperX 6-0. Bleed
got some cool
now with Bleed with a really big round deficits come back from Devi. What I love as well is that after that first kill, he knew he won this. Like, after being able to BM with a classic, that's a 1 clutch. And, well, you forget, if you have to teleport, Devi still has your scent, and he smells fear. He thrives on fear. PaperX 6-0 in the lead.
Under any normal circumstances, that round would have been worth for Bleed, because they started off with pistols. But this one looks a lot like they've only got pistols. He's just leveled up. He just stepped up to the plate and decided, okay, I'm getting kills right now. He even pre-fires positions. This is just crazy. Give him more. Give him more. He wants it. He's thirsty. And he just replenished his thirst. PRX on 7, Bleed on 0.
The fact that knife kill was a very genuine option for Jing there, it sort of shows you the state to which PaperX are in right now. They're at a stage where they're so confident they can take these fights in mid. Remember, Pavlos, this was against a full buy. Bleed had weapons there, not pistols, and Jing makes it look like they're on classics without armor. That's how bloody good this guy is. And it gets even better. When Jing fails, Devi's there. When Devi fails, Forsaken's there. Forsaken teleports out, uses that callback after missing the initial operator shots. But Bleed, it doesn't matter. The 5-man commitment to being main, even though he misses, the time he's bought for the rotations is perfect.
Zero risk comp, I love it still though. They're eager to go in aggressive, but it's not paying dividends. They're already down in numbers. 2 players that's hiding out onto the side. Pyth can't read the player to the left of him, and that is how he will fall. Benkai gets it done. As simple as they come, making their death as quick as possible, getting them out of their misery. 8 for PRX, unrelentless.
8-0, and for Bleed now, this is where something needs to change. They've already used their timeout they have lost, and it didn't help for Nout. They're left now with pistols, and what I would actually really like to see from Bleed is sit in spawn with these pistols. Use this round as a timeout, because right now, everything you're doing is just feeding Paper Rex momentum.
Cover going out.
Oh man. Oh no, why is it? Why does it make it look so easy? It shouldn't be that easy.
I don't know what to say. Maxi, vulnerable, suppressed, marked. Any more debuffs to him and it'd be nothing but a useless husk of a human. Lenny is able to trade though.
They're actually not supposed to do that, and it's costing them. Equal trade is not what you're looking for, but the fact that Darian falls here keeps it simple for them. I don't think the Vandal has been able to be collected by Lenny. So, oh, maybe now that he's pushed up a little bit further.
I'll find you.
But it seems that PRX have got the right idea. Forsaken misses the first shot, but he'll hold that line nonetheless. He doesn't care. Doesn't mind. Recon to be thrown, especially with Mind Freak. It's got a backstab. Makes it look clean. 2 bullets to the sides of the 2 heads. Bleed, I think you've taken the wrong turn somewhere. This doesn't look right.
Yeah, it's honestly, it feels like right now, Bleed, they're trying to get gravel out of a fondue. Like, it's not happening. And it won't taste very nice once you've done it either. Like, Paper Rex, everything that Bleed have attempted, Paper Rex have a solution for. And I really want to highlight, you mentioned how it's, the wrong place peeking the pistols like that. It absolutely is. But if you're 9-0 up, if you have all the money in the world, if your opponent's on a full buy next round, you might as well use it as a chance to build some momentum.
Might as well.
Flashbang.
Flash drive.
What a flash! What a flash!
Imagine if he would have gotten away with a third. Well, 2 are good enough. Let me tell you that much. Spike out into the open. Jing knows of this. Ooh, Forsaken! The cojones to go that far.
No spike control.
Exactly. That's all you need.
Here.
I actually don't know what you do if you're Bleed right now. It's you're being outclassed on such a categoric level, such a fundamental level, that you need someone to wake up, and you need a hero, and you need them fast.
You start to pray. When things seem no longer under your control, you look for deities to help you out.
Look at Jing, the aggression. It's just nuts. Altair reveals himself. Jing takes a little bit of damage.
I think they just realized they might have stumbled a bit here because Jing is low. Okay, they peek simultaneously from both angles and get it done, but I don't remember the last time I've seen a 10-0.
Can we appreciate how this flash from Devi, he had no info in it, none at all. That was game sense, and he just happens to blind 4 players, killing 2 of them. It's insane. And this is, right now, Bleed, they've sort of, they've hoped to pick a map Paper Rex wouldn't be very good on, but right now you're in Paper Rex's playground, and, you ain't getting the sand pit for a while. Paper Rex now looking to respond to the default of Bleed. Tour de Force does come out to try and assist, but you look at the economy, you look at the buy of Bleed, Guardians, Ares, Sheriffs, Tour de Forces. It's not a buy you want, particularly when you're 10-0 down.
When, if you're Bleed, do you start to think you can go next? Is this already now? The fact that is this force showing that?
We're getting close. We're getting very close. Devi. getting aggressive in mid. I mean, frankly, this is actually quite passive by Device standards.
Oh, gets away with one.
Anyway.
No way, he gets another. No way!
Oh my!
Making it look like a walk in the park, and he even runs away with a third. Not even dead yet. Give him the ace! Give him the freaking ace! Flashing, searching for it, lurking for it. RT only has 2 points of health remaining. Device just gonna wallbang everything he can see in front of him. Realizes he's not that close. He's going for a run. He's going for a search. Oh my god! Devi! What a way to get an 11th round on the board.
What was that? He just decimates Bleed. There were talks of an upset, Pavlos. I doubted Paper X. I'm gonna look to the skies after this and just call I'm sorry, Paper X. I didn't mean to doubt you. Please. They have a pretty good buy for the final round of the half. Darion has a blade storm, so they can drop to a sheriff. And there is a few vandals in the mix. They do have an ult advantage on Paper Rex here. But is that enough?
Oh no! That does not look a lot like Darion, does it? That does not look a lot like him. Missing a point blank right click like that. Oh, the nerves are getting to them. But I think this is the best status we've seen him in before. 3 against 3 on the post plant. Locking through positions. How much can Paper X reveal this? Oh, Maxi's got an away with this. Oh, never mind. Oh, scratch that thought. I'll tell you all that remains, but not for long. Call the medic, because I think Bleed are bleeding.
The only thing that gets away here is your soul, and that's only a matter of time before one of the Paper X players come for that as well. Like, please, the half switch, 12-0 scoreline. I was preparing for quite a long series, but Paper X have decided enough's enough. Look at that from Benkai. Oh my god. Devi currently going 20-4, Jing 14-8. Bleed have had no one has been able to match or even come close to the stardom performance we've seen from Devi. And even when Devi isn't doing great when it comes to aim, his flash usage is perfect. Look at the stack from Bleed. Look at the position of Paper Rex. Oh no.
One pistol win will decide if this is a 13-0 or not. And Bleed have got the wrong idea. Well, they've pushed through already, but when does a commit come in from the PRX side? No one's defending it. Literally no one is defending it. This is free reign for them to take control of. They'll get the spike down. It's a 5 versus 5 retake. They don't check the corner, but the shots are missed. No, He's got assistance. The Dink is found. The rest of them, they're taking the fight. 3 players remaining. They can't hold on. Jing is going for them. He can smell them. He wants their blood. Arte trying to make it happen, but it's down to 2-on-2. And Arte won't be able to bring it back. Bring around for Bleed. They're begging for it. But they're sticking to the defuse. They can sticking to the defuse. It's defused halfway. Forsaken doesn't peek.
Revealing area.
So smart. Recon to the upper end. Balena gets it. Bleed. They're getting around.
Right. You ready for 12-12?
Oh no.
You ready for overtime? Oh, buckle up, Buttercup, because we are in for a long one. Bleed,
who said it?
Ready for the comeback.
Who said it? Who said 13-0 in chat?
Yeah.
You've
so
jinxed
many
it.
people. So many
jinxed
people.
it.
I think it was about 2,000 people that watched the 13-0. To you, you're the reason it didn't happen. Your hope broke that. Bleed will be very thankful for it, though, as Bleed now gets through to the anti-eco.
Did we say 13-0? I could have said 13-0.
No. It's okay, Paddle. Someone listens to us anyway.
Okay, fair. Okay. It's not like it's our job. Yeah. No. Absolutely not. Okay. Fair enough. I'm actually surprised Paper X aren't going for an enforcement here. I think they realize, okay, let's get this under the way. Let's get this like swept up under the rug.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
This is looking more like it. Okay.
It's gonna be 12-12.
Okay. Calm down, Crema. Come on.
If I say it now, it sounds cool when it happens.
How can't Bleed make a mistake? in 12 rounds running, from what we've seen so far.
It'll be difficult, but it's just down to their recovery. It's down to their recovery.
I love the excitement though. Like if you've seen the cameras, there's fist bump still. Oh, right, yeah, we got a round.
Yeah, that's the big bonus of playing on boot camp, isn't it?
Yeah, mental. Mental. Oh, look at this build. No, they can't afford to lose one, so they're going for the full expenditure.
That's a good spot.
Third round, full buy. Mad stack towards B. Oh, no one can expect this. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Oh, you not expect Forsaken. And Quadra will put Paper X on top. What an explosive start. And now there's only one remaining to put into his collection. Alter hiding away once again. Will be able to survive. No ace for the one remaining Forsaken. But the end has come. 13-2. Paper X close out their opponents' map pick.
And look how calm they look. Calm, disciplined, like, yeah, we do that every day, Pavlos. This is nothing.
With elevator music as well to go for it. It's just a casual walk in the park.
Anyone who ever doubted Paper X on your behalf, I apologize. What was that? Paper X just played out their minds. And even if you disregard kills, even if you disregard the fact that Jing's a one-man army, the fact that Forsaken can just show up an ace, it's the fact that even when it came down to kind of fundamentals like utility, Device flashes were just breathtaking. He could go the rest of this series without landing a single flash, and he'd still have like an average blind time better than almost every other player in this tournament because of how good those initial flashes were.
Man, this game was insane, and yeah, I'm afraid we'll only be seeing Paper X on the highlight reel here, unfortunately for Bleed. Do we feel there's comeback potential for Bleed here, Crema? What do you reckon?
I have my reservations. However, I'm not a quitter. I'll stand by my prediction of Bleed 2-1. Fracture's a very different map to Ascent. So there is still, there's a real chance that Bleed might be able to bring something else out, but yeah.
There have been so many cool plays here. I think Paper X also were very comfortable to play aggressively in their opponents' faces. You've mentioned this before, and I wasn't quite sure how much your statement stood. Paper X are by far the better aimers in this league. By far. You have to outbrain them. You can't go for these angels. But Paper X always force them into these angels. Always. Crazy.
Yeah. Bleed needs to change a lot before our next map. And I don't know if sort of 5-10 minutes is enough, frankly. Like, this for me is the difference between a regional dominance in Bleed, looking to be some of the best in APAC, and international dominance, which is what Paper X do. These guys, they are one of the best in the world, and we're really starting to see that now.
I mean, to be fair, it's not really too bad of a day for Bleed, right? They've already gotten the spot in VCT APAC.
That's true.
Although if they do lose this match, it's a guaranteed third seed. So the weakest of the seeds, and one which is more difficult for them to come back from. So, I mean, not sure how big of a difference it will make. I don't think it makes too big of a difference. But, every seeding counts. If you can make it further in the tournament, wouldn't be too bad. But we know Paper X isn't just looking to go far in the tournament. They're looking to win the entire thing. And this map is just a testament of the discrepancy of performance.
I'm really glad that Devi gets MVP. I was worried. It's not that Jing doesn't deserve it. It's the fact that Devi's flashes were just incredible. You take a look at the KDA as well. Because Devi's setting up everyone, he's not usually the first point of contact, so all he has to do is just clean up whatever Jing leaves behind. Let's be honest, it's not much, but it's able to garner him 21 kills. Devi, hell of a game from him.
Might I remind you, like the last round ended with a stack from Bleed on the defense in Garage, and it was
Yep.
PRX that just pressed W and mouse 1 and just steamrolled past them.
Yeah.
An entertaining game, and no question to why the stats are how they are. Bravo, Paper X. But what I am excited about, is Fracture, and that's up next.
Yeah.
So, how much do you expect the results to be different, Krema?
I think it's probably going to be a bit of a longer game. I think for Bleed, if you want to win this, you try and pace it out like a marathon. You know, Jing being able to dominate every single round, Havai and Seka being able to dominate every single round, you won't be able to do it every round. It's just a matter of trying to get those rounds where they've quietened down to be a lot more consistent. And the longer the game goes on for, the higher the chances of that happening. So right now, Bleed needs to prepare for a marathon and just try their absolute utmost to force us to a third map. The longer it goes on for, the better off they are. We're going to have to see if they can do just that on Fracture in just a moment. We'll be back after this 5-minute break.
Many members moving in so quickly. Listen to the absolute symphony of footsteps. Now you have to move away and move into Leonard. The Lions strike with his Frey, and Frey continues to play. Could it be the pistol ace?
Because if they rush back into it and he doesn't find those strikes, that could be painful, but he finds every single one of them. Are you kidding me, Forsaken?
We were this close to a 13-0. But unfortunately, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you'll Bleed. But either way, the outcome of that map was not fortunate for Bleed. But now they have another chance. But unfortunately, again for them, is that it is their opponent's map pick. But Paper X looks so far unstoppable on Fracture. My name is X-Warrior, joined by Kremer, of course. Hope you guys are enjoying the cast as well today. It's been a marvel joining for the first time, at least for myself here in the Malaysian, Singaporean VCT challenges. So I'm super happy you guys are having me. For Kremer, this is not your first radio, so you've experienced all this, but it really is truly great to be here.
What I'm very happy with is when I did the first MISG with Leg Day, it was our first APAC, it was our second APAC event actually. And during the first and second APAC events, we said, we're not leaving APAC. Like, we're going to be here. So, massive thank you to the Esports Club for actually bringing us back. Don't know why they did that. I bet they're regretting that now. But they did anyway. So, really amazing stuff from them, of course. They've made this whole thing possible. They're the ones who are running it. Every time you see something on screen, they're the ones who press the button to make it happen. The reality is, casting's quite an easy job. They're the ones who are doing the hard bit. So, very big shout out to them. Of course, we are going to be moving on to our second map of Fracture, where Bleed are going to have their shots at redemption, having been embarrassed ever so slightly against Paper X on a set.
Ever so slightly? Yeah, that's one way of saying it. That's one way of saying it. Oh my god. All right, Bleed. I'm sure they are a team that can definitely have the mental capability of actually coming back. It's just a matter of how. We know Paper X have been kind of brewing things behind the scenes. Ascent was one of those maps where they were kind of hiding stuff, maybe trying to bring something different. And they did. They've done it for a second time today. It was impossible for Bleed to prepare in time for this. It was impossible for Lace to prepare because they got 13-6 on that one as well, unlike the follow-up of the maps. But Fracture is one where Paper X more often than not goes to, but they've shown a plethora of strategies on it. So, Kremer, what do you think is the strategy that will stick by them this particular one?
I mean, with different both teams. I mean, for Paper X, aggression, it worked for them. Benkai's hitting, he's able to support Device hitting some incredible flashes, and that just allows Jing and Forsaken to go kill everyone. Over on Bleed, I want to see a lot more of a start pace. I want to see them start trying to force Paper X into slowing down and just reducing their tempo, reducing their momentum ever so slightly. And if you can keep rounds sort of ending at kind of 10-20 seconds, then their momentum starts to slow to a bit of a crawl, and it means that you are able to sort of punish a little bit where you can. That being, that's much easier said than done. Paper X, we said, best aim in APAC. But while the teamwork lacks, that's how Lace was able to beat them. The reality is Paper X, they excel at forcing you to take Angels with them.
I kind of know what to expect, really. I'm expecting a Neo Breach combo. There it is, again.
Yeah.
Whether that is the case on the other side, it isn't. It's a double duelist lineup. Make it triple duelist because Chamber is a duelist. And the support is really Lene and Maxi. So I'm interested to see how this one works out. We've seen the adaptations taken from other regions, really. How do you play up against a Breach Neon is by sort of playing back, giving them that early space, at least kind of being a little bit unorthodox with the placements of your players, have some crossfire setups to kind of deal with that aggression. But having double duelist from the Bleed side kind of makes me think they're going to go for the exact opposite. I feel like they're going to be pushing instead.
They really are. This is quite a cool matchup for me. The Neon Breach combo versus the Breach Brimstone combo, both of which have their pros, both have their cons, and the Brimstone for me adds a lot more delay. It's very good at burning time. what I think is actually even more interesting from this is the fact that Paper Rex on their defense have a very attack-oriented setup. Bleed on the attack have a very defense-oriented setup. So double duelist is, has proven to be effective. I don't know how good Reyna is though with the current climate of Valorant. I think Reyna has taken a very big backpedal now. So it's going to be interesting to see how Bleed will be able to wield them. Let's head in game though. No more chatting about it. No more talking, gumming, and ahhing. Let's get straight into the game where Paper Rex are going to try and look to take a very convincing series 2-0, whereas Bleed are going to use this as their shots for redemption.
I really like this composition as well from Paper Rex because of the Viper and the mind games it creates for the matchup, really. Because you don't have another controller; it's just the Viper. So wherever you throw the wall, is that where they're actually committing to? How long do you wait to throw down that wall? There's so much to kind of play mind games with. But Paper Rex, they are going to push from the B site. They will find it open. A site footsteps, plethora of footsteps, of course, in that direction. Well, Paper Rex know over this now due to Mindfreak's positioning, but they do gain the site control. They find it empty and get the spike down as well.
I really like the fact that, that's a beautiful aftershock actually. We'll talk about what I like in a moment. Forsaken won't like bullets to his face though.
They don't spend any time thinking about going in for it. They go in for it without thinking a second time. All shots found. The trades go their way. Bleed can't do anything. In attempt of their retreat, they stumble to their deaths. Paper Rex keep that tempo going.
What I really like was a Mindfreak not fighting there from tower, realizing that actually there's already 3 players on the flank, already in attacker spawn. You might as well wait, then attackers fight. They do just that. They trade one another beautifully. They're even able to get the advantage because Devi is just nasty. And like that, Paper Rex, they draw the first blood. However, it's now on Bleed. Can they prove Paper Rex immortal? Lace could do it, but was that fluke? Bleed are going to look to do even more so with frenzies, with sheriffs, Paper X down to Spectres.
How far can they take it? Fault line, very aggressive, as it is expected. They can't go anywhere, but Forsaken needs to be forgiven at this point because he has sinned. Mindfreak getting it done. Oh, from behind, as deadly as that is. Bleed fall very, very quickly.
Paper X now 2-0 in the lead, and as we mentioned earlier, Bleed, the one thing they need to do is slow down Paper X's momentum. It just hasn't done that though. Bleed are left with a full investment. Sure, we are seeing kind of Vandals come out on every member, Darion kind of umming and ahhing about what to buy here, but over on Paper Rex, Spectres round the board.
There.
All right. Well, Paper X have got lesser weaponry this time around. You don't really expect too much from it. But they want to keep this going, don't they? They've won the previous one, but they had to. Forsaken to the far corner.
I'm out of here.
Bleed approaching. They kind of want to take these long-distance shots. Darion was the only one without a weapon, quickly shut down, but the B-side push is commencing. What a flashpoint! And Forsaken just swings by, Devi as well. They make it look so easy, Kremer. And a Vandal has now been found. Forsaken met to his grade. Devi falls in a similar fashion. Okay. Did go a little bit too far in there and get punished by it, but they need to be careful of their backline because Ching is there for some ka-ching, putting that money in his back pocket. He does get one, but it's still a 1-on-2, and Lenny has to do it all by himself.
At least right now, Paper X is separated. You can take the 1v1s, but that does mean winning them. Benkai able to get that killing blow. And something I want to highlight, Pavlos, is the Spectres with a premium weapon there for the Paper X, but it's actually their sheriffs and their headhunters which do the majority of the legwork. Lead 3-0 down. They move to their next investments. We are seeing a Vandal out on Darion, so they are able to they're definitely able to pack a punch. But for Paper X now, Vandals and every player, Spectre over on Mindfreak. Yes, the 3-0 in the lead, but we'll see if they can follow that up. Lenny with a Rolling Thunder readily available. Devi with a Tour de Force. Doubt we'll see it this round, though.
Crossing forwards, fault line, initialize. I like the stun. Quite a lot is thrown from the Paper Rex side. Rolling Thunder As retaliation, though, Pith able to get one before he drops. That's an important one. Delays the rest of them. Still, Forsaken swinging past. So aggressive! That one is a highlight for the ages. The highlight of the tournament. Forsaken just says hello and deletes 3.
I bet right now Forsaken has initial D blasting into his headset. That's the only way. It's the only way you can drift that fast. And the fact you're able to get 3 kills off the back of it, just insane. Paper Rex 4-0 up. Bleeds. They move into an investment, but you look at this from Forsaken. I don't think he even meant to get that 3rd kill. That was amazing.
It's the fortunate way of events, my friend. It's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Oh, Bleed cannot feel good. They're probably just praying to their gods right now.
Yeah.
Let this be over quickly, or let us prevail. I'm sure they'll fight for the latter, but it doesn't seem like Paper Rex are making this easy for them. Aggression towards the one extremity just eliminates the possibilities of them being there anymore, which means I can focus towards the other side. Divide! Such a strong hold. Showstopper just makes it ever so difficult for them to cross. Deny after deny after denial. Lene will be able to hold on for a little bit longer, and he's actually been able to find a couple here. Not impossible, but not much health to get this done.
Lene has done a very good job at outmaneuvering Mindfreak here, being able to get to the other side of ropes, and Mindfreak is now starting to doubt himself a little bit, but setting his gaze back to this B site is actually... Mindfreak's brain is so huge, I'm surprised he can actually sit up.
Good one.
Yeah, well, I thought he was anticipating the flank backhand to be actually. It's a little bit smaller than we initially thought. It's gone from like bus to just large van.
30 seconds left.
Fair. No way. Oh, they're going to meet in the A site, aren't they? They're so going to meet onto the A site. Oh, Mindfreak, you don't have to do a thing.
Back to bus level.
Oh, Mindfreak, you don't have to do a thing. Just stay around. Just check your left in time, and that is all you need.
Oh my.
Oh, it just hurts to be Lene right now. It just hurts to be Bleed. The teabag for good measure.
Oh, I take it back. I'm sorry, Mindfreak, for doubting the size of your magnanimous brain. It's bigger than we could have possibly thought.
He's just thinking on another level right now, man.
That is an Airbus A380 brain right there. They are just being pummeled, and even in rounds where, you know, Lene recovers it very well, you know, 3 quick kills works beautifully. That's not even enough. Spectres, Sheriffs come out for Bleed. The tour de force in response from Devi, accompanying a judge here. Aggression from Forsaken, and somehow he's still able to kill.
It seems like if this guy had his like arms sort of bound to the back of his body, you know, he'd still be able to find kills.
Yeah.
It feels like he was tied down, he'd still be able to find kills. Like, it's impossible to detain him. It truly is difficult. A spike in the hands of Mindfreak. Benkai knows he doesn't have to force his luck, but luck is forced onto him, and that's a Vandal. Now this is doable. Devi has a judge. For pure meme reasons, Devi has a judge. Ding found. Mindfreak won't be able to deal with the rest of them. Is a judge going to close this out? Are the memes strong enough? Oh, he's got a tour de force. Of course he does. Of course he does. Switches out to the judge. No way! Oh! Alta able to bring it back. That nearly happened. That just nearly happened.
Is this a war crime? Like, are we at that level yet? Please, they find a round, but my god, it was a bit close to comfort. Vandals come out. Darion's going to be able to bring out a tour de force. Something else to highlight for Bleed. So they've got 5 ults readily available. So I'm fully expecting them to be dumped this round. Yes, Paper Rex have a strong buy, but their ult management isn't going to match that of Bleed here.
You want to play? Let's play.
Cutting their vision.
Well, at least Bleed have gotten themselves something out of it. As soon as they do say something good about Bleed, they somehow find a way to just drop a player back quickly. Levi just hold down the ground. Instead of falling back into the orbital strike, he aggresses even further. Concussion onto Maxi, but still in the sky. Finds a bullet to connect. Jing! Double blast packing onwards, knowing that the last player. This is Chaos Crema.
These are some of the fastest swings. These are like subsonic swings right now from Jing and Seiken. It's absolutely lethal, and Bleeds with once again a shattered economy and broken dreams look to try and find respite in this A site of fracture. But is that really where you go to find respite, or is that where you go to punish yourself and find yet more pain?
Get out of my way!
I am starstruck. This is something. That's the best commentary I've got. This is something.
This is something. Cheers, Pavlos. That's why you pay us the big bucks. Aggression from Forsaken, and it just works. It just works. Lene, a 1v4. Oh my god. PaperX 7-1.
I think Bleed need a comfort cookie. Someone send these guys donuts and cookies. I think they're gonna need it after this. Yeah, they're gonna need it.
But maybe a hug, therapy.
Maybe a hug.
I think they need all of it.
To be fair, what can comfort them is their spot in VCT APAC.
Yeah, they're there anyway. Right now they're playing for
They're
seed.
there anyway,
so,
right? Yeah,
so,
it's a seeding fight.
there is solace in this. There is solace in this. But if this PaperX is playing against Lays, would Lays win again?
I doubt it. But at the same time, this is sort of how they played up against the Sen.
That's true.
Like, it feels like a completely different playstyle, right? And we saw Lays sort of be better prepared about this attack. I think they would have played a little bit more passive to begin with, kind of given that space early and play together in different quarters. I feel they would have been able to find a solution to this by now. And what Bleed is doing is doing the over and over the same thing again. But at the same time, you can't really judge them because their mental is probably broken from the previous map.
Yeah. There on finishing off Jing. It looks like Bleed may be able to find a fairly convincing round here. And they do so essentially by just breaking PaperX's momentum. We saw, Forsaken pushes through that smoke, gets punished for it. It's a nasty shot there. The eye falls. And for Bleeds, they sort of went a little bit quiet and they allowed PaperX to push into them. Really, really strong round. And if they can mimic this, they can do this again and again, then this could turn into a very, very close map. But will PaperX allow them to?
PaperX are going to try and do so much damage here. Already, he found a couple of heads onto Maxi. Still able to survive, still able to find the shot. But Bleed get a second round. This isn't unsolvable. If Bleed are able to create some tempo for themselves, and PaperX kind of make too many mistakes, we've seen games like these being turned around.
Yeah, they have been. I don't know if this is the game where a turnaround does happen. I think that for Bleed, they need kind of 1 or 2 more rounds on the bounce, then they're set. But if PaperX are able to just strike back, then Bleed won't have the economy to be able to consistently fight for it.
Well, sidestep on the fault line, taking the zip lines as well. Oh no, they're being followed, and they know it! Oh, sprayed out across Forsaken! So much greediness, man!
Gotcha.
It's crazy. Yeah, someone just give these guys Zoloft or something. Like, calm down a bit.
Yeah.
Calm down.
This is where Bleed find their momentum. They've realized that PaperX is getting too confident. They realize PaperX now, they just want kills, and they're punishing it. 3-on-1 for Devi is location known. I mean, damage is going to suck here for Bleed, but if they can quickly finish the job, which they do, then, the comeback is definitely an option here. you cross, you're not going to win the half. You know, PaperX already on 7. But even if you kind of get 4 or 5 rounds, you've already got the foundations for a very good defense up.
Yeah, you can't afford to go too aggressive here for PaperX. I think they've already done that a couple of rounds in a row, and they're starting to run out of funds, therefore kind of losing the net. This round in particular is where everything can go wrong, and where Bleed can potentially line 5 rounds in a row and close up the gap to a level where potentially a comeback is more than feasible. So PaperX need to be a little bit wary here and not kind of get too over-eager, too over-aggressive, and get the success in their heads.
Well, there's Rolling Thunder. Buys a bit of time. Won't buy a kill yet.
Forsaken close by, quickly getting the first kill. Lena looking to trade. Forsaken goes in for more! He's so strong on this pick. Rejuvenated. Holding down their ground. Viper's Pit as well. They know where the spike lies, but they also know where the 2 players left from Bleed are going to need to rotate from. Instead of rotating, though, they still stick to their ground. Forsaken underneath them, thirsty for the kills. What Benkai does, instead of challenging them towards Arcade, backs off towards the B site, maybe to help out towards that spike location, and guarantee they've got control over the site. But yeah, Spike isn't anywhere close to be found. So Bleed might be conceding this round on purpose.
I mean, honestly, saving here is not too bad at all. Yeah, Maxi doesn't have any cash. I think the remainder of Bleed also are kind of strapped for cash right now. So let the round take over. Wield your weapons in the next round. PaperX getting 8 is unavoidable, unfortunately. What I also want to highlight the fact as well is that Bleed are getting very close to getting their next ult cycle online, so they are fairly close to being able to.
They're going for it
now. 10 seconds left.
I'm surprised they're going for it.
They're going for it.
6 seconds left.
And, oh, they don't have time. They don't have time. It looked like they were going for it. I think Bleed thought that PRX knew where the spike was and would have probably been camping it and maybe would have tried to got a few more kills, which they do get in the end. Darion, that is a very important kill, but none that really will help you in the opposing side's buy next round. But yeah, PRX didn't know where the spike was, or at least forgot about it. So they missed out on a chance to potentially go for a plant there.
They really did. Darion, really nice sort of nice second wins towards the end of that round there. But it doesn't seem to matter too much because they're still 8-3 down. Right now, Bleed, they need rounds, they need them fast. PaperX looking to give us the 9-3 curse once again. Let's Bleed go for slow but fairly sagacious control of the B site.
Bleed considerably have slowed down the pace. So have PaperX. Only dish push has come forth from Jing. Oh, Devi. It could have been 2, but it is only 1. Forsaken goes for the swing, and Tenner's there to retrieve it with the operator. Not often you see the Breach holding that weapon, but still, they've taken over the site. Benkai with a charge, taking down Arte. He's got a Rolling Thunder now, and he's got assistance. Or does he? Quick positioning for him. Finds himself a better weapon and wants to go in for more. This time with help. How do you make it look so darn simple? 9-3 in favor of PaperX.
Really, really strong round from Benkai there. And that util usage is just breathtaking. Once again, you know, Devi and Benkai, both of which, you know, Devi with the flashes over on Ascend, Benkai now with this breach utility is setting up kills. It's making getting kills so easy for PaperX here. They're 9-3 up. Bleed move their pistol round on the defense. If this pistol round fails, then PaperX are going to be ready to send Bleed on a highway to hell.
Great song.
Yeah, it's the soundtrack ready to come in. I don't know if we can afford the licensing for it, though.
No. Well, I mean, Riot probably can, but I'm pretty sure they don't want it.
Let's have a look with their marketing department, see what we can do.
Yeah, let's see what we can do. I mean, if I ever get one sort of song copyrighted, or at least gotten the claims for, with Riot, I probably just push for more because I just love implementing songs.
Why not?
in the casts, but yeah.
So this Valorant matchup is a musical.
Yeah. Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase.
Bleeds need to start paying attention to Hakuna Matata. And I'll tell you what they are. They're going to Hakuna Paper Rex's Matatas as it's down to divide. 1v5.
I mean, it's a good pistol. It's what they needed. It's a step in the right direction. That's for sure. A flawless round at that. A lot better than the last pistol they were able to win.
And it's one they've needed. They've needed a clean round. Now they can start to stage their comeback. Now, Paper Rex, yes, they have a lead. And yes, quite a significant lead. But being able to play the bonus, being able to then see what you can do against the rifles, you are able to close the distance a little bit here, particularly.
Again, Paper Rex don't go for the force buy right after. I think they want to make sure that this is done and dusted. A bit more composed, I'd say. Forsaken now with not much to live for in regards of health will look to play aggressive. That is his downfall. That is the Marshal no longer in their hands. Darian looking to have some fun here at the range. Jing and Divide will be the final two players remaining, looking to find some spoils of war themselves. But it's not going to be a simple endeavor. Alta deals with the one. Divide, all that remains. Again, the final remaining player. He just loves exiting last, but at least goes down with a bang. 2 rounds in a row here for Bleed, as Paper Rex now will be entering in the big boy rounds.
9-5, and we find our first big boy round, that being Vandals on every member of Paper Rex. Luckily, no ults really to come online for a good 2 or 3 rounds now. In fact, the only ult we're even going to get close to seeing is the Tour de Force on Darion. Considering he's the only player with a Vandal here, I doubt we'll be seeing him bring out this round. Pith also brings out a Vandal, so Bleed's defense still has a bit of impact to it. And with a 5-man push out through B main here, Paper Rex, they've avoided the majority of it, and instead are just going to go hit this A site with a lurking Forsaken.
I like this from Paper Rex, actually. Convinced them of the B site with a simple toxic screen, and now moving towards that A site. Very good movement by them. At the same time, though, Bleed are playing with lower weaponry. But they do find a Vandal here, which means they double it up. Trip, they've got 3 Vandals now available for them. This is more than doable. Divine needs a pick here, has to drop away. Thankfully, is able to TP out of there. Jing, Forsaken, both chiming in. This should be it. This should be the beginning of the end for Bleed. Divide out into the open, can't TP away this time around, but Forsaken is there with the alternative angle, and now we're down to 1 and 2. Alta, with all to play with, trying to keep Bleed back into this game, but it's going to be tough. Time ticking, and Jing with a side swing corner, 7 points of health remaining, but it's Paper X on 10, double the amount of rounds that Bleed have accumulated, and on the highway to closing out this match.
Right now, Paper Rex are 3 rounds away from guaranteeing a rematch against the Laves. Their chance to redeem themselves almost. And for Bleed, right now, they're but a speed bump to Paper Rex as they look to plow their way through to the #1 seed to go to APAC. Remember, both these teams are in APAC regardless. Right now, the seeding, which is what matters. Forsaken going aggressive early on. Alti backs off. Darion, a bit of an off angle to hold here.
All right, let's have a look at this one. Give Bleed the benefit of the doubt. It hasn't been easy. Oh, just lets it explode in front of him. The determinedness to kind of grab a kill here out of nowhere. Flashpoint to the side. They're looking at breach from both directions. This B site is soon to be taken. Bleed forced towards their spawn. What can they do here? Both Canteen and Generator being held by them. Bleed starting to rain bullets upon them. A double operator will be the answer to their prayers. And on the long distance shots, PRX have to fall. Bleed getting every single kill they've needed. And Benkai with a Spectre is all that remains. And it's just a matter of time until he's dead as well.
Carry on. Oh, caught off the initial angle. They're starting to fall. Benkai's trying to make it expensive right now. Considering how Bleed committed a fair few ults here, this is suddenly worrisome. Benkai down to a 1v2.
There's a Vandal beneath him as well if he wants it. No, it's further away. If he gets another, oh, no way, no way. Both players are full health on the Bleed side. Pre-fire there from Pith, 14 seconds, not much time. And there you have it, swing in the nick of it. Although Benkai is able to make it slightly more expensive, the dub falls in the arms of Bleed nonetheless.
And right now, Bleed, they just need dubs. It doesn't matter how costly they are, it doesn't matter how messy they are. So as they're winning rounds, like, comeback is still a very likely circumstance for them. There's only 4 rounds that separate them. Paper X as well, with such limited cash, means that Bleed really could start to get some traction on this comeback. But that is entirely dependent on how Paper X are going to be investing into this round. You look at the ult management as well. Paper X about to hit their cycle, Divide, Forsaken, Jingle, one away from getting theirs online. Benkai already with a Rolling Thunder. Over on Bleed is a little bit quieter. We saw the Blaze Storm and the Tour de Force last round. Pith is one away from the Empress, but I don't know if that Empress has the same sort of round sculpting impact like a Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, especially if you've been absent most of this match as well. I mean, Pith hasn't been the high-impact player you kind of want him to be. But at the same time, his usage in this particular instance, albeit being on the duelist, has been kind of for the space creation type of play. So, yeah, kind of trying to set up Alte for success or Darion in this way. Let's see if this changes around, as you said, around where Paper X, you don't expect too much from them. This is a build-up for the next. But we've seen them pack a punch with the Sheriffs before, therefore it wouldn't be too surprising if they were able to do it again.
Paper X looking like a hit away is going to be their plan. They're going to have a fairly big engagement over on Dish, though, to start.
Very aggressive push from Forsaken there. Has got the reinforcements. Unfortunately for him, there's a sky smoke between himself and teammate. Toxic Screen now enabled towards the A site, opening up events to start to move forwards. Alter, Operator in hand will make this look simple, but the Vandal of Benkai is yet to be put in on test. Benkai delivers, Jing has to fall. Vandal of Paper X still prevails, not for long though. Takes down 2 before he ends up dropping himself, but Bleed closing up the gap, getting a 7th, and a win that was mostly expected from.
Double op setup now from Bleed as well. First one's dropped. Is that going to be retrieved? Yes, it will be. So double op setup against Paper X, who have a Tour de Force. That's in terms of snipers. For Bleed as well, in these next 2 rounds, only 2 of them are going to be crucial because Paper X don't have money. You win this round, and Paper X goes straight down to an eco, regardless of what ults they have to assist them. If you lose it, though, Paper X, they start trying to set up for the win.
Bleed are actually aggressing towards the B main entry, so they've cleared quite a lot of positions. Trademark is there to kind of figure that all out when the time comes. They've just been spotted, so Paper X are turning their attention towards it now. They need to be quick, though. Seva, you knew about it, but still end up falling. Mindfree picking up. Rolling Thunder to deny it. Not taking any chances here, but you expect another one to the right. You do, because you've got the reinforcements at Benkai. And now Paper X are on top. Maxi finding another, but the positions of the defenders are heavily polarized. Forsaken, so darn low, but finds the head. Inhuman stuff, but now they've got a decision to make. Where do they head to? The A site is their choice of site take. Orbital Strike expended from Maxi, and that will be heavily costly because Paper X have got the advantage.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at that usage of the Orbital Strike there. It also means that right now for Bleed, their ult economy is slowly being dwindled. The fact that Paper X are able to force out an Orbital Strike without even, well, without seeing it, is really, really impressive now. As a follow-up comes through, Maxi looking to push through Divider now, walking into a crossfire unknowingly.
Maxi crossing forwards, knows where at least one of the players are, but when you play up against a crossfire, this is not going to be easy. Snakebite means that he will be damaged. Onto the spike he goes, putting caution to the wind to the defenders here, but that's it. There's no way he's going to do anything about it. He's off the spike now, possibly to fall into the crossfire of Mindfreak. The fault line does come in, but it's not before Mindfreak is able to rip his head apart from his body. And we're looking at Paper X 2 away from closing out this series and heading to the grand final.
11-7. Lenny has a Rolling Thunder, but that's it from Bleed. And unless Dariel and Alti have some particularly strong rounds, Paper X are going to be able to, assuming they win these rounds, get to the end of the series against one ult from Bleed. They still have a Viper Spit for an afterplant. They still have Forsaken's ult. They still have the Showstopper from Jing. There is so much utility right now. There's a myriad of ways to deploy them.
Devi getting it done. Forsaken as well. This is looking a lot like it from Paper X. Getting it done. Showstopper initialized. Forsaken with the overdrive. Keeps it going. Barely's got any health, but he doesn't care. He knows he can shoot them down. Maxi, though, will be able to stop him. Finally, close by from Alti, but it is going to be Paper X with the numbers. And Maxi barely is breathing. He's limping across the map, slowly but surely making his way towards the B site. Devi will stop him in his tracks as he puts his team onto map and series points.
12-7. Bleed with a... Yes, they have a bye. It's not a pretty one, though. They even used the Rolling Thunder that round for relatively little in exchange from Paper X. Mindfreak still with the Viper Spit, and so the second Paper X gets to a site, it's going to spell big trouble for Bleed. They do have a buy though. Guardians, Judges, Spectres, Bulldogs. Yes, it's a garage buy, but it's still a buy, and these weapons are going to be so important.
Paper X seem to have found their voodoo again. They've found their rhythm. Paint shells across to the side. Oh no, that is dead. Darian, no. He barely survives, 30 points of health, not too bad. But Paper X double back from the initial position and look to venture towards the B site instead, perhaps. Maxi is challenged a bit, keeping them busy, occupied. But there's only one defender, Kramer. There's only one hiding in the B site, and that is Alti.
Alti's going to try to dig in, just buy time. Unfortunately, as a Jet, you don't have many time-buying abilities.
They're going in. And that is Jing completely catching Alti off guard. It's got to hurt when you die like this. Maxi is actually keeping it going. That's his second kill. You've got him with a Guardian so far. Well, the first one. If you line it up with the previous rounds, it's the third. The Viper Spit will be dropping and making the events just that more easier for them. Devi just pushing through Arcade here. Catching off Maxi. Concussed. Judge getting the job done. Suddenly, Bleed have got more players. Forsaken to the back end of it. Not much health remaining, but plays a close by angle. Here's the movement, here's the commotion. Walks out in front of him, gets one in the head. But now it's down to Mindfreak, and he's still got his Viper Spit. Finds the head and gets the job done. Paper X go to the grand finals. They look like they just did something very simple. They feel they shouldn't have been to the lower bracket to begin with. This is just a casual Saturday for them. But I'm sure they're happy deep within to be heading to the grand finals nonetheless.
You may not see it internally, though. They are jumping for joy. We're going to be seeing Paper X match up and rematch against Lays in the grand finals of VCT MYSG. What a game, Atlas.
What a game indeed, and what a day. We've had 3 best of 3s that honestly fairly much surprised in expectation. I think this is the only match in particular that didn't surprise. The only surprising aspect was that Paper X was in the lower bracket to begin with, which is just Lays stepping up. It's Lays showing us that they can be contenders in this region and are battling out for that first seed. So we'll be seeing that rematch tomorrow in a best-of-5 series grand final. And my goodness, am I really surprised with the level of play here in MYSG. But let's see this high level of play in regards to frags through these highlights, because goodness, there have been quite a few of them. Forsaken a big part of it. That's the highlight of the tournament, as I alluded to earlier, and just so many more.
as you can imagine, a lot of these are Paper Rex highlights. However, I want to mention Bleeds really got their act together. Both Darion and Alti really were able to step it up towards that second half of Bleed. There was categorically a comeback on the table there. But Paper Rex, they did damage in that initial kind of spree of rounds, and Bleed weren't able to recover.
They were. And it did come a little bit too late for Bleed. You said they were able to find their composure again, but it just didn't come in soon enough. And when you're playing up against Paper Rex, you need to be alive on the server from the very get-go. And that just simply was not the case. Maybe because they were tired from the series they played earlier. Maybe because they had less of a break. But let's be fair. We expected Paper Rex to have the ultimate firepower prowess over them nonetheless. So yeah, it's really no surprise for them to be jumping. I think they'll still be happy from the results of today to guarantee the spot into VCT APAC. They've got a lot of feedback to kind of look back on from these VODs, a lot of mistakes and things they can definitely look to refine when it comes to the next tournament, because the games now only get more tough. The teams that they'll play up against will only get more difficult. So yeah, this is a prime opportunity for them to just level up their play.
I also like how both the MVPs of the Chambers, Devi and Darion, both had some incredible games, and their ACS actually isn't too dissimilar. Darion, even in games where Paper Rex decimating Bleed, he's still able to put up a few numbers. So I really like that from him. I'm now sort of setting my gaze to Paper Rex to see if they can do this tomorrow, then we're going to have a very quick final. But if they are slow to start, as they were today, then an upset is absolutely on the table for Lays.
And it is going to be an early start tomorrow. But thankfully for them, I guess it's a best-of-5 series, so even if they do drop the first map, they will be able to come back. But they did win the first map. That's what's crazy to me, man. That's what's crazy to me, is that they did win the first map, but later on, the starts of each map were a little bit weak. Same with the one that they did win. I think it were on Ascent, they were down like 5-0, and then they won 13-6. So that is just crazy to me, how things just change quickly like that, and how tempo heavy Paper Rex really are. When they have the advantage, when they have the tempo, when they've got pacing running through their veins, the adrenaline, they cannot be stopped. They simply cannot be stopped, and it was illustrated today, as a matter of fact, as Bleed could really not do anything about it.
Yeah, they truly played out of their minds. As we do sort of kind of go back and highlight, I want to mention that Devi definitely quietened down on a fracture. Granted, that was from, it was quite hard to be as consistent as whatever it was he did on Ascent, because what he did on Ascent was godlike. You can't be godlike all the time, right? Otherwise, it's just normal. So he did definitely quieten down when he went to fracture, but luckily that's where we sort of see Jing and particularly Forsaken, who really were able to step it up. Let's take a look at the bracket though, Pad for Loss. Let's see how it's developed. We've got a grand finals tomorrow. Who do you think's winning it?
We do. Although Lays did win that best of 3, I think in a best of 5, Paper Rex should be able to win it. I think their map pool is a bit bigger. I think they realize the mistakes they've made, and they can't really be too over eager when they gain that tempo. They need to manage to take that step back, take those deep breaths, and realize these teams can shoot back. They good. If we give them the opportunity, they will throw it back at us. So I think Paper Rex have realized this today and will come in tomorrow with a better attitude. But honestly, I'm in for a very close best of 5. I don't think this is going to be simple.
Really? You think it's going to be a full 5 series?
I don't think. I think Lays can get a map off them. I think they can get a map of them. Whether that is a full best of 5 with them getting 2 maps off of them, that is a different story. Yeah, it's
only one way to find out, Pavlos.
Maybe.
There's only one way to find out.
Indeed.
That's to be here.
And that is tuning in tomorrow.
Yeah, I believe we start at the same time, if I'm not mistaken. Starting at the same time?
Exactly.
Starting at the same time.
Well, slightly the same time. But guys, thanks for joining today. It's been a marvel having you, and it's been a marvel to be here, really, because this is my first day at MYSG. So it's been great, Kremer, and you've been telling me about this, and it's been insane. But obviously, you know, got to thank the gaming company for making this all possible. Riot Games, obviously, this is their game after all.
Whoa, is it?
And of course, is it really? Official gaming chess sponsor, of course, Secret Lab, for bringing this amazing tournament to us all and making this also possible. So yeah, as you said, back again at a very similar time as of yesterday. Thanks for being here. Thanks for having us, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Be there or be square. We'll see you then.